Chapter 1999, Instant Kill. As Irontooth finished his question, the players around him burst into action. Wasting no time, these players formed a tight circle around Shifeng. The shield warriors and guardian knights stood at the forefront with their shields raised, followed by the berserkers and swordsmen who offered their MT companion support. The ranged DPS players and healers stood farther behind. Sin Realm's members left Shifeng no room to flee. Even if Shifeng could tear through the encirclement and escape, the area had been sealed off with a magic barrier. He was trapped unless he could destroy it. Based on this pressure, you must have used an intermediate magic array? Shifeng thought aloud as he glanced at the players channeling the array. This magic array had also reduced his basic attributes by 25% in God's domain. Magic array's suppression was far less effective against players than monsters, and the higher tiered a player was, the weaker the suppression would be. To rob a tier 2 player of 25% of their basic attributes, one would need to use an intermediate magic array at the very least. You've guessed correctly. This Earth's Wind is an intermediate magic array, and even a mythic monster would need some time to destroy it. While within the array, you won't be able to use teleportation spells or tools, Irontooth informed his prey, sneering. We prepared this magic array for you specifically. Is it to your satisfaction? Earth's Wind was one of the few sets of intermediate magic array scrolls Sin Realm possessed. They had originally saved it to use against particularly powerful field bosses. However, to ensure Shifeng's death and teach Zero Wing a lesson, Lone Beacon had decided to send the scrolls with Irontooth as party. You don't really think one intermediate magic array is enough to take me down, do you? Shifeng calmly asked as he eyed the several hundred Sin Realm players before him. Around 50 of these players were Tier 2 experts. The rest of them were only Tier 1 players. The strongest player among them was Irontooth, a mere level 59, Tier 2 shield warrior, and Shifeng could tell that his combat standards were not quite as powerful as Crocodile Breaker's. This man was only an ordinary refinement realm expert. This team wasn't enough to deal with a peak expert head-on. Peak experts had exceedingly powerful basic attributes, and even if those attributes had been reduced by 25%, they were still higher than ordinary Tier 2 experts. Naturally, killing ordinary Tier 2 experts would be child's play. They'd only need a little more time to complete the task. Of course, a single intermediate magic array and these ordinary experts won't be enough to deal with you, Irontooth said, smiling at Shifeng. But what if these experts have violent blood potions? Earth's Wind would suppress Tier 2 experts' basic attributes by 25%, but a peak expert could still easily annihilate ordinary experts of the same level and tier while subjected to the array's effects. A 100-man team of ordinary Tier 2 experts still wouldn't be enough to take Shifeng down. This team would need over a dozen Refinement Realm experts working together to have any chance of victory. Although Sin Realm did not have that many Refinement Realm experts, it did have the extremely valuable Violent Blood Potion. Sin Realm had gone to great lengths to obtain the recipe for this potion, and after consuming it, players would gain an additional 1,200 points to every basic attribute. Moreover, these attribute points would add to players' base attributes. With their weapons and equipment's percentage modifiers, the potion's effects would be even greater. Meanwhile, the Violent Blood Potion had a 20-second duration and 5-minute cooldown. An ordinary Tier 2 expert would instantly gain the combat power of peak experts after drinking the potion. Unfortunately, the materials to produce the Violent Blood Potion were incredibly rare and valuable, and not even an advanced alchemist would have a high success rate when brewing it. To ensure Shifeng's defeat, Irontooth had specifically received 4 Violent Blood Potions from the guild with 4 peak experts and an intermediate magic array suppression. They could even kill a superpower's apex expert, much less Shifeng. When Irontooth had finished speaking, 3 Tier 2 experts near him took out their Violent Blood Potions and drank them. The intensity of the trio's auras instantly skyrocketed. The 3 Tier 2 players in question were a berserker, a swordsman, and an assassin. In this lineup, the berserker would act as the MT, the swordsman would offer support, and the assassin would find the opportunity to land the final blow. Yifeng, today, we will prove to you and Zero Wing that resisting an attack from Miracle doesn't mean that you can stand up to Sin Realm. Irontooth bellowed as he pointed at Shifeng. Go! Kill this arrogant fool! The trio then advanced on Shifeng. The Berserker used Charge, the Swordsman used Wind Blade, and the Assassin entered Stealth the Violent Blood Potion. Watching the approaching Berserker and Swordsman, Shifeng retrieved Howling Thunder and flicked its Sundering Thunder. Countless arcs of lightning then surged forth. Once Shifeng had upgraded the throwing weapon to Dark Gold rank, Howling Thunder's skills had considerably improved. Now, Sundering Thunder could exert 180% of its user's strength and covered a 45-yard cone. The attack speed was also extraordinary. The attack caught the charging trio off guard. The impact sent all three flying while their HPs rapidly decreased. The Sin Realm members that had stood behind the trio had suffered an even more tragic fate. The Tier 1 players within Sundering Thunder's range died instantly. Only Tier 2 players had survived the attack, although their HPs had fallen to a critical level. While Sin Realm's players were stunned, Shifeng took the opportunity to throw Howling Thunder a second time. Lightning Guidance. Suddenly, 3 arcs of lightning charred the ground beneath the 3 Tier 2 experts that had consumed the violent blood potions. Numerous arcs of lightning then descended from the sky and bombarded the area around the trio. Boom. 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 Since Lightning Guidance was an AoE attack, players could only evade it by escaping its range. Meanwhile, numbed by Sundering Thunder's effects, the 3 Tier 2 experts had no hope of dodging out of Lightning Guidance's range before the skill struck. The expert trio lost their remaining HP to the skill after 3 seconds. Not even the healers had time to save them as they lost tens of thousands of HP each second. How is this possible? Irontooth paled when he saw the 3 Tier 2 experts' corpses. Shifeng had killed 3 players with the combat power to rival peak experts without much effort. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat while suppressed by an intermediate magic array. For a moment, Irontooth couldn't believe his eyes. Shifeng, however, wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. Peak experts were considered such due to their ability to react to danger. Some peak experts could even predict an enemy's attack before the player launched it. While Sin Realm's expert trio had greater combat power than peak experts, their ability to react was no more impressive than an ordinary expert's. Furthermore, even with the additional 1,200 points to their basic attributes, they were still no match for Shifeng's commander. What should we do? A Tier 2 assassin asked, as expected of Zero Wing's honorary elder. I had considered giving you an easy death, but since you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll make you suffer. Irontooth snarled. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the steel puppet from his bag. Chapter 2000, Combating the Steel Puppet. The steel puppet stood 8 meters tall and was comprised entirely of fine iron. It also wore thick, heavy, pitch-black armor. The steel puppet had 2 heads and 4 mechanical arms, each wielding a gigantic saber. Despite the steel puppet's inactive state, it radiated a dreadful aura. The boss is finally getting serious. Amazing. So, this is the guild's steel puppet? When they saw the colossal steel puppet, Sin Realm's members recovered their senses. They no longer feared Shifeng, but cheered with excitement. A steel puppet? Shifeng was quite surprised to see the massive construct like the guardian puppet. The steel puppet was a bronze puppet with the strength of an apex Tier 2 being. Its defense was even greater than the Hell tanks. Like the Hell tank and other war weapons, bronze puppets didn't have HP, but durability. The steel puppet was capable of several times the Hell tank's combat power, the perfect weapon to deal with players and take down buildings. Shifeng, you should be pleased. You'll be this steel puppet's first victim. Irontooth said, sneering as he sat in the steel puppet's control module. This was the first time Sin Realm would use the steel puppet since obtaining it. The guild simply hadn't needed to use it yet. Operating the steel puppet also cost a large number of magic crystals. Just to activate it, one needed to store 1,000 magic crystals within the puppet. For every minute the steel puppet was operated, it would consume 50 crystals. In other words, the steel puppet could only operate for 20 minutes at full capacity. To make matters worse, using the steel puppet's skills would cost additional magic crystals. Sin Realm hadn't bothered to use the puppet for these reasons. Even when dealing with other guilds, Irontooth was only allowed to use the steel puppet now because Lone Beacon wanted to teach Zero Wing a lesson. As Irontooth fell silent, he used the steel puppet to advance on Shifeng. The steel puppet's movement speed was extremely high, crossing 50 yards in less than 2 seconds. Upon arriving before Shifeng, the steel puppet swung one of its sabers at the swordsman. Despite the attack's casual nature, its power was at the peak of Tier 3. The wind even howled as the saber soared towards Shifeng so fast. Shifeng immediately responded by swinging Killing Ray Boom. With the sound of an explosion, the saber's trajectory altered, and it crashed into the ground beside the swordsman, the impact tearing a 20-meter-long gash in the ground. Shifeng instantly lost over 20,000 HP. You really are something to survive an attack like that. But how will you fare against 4 sabers? Irontooth brandished his 3 remaining weapons after seeing his target only lose a small fraction of his HP. Since a player controlled the steel puppet, all 3 sabers accurately flew towards Shifeng's defensive blind spots. Boom. 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 As one slash after another descended, the blades devastated the ground around Shifeng. The earth trembled violently under the resulting impacts, and some of Sin Realm's nearby players lost their footing. The steel puppet's devastatingly destructive power stupefied Sin Realm's members. Setting aside the steel puppet's strength, its attack speed alone shocked many of the watching players. The sabers were far too quick, and even the Tier 2 players realized that they'd be hard-pressed to block a single strike. If they had to combat all 3 sabers simultaneously, they'd die on the spot. Once the dust settled, however, they were even more shocked. Shifeng still stood beside the steel puppet's swords. He hadn't died in the flurry of attacks, and this time, his HP was fully intact. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, its combat power is amazing. The Hell Tank is nothing in comparison, Shifeng thought as he looked at the deformed terrain around him. If he hadn't activated Power of Darkness in time, he would have likely lost more than half of his total HP. Controlling a combat puppet was very similar to controlling a divine beast. Players essentially merged with the combat puppet, and although they couldn't control the puppet as easily as they did their own bodies, executing simple attacks at maximum efficiency wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, a bronze combat puppet's every attack contained the strength and speed of Tier 2 at its peak. It was the equivalent of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. In addition, every attack a combat puppet executed would contain its full power, like a player at their peak. Even a Tier 3 expert would be at a disadvantage against a bronze combat puppet with the same combat standard. A berserk skill? Do you think that can save you? Irontooth sneered when he saw the black aura around Shifeng. He then raised his 4 sabers and attacked again. Although he couldn't control the steel puppet as nimbly as his own body, he was confident of defeating a real Tier 3 expert with the puppet's strength, speed, and 4 arms. We'll see about that. Shifeng brandished his 2 swords to meet the 4 sabers' swords' orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Shifeng, and he either blocked or deflected every attack Irontooth launched with the steel puppet. How is this possible? How is he keeping up with the steel puppet? Sin Realm's members watched the battle with dropped jaws as the steel puppet was rendered ineffective against Shifeng. However, none of them knew that Shifeng's attributes could normally rival a great lord's of the same level. After using Power of Darkness, his strength was as high as an ordinary Grand Lord's under the intermediate magic array suppression. He was also as fast as a Tier 3 player of the same level. Hence, the steel puppet's basic attributes were only slightly higher than his, and Shifeng could easily make up for the gap with his Technikesh's actually so strong. Irontooth's expression darkened when he realized that he couldn't gain any ground against Shifeng. He had never thought that this swordman's attributes were so high that they could rival the steel puppet's. After trading blows for a short moment, Shifeng lost interest in passively defending himself. He started to find opportunities to attack the steel puppet. Dang! 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 Dazzling sparks filled the air as Shifeng's sword stabbed and slashed at the puppet, but despite taking multiple attacks, there wasn't a single mark on the puppet's armor. It's useless. Even if you have heaven-defying basic attributes, they are nothing before the steel puppet's defense. I want to see just how long your berserk skill will keep you alive. Irontooth growled, sneering. He was fully confident in the steel puppet's defense, which had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. Only a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species attacks could reduce its durability. Ordinary Grand Lords would only accomplish the feat if they used particularly powerful skills. Is that so? Shifeng chuckled. He then activated Blade Liberation and slashed at the puppet again. Hua. Suddenly, a visible tear appeared on the steel puppet's armor. Chapter 2001, Fire Spirit appears. The steel puppet stumbled 4 steps back after Shifeng's attack, nearly losing its footing. How is this possible? Shock filled Irontooth's eyes as he stared at his puppet's cut. With a single attack, the steel puppet had instantly lost 3 points of its 1000 total durability. Shifeng's attack power was ridiculously high, practically rivaling mythic monsters. Irontooth wasn't the only one dumbfounded either. Sin Realm's nearby players were stunned. They had never considered that a player with the strength to stand against the steel puppet would exist at this stage of the game. Rather than a player, Shifeng was a monster. After his first attack succeeded, Shifeng charged towards the puppet once more. Shadow Blade. 10 strikes thrust toward the colossal construction, each attack carrying 100% of Shifeng's strength. Scram! Irontooth bellowed as he controlled his puppet. The steel puppet's 4 arms began to rotate, creating a storm that countered all 10 of Shifeng's attacks. The puppet's sabers created wind blades as it blocked the attacks, which flew toward Shifeng, forcing him to defend himself. The storm calmed after 3 seconds, resulting in a 7-meter-deep crater where the steel puppet stood. The 50-yard radius area around the construct was void of Lefeso. This is one of the steel puppet's skills. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he watched his adversary. Truly amazing. It seems that it's truly impossible to defeat a bronze combat puppet as a Tier 2 player. Every one of the steel puppet's attacks resembled a defense turret. The fact that it had 4 arms meant it wielded 4 turrets. It could launch attacks without rest. Only, unlike actual defense turrets, the steel puppet wasn't capable of ranged attacks. Even so, it was strong enough to trouble any ordinary Tier 3 expert. Furthermore, the steel puppet had high defense and powerful skills, every one of which was more powerful than the average Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. These were the reasons that the various major powers used combat puppets as their most devastating trump cards. Although Shifeng had the strength to fight any ordinary mythic monster while suppressed by an intermediate magic array after activating twofold berserk, the compounded skills only lasted a little over 20 seconds. He couldn't defeat the steel puppet in such a short time. Yifeng, although you are quite strong, the steel puppet isn't limited to normal attacks. I'll give you a taste of its true power. Irontooth sneered as he glared at Shifeng. He had been surprised that Shifeng had actually damaged his puppet, but the steel puppet had 3 skills that were incomparably powerful. The skill he had used to drive off Shifeng had been a defensive skill with a powerful knockback effect. When activated, the skill would force all enemies within a 50-yard radius back. Both of the puppet's remaining skills were offensive skills, Steel Meteor and Death's Judgment. Steel Meteor was a single-target skill, whereas Death's Judgment was an AoE. Since both skills consumed a lot of magic crystals, he had avoided using them, but he didn't have the leeway to conserve magic crystals. With how this fight had progressed, suddenly, the steel puppet's back bulged. Hundreds of magic bullets shot out of its back and flew towards the distant Shifeng. Although each magic bullet only contained power at the peak of Tier 3, the attack could even instant-kill a Tier 3 player since it fired several hundred at once. However, as everyone expected the magic bullets to shred Shifeng, golden, divine runes began to appear around the swordsman. The moment the magic bullets encountered the divine runes, they evaporated like snowflakes landing on a burning furnace. In the blink of an eye, the several hundred magic bullets vanished as if they had never existed. An invulnerability skill? Irontooth's expression darkened slightly as he watched the divine runes circling Shifeng's body. But then he smiled and said, "Steel Meteor only has a 30-second cooldown. I want to see just how you plan to block the next wave." Sin Realm's watching members laughed. Shifeng might possess heaven-defying combat power, but at the end of the day, he was only a player. How could a lone player possibly defeat a war weapon? I might not be a match for the steel puppet, but I doubt that is the case for your magic barrier, Shifeng said as he glanced at Iron Tooth. He then dashed towards the magic barrier crap. Stop him! Iron Tooth shouted to his subordinates as Shifeng had said, although he couldn't defeat the steel puppet, he'd have no issues destroying the Earth's wind magic array. The barrier could only endure a few mythic-level hits before its shattered Sin Realms members responded by bombarding Shifeng with ranged attacks, but with twofold berserk, Shifeng's movement speed was just too high. Sin Realms members could barely follow him with their eyes, much less land an attack in a split second. Shifeng had reached the Earth's wind's magic barrier Purgatory Pentaslash. As the 5 sword lights descended, the impact cracked the magic barrier. Boom! Following an explosion, the Earth's wind magic array transformed into countless particles of light and disappeared. Shifeng immediately recovered his basic attributes and regained the ability to use tools. Yifeng, don't even think about escaping. Iron Tooth charged forward with his steel puppet as the magic barrier faded. Although Shifeng was very fast, the swordsman still wasn't as strong as the steel puppet. As long as he kept up the chase, he'd have no problems reaching his target. Escape? Shifeng laughed. It's impolite not to return what one receives. Since you want a fight, I'll give you one. After saying so, Shifeng retrieved the fire spirit from his bag and spent 300 magic crystals to activate it. Suddenly, a massive, crimson magic array appeared above him, enveloping the battlefield. The array began to fervently absorb the ambient mana, concentrating it to form an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. This flame dragon was none other than the fire spirit Roar. The fire spirit released a furious cry as it descended, its roar shaking the very ground beneath it. At the same time, a frightening aura spread across the battlefield. A level 80, tier 3 archaic species? How? The Sin Realm members, who had been charging towards Shifeng, slid to a halt as they stared at the fire spirit, which was roughly as large as the steel puppet, in abject horror. Chapter 2002, Steel Puppet Destroyed. The fire spirit's appearance stunned Irontooth's just an honorary elder, yet Zero Wing gave him a tier 3 archaic species to protect himself? Both surprise and envy overcame Irontooth as he stared at the flame dragon before him. He had never even heard of a tool that could summon a tier 3 archaic species. A tier 3 summoning scroll was already enough to cause a fight between the various major powers. Despite Sin Realm's success in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the guild had only collected 8 tier 3 summoning scrolls, and every one was reserved as a final trump card. The guild didn't even allow their players access to these scrolls while raiding a particularly important field boss. They would only be used when the guild faced annihilation. Yet, Shifeng had just summoned a tier 3 archaic species, a creature even more powerful than those summoned with tier 3 summoning scrolls. The guild had only allowed him to use the steel puppet because it could be used repeatedly. It only needed to be refueled with magic crystals. Had the steel puppet been a consumable item like summoning scrolls, he definitely wouldn't have been allowed to use it against Shifeng. When the other Sin Realm members saw the angry fire spirit, they couldn't help but take a step back. They didn't back away because the fire spirit was a tier 3 archaic species, but because the dragon's aura was growing more intense, which felt painfully uncomfortable. Moreover, a radius of 30 yards around the flame dragon had transformed into a lava field due to its appearance. Players could feel the lava's scorching heat from over 100 yards away, and those with low fire resistance began to lose HP. The players around the fire spirit had no choice but to back upon the Irontooth, who sat within the steel puppet, remained unaffected. Go. Kill him. Shifeng commanded, pointing at the steel puppet. Upon receiving Shifeng's command, the fire spirit roared again before extending its wings with a flap. Yifeng, do you think you can destroy my steel puppet with one tier 3 archaic species? Irontooth sneered disdainfully as he watched the approaching fire spirit. He immediately controlled the steel puppet to meet the flame dragon in battle. At the end of the day, a monster was still a monster. Monsters were only capable of defeating players due to their powerful attributes. However, the steel puppet was different. Although controlling the steel puppet was a challenge, it would still exhibit greater combat standards than the average monster when driven by a refinement realm expert like Irontooth. In a situation where the difference in attributes meant nothing, the steel puppet could easily destroy the fire spirit. It would be akin to an expert beating up an ordinary player. The steel puppet swung 2 of its 4 sabers at the fire spirit's claws. At the same time, it swung the other 2 sabers at the fire spirit's head and neck. However, just as the 4 sabers were about to strike the flame dragon, the summoned creature altered its trajectory. Not only had it stopped the 2 sabers that aimed for its claws, but it had also diverted the blades to collide with the other pair of weapons, cleverly neutralizing the steel puppet's offensive. The flame spirit also swept its tail at its opponent, catching the steel puppet off guard with the additional attack bang. As the fire spirit's burning tail slammed into its target, the construct was forced to take a step back, now sporting a new burn markwat. Irontooth's heart skipped a beat as he saw the scorched line across the steel puppet's chest. Irontooth had fought and defeated countless experts in God's domain. Hence, he could roughly determine an opponent's combat standards after a brief clash. After the exchange with the dragon before him, Irontooth was certain that its combat standards were in no way inferior to an expert player's, and not just any ordinary expert. By Irontooth's estimates, the fire spirit's combat standard should reach the late stage of the trial tower's 5th floor. It was terrifying. His combat standards while controlling the combat puppet were only on par with players that could reach the 5th floor's early stage. He barely hit the mark of an ordinary expert. Even so, he was confident of facing multiple Tier 2 Apex experts at once and coming out victorious. Yet, not only did this flame dragon have the strength and speed to rival the steel puppet, but it also had higher combat standards than the construct. Just thinking about it caused a chill to crawl down Irontooth's spine. With such power, the fire spirit would be even more frightening than a steel puppet in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Shifeng's eyes glowed after watching the exchange. As expected of an advanced fire spirit, it already possesses such a high combat standard despite only being a Tier 3 archaic species. It's no wonder why the Tier 5 advanced fire spirit in the past had forced Tier 5 experts to run with their tails between their legs. Shifeng was ecstatic right now. Unlike an ordinary fire spirit, an advanced fire spirit's intellect wasn't constant. The more mysterious flames an advanced fire spirit devoured, the greater intellect it would possess. It would have no trouble surpassing refinement realm experts' combat standards. Including the dragon's superior basic attributes, not even apex experts of the same standard would be a match for the advanced fire spirit. Furthermore, the advanced fire spirit had a plethora of curses. Yifeng, I have to give it to you. I didn't think you would use such a precious tool to save your skin. Irontooth said as he glared at Shifeng. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at his teammates and said, "We're retreating." After this last encounter, he realized what outcome awaited him if he continued this fight. While he did not mind dying here, he couldn't afford to lose the steel puppet. The fire spirit had already proven that it could damage the construct, and if this battle dragged on, there was a very high chance that the dragon before him would deplete the steel puppet's durability and turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Leaving? Shifeng smiled. Do you think I'll allow that? You couldn't stop us even if you wanted to. Irontooth snapped. The steel puppet's combat power was at the apex of Tier 3 due to its overwhelming strength and speed. Even a Tier 3 archaic species would struggle to catch up to it. Is that so? Shifeng retrieved the Ring of Gospel and activated World Projection. With Shifeng in the center, World Projection enveloped a 3,000-yard radius. World Projection suppressed the flow of mana within range. By doing so, it reduced players' physique and basic attributes. Players would also be prevented from teleporting and communicating with the outside world. Although World Projection couldn't reduce a combat machine's attributes, it affected the steel puppet's performance by stagnating the flow of mana. Controlling it would become far more difficult, and even the steel puppet's speed would be affected. The moment World Projection took effect, the fire spirit resumed its attack on the construct. This time, damaging the steel puppet was much easier for the flame dragon, and the construct lost 1 point of durability after another. Shifeng wasn't idle in the meantime. He jumped in the fray, hunting down Sin Realm's other members while he was still under the effects of twofold berserk and World Projection suppressed his targets. Shifeng slaughtered the fleeing Sin Realm players. No. Irontooth's heart pounded as he watched the steel puppet's durability dwindle. However, no matter how Iron Tooth tried to flee, he couldn't shake off the flame dragon. During the chase, the fire spirit cast one Tier 3 curse after another, rapidly devouring the steel puppet's durability. 952. 814. 648. Finally, before 5 minutes had passed since the fire spirit had graced the battlefield, both the steel puppet and Iron Tooth had been obliterated by the flame dragon's Tier 3 curses. Chapter 2003, Famous in Purple Thorns. Crimson flames devoured the forest outside of the elemental altar. When the expert players gathering herbs nearby turned to look, they were stupefied. They weren't surprised by the burning forest, but by the 8-meter-tall flame dragon that flew above the inferno. The dragon's wingspan was over 20 meters, and its flaming body illuminated the dark, smoky sky. A dragon? Crap. That's a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species. Isn't this area only supposed to have up to level 75 monsters? Is some kind of event taking place over there? Curiosity filled these experts as they watched the flame dragon. They began to head towards it to investigate. Events were commonplace in God's domain, and if players could complete them, they could receive bountiful rewards. Lying in the sea of fire was the steel puppet's heavily damaged body. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, it certainly wasn't easy to destroy. Anticipation filled Shifeng as he gazed at the destroyed steel puppet. He had his own guardian puppet design, and as long as the Candlelight trading firm nurtured enough master lifestyle players and collected the necessary materials, he'd start producing his own bronze combat puppets. Like other war weapons, a force required a certain number of combat puppets to display their true potential. Had Sin Realm arrived with 3 or 4 of these constructs, Shifeng would have found it difficult to escape, much less win the fight. Multiple combat puppets were necessary due to their overly monotonous attacks. Dodging and deflecting their attacks was simple, but if enough of these attacks targeted a player, even peak experts would fight. A single bronze combat puppet was already capable of displaying such power. Shifeng found it truly hard to imagine what kind of power 10, or even 100, bronze combat puppets could exhibit. Taking down guild towns would be child's play. As Shifeng recalled the fire spirit and prepared to leave using the 7 luminaries ring, he noticed 2 golden lights from beside the steel puppet's remains. Iron Tooth as loot? Shifeng approached curiously. However, he was astonished after picking up the 2 items. One of the items was a pair of level 55 secret silver ranked plate armor boots, and the other was a gemstone block within a steel frame. Level 55 secret silver equipment was considered top tier at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds had a very small number of such items. Shifeng assumed the boots had dropped from Iron Tooth. However, Iron Tooth wasn't the origin of the gemstone block. Rather, it had dropped from the destroyed steel puppet, the steel core. This had been the steel puppet's power source, a must-have item when producing combat puppets. Combat puppets' power sources were the most difficult part to produce. Even intermediate master forgers had an incredibly low success rate when forging them. With this, I've just earned a free combat puppet. Shifeng grinned at the undamaged steel core. Now, he only needed to construct a guardian puppet's frame and insert this core. Fortunately, while a bronze combat puppet's power source was difficult to produce, the other parts were not. Basic master lifestyle players could easily handle the rest. After Shifeng stored the steel core, he teleported to the Icefire Mountain range with the 7 luminaries ring. After some time, the Tier 2 assassins that had been busy collecting herbs quietly snuck onto the battlefield. However, upon seeing the fallen steel puppet and its surroundings, they were stunned. What a huge robot! What's going on? What happened here? The terrain has been utterly destroyed. Once the crowd recovered from their shock, they noticed a player's corpse lying near the steel puppet. However, when they saw the player's appearance, they were flabbergasted. Sin Realm's Iron Tooth? Why is he here? This can't be real, right? Iron Tooth is one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts. He's the lead MT of Sin Realm's main force. How could he have died here? Hold on. There are traces of another player, but they seem to have teleported away with a return scroll or something. Did they kill Iron Tooth? When the crowd considered the possibility, a chill ran down their spines. Some of the players immediately posted what they had found on the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums, and the matter caused a sensation among the kingdom's general populace. Amazing. Someone actually killed Sin Realm's Iron Tooth. But who would be so bold? Iron Tooth died near Glory Town. Crocodile Breaker also died in the town earlier. It must be Yifeng's doing. There's no way this is a coincidence. He killed two of Sin Realm's great experts so soon after arriving in the kingdom? Amazing. Yifeng is simply awesome. Sin Realm definitely won't let Yifeng off the hook now. Sure enough, Zero Wing is immensely powerful. It seems that our kingdom is going to get interesting. The Purple Thorns Kingdom's population couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's strength. Despite being alone, Shi Feng had been responsible for the downfall of two of Sin Realm's great experts. It was clear how powerful Zero Wing was through these consecutive achievements. While Shi Feng's first success might have been luck, could the same be said about his second? For a time, the name Yifeng became well known to the kingdom's players. Independent players that had feared Sin Realm now began to apply to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter reached Sin Realm's residence in Purple Thorn City. What did you say? The steel puppet has been destroyed? Lone Beacon's eyes twitched when he heard his subordinates report. A frosty aura enveloped the guild leader's office. That steel puppet had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. How could a Tier 2 player possibly destroy it? It's true, guild leader. That Yifeng used a treasure to summon a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species, Feather Hunter, who reported to Lone Beacon, explained since he had only been tasked to track Shi Feng, he hadn't fought alongside Iron Tooth. Instead, he had observed the situation from afar, escaping Shi Feng's detection. Even so, he had broken out in a cold sweat while he had watched Shi Feng slaughter his guildmates. He had also been relieved that he had refrained from joining the battle. A Tier 3 archaic species? How generous of Zero Wing! Lone Beacon was astonished by the news. He had never heard of such a treasure, yet Zero Wing had spent it on a player that wasn't even one of the guild's vice-guild leaders. However, Lone Beacon quickly calmed and continued coldly, people are starting to look down at us since we haven't expanded our territory beyond the Purple Thorns Kingdom. And now, even a measly guild like Zero Wing dares to pick a fight. Notify everyone in the guild. From now on, they are to kill every Zero Wing member they come across. Understood. Feather Hunter nodded sharply. Chapter 2004, Thunder Axe City. After about 15 minutes of teleporting with the 7 Luminaries ring, Shi Feng finally arrived in the Icefire mountain range. Even from the range's entrance, Shi Feng could feel the bitingly cold wind against his face. If not for his high ice resistance, he would have frozen into an ice sculpture and died. Although the Icefire mountain range wasn't a forbidden land, it wasn't an easy place for ordinary players to visit. Either the mountain range was 1/5 the size of an ordinary kingdom, and either fire or ice enveloped the mountain's outer region. This map only had 2 entrances, one within the icy tundra, and the other within the flaming inferno. Both entry points led to the mysterious Thunder Axe City. Fortunately, the ice zone wasn't as demanding on players as the fire zone. The ice zone's monsters ranged between level 70 and 85, and the ONL challenge was the area's high ice resistance requirement. If players wanted to survive in this cold, they'd need at least 100 points in their ice resistance. Any fewer and players would lose HP constantly, and the low temperature would reduce their mobility. If players wanted to fight at their peak here, they'd need at least 120 points of ice resistance. The fire zone's monsters ranged between level 80 and 90, and players would be fine with 80 fire resistance, 100 if they wanted to fight unaffected. Shi Feng didn't linger around the entrance, summoning his mount and venturing into the mountain range. All teleportation skills and tools were prohibited within the Icefire mountain range. Players had to rely on their own feet or mounts to explore the map. Although there weren't a lot of monsters in the ice zone's outer region, the mountain range was a natural maze. The paths through the range were complicated and often crossed each other. There were also plenty of hidden magic traps. Depending on a trap's strength, one could die on the spot or be stuck in place for several hours. Even though Shifeng was somewhat familiar with the Icefire mountain range, he didn't dare to proceed carelessly. Since Shifeng was the first player to explore this map, he was able to claim several treasure chests as he explored the mountain range. After over 8 hours of maneuvering through the ice zone's outer region, Shifeng had obtained a total of 5 treasure chests, 4 of which were bronze rank and 1 was mysterious iron rank. This was far more than what one would expect to find exploring a map within a kingdom. Weapons and equipment became scarcer after level 50, and treasure chests were even rare. One would be very fortunate to come across a bronze treasure chest in level 50 maps or above. Obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest in a level 70 map was akin to securing the loot of a level 70 Grand Lord without expending any energy. As Shifeng expected, the treasure chests contained level 70 equipment. The most valuable of the multiple pieces he had obtained was a pair of level 70 secret silver ranked cloth armor gloves. He had also gained some potions, tier 1 magic scrolls, and magic crystals, all of which could fetch a considerable sum if sold on the market. I am finally here, Shifeng muttered as he arrived before a steep mountainside and stared at the cave entrance that was behind a magic array. This was where his exploration quest began, and it was the only entrance to Thunder Axe City. Even after the various superpowers peak experts had reached level 75 in the past, they still hadn't been able to break through this array. Players had only been successful after reaching level 77 and donning level 75 and 80 top-tier equipment, following which, Shifeng retrieved the magic scroll the Adventurers Association had given him and used it to remove the magic array on the cave's entrance. The moment Shifeng removed the magic array, an enraged roar reached him from within the cave, echoing throughout the mountain range and causing the surrounding monsters to flee. What a powerful pressure! It's no wonder why ordinary experts had refused to enter this cave in the past. Even Shifeng felt slightly uncomfortable as the pressure washed over him. Despite this, however, Shifeng didn't hesitate in the slightest as he entered the cave. Once he stepped inside, a new magic array sealed the cave entrance once more, entrapping the pressure within. The cave's interior wasn't dark, on the contrary, it was as bright as day. Various crystals that radiated a faint glow covered the cave walls, and armed gargoyles wandered the cavern. These gargoyles occasionally emerged and entered the tunnel at the other end of the cavern. Enraged Gargoyle, Elemental Creature, Lord. Level 75. HP 15,000/15,000,000. Gargoyle Warrior, Elemental Creature, Great Lord. Level 76. HP 40,000/40,000,000. Although these gargoyles were not particularly strong, they moved in groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, there wasn't much distance between each group. If players weren't careful, they might attract 2 or more groups of monsters at once. While this might not be a challenge for a group of Tier 2 players, players had to face the exploration quest alone. Meanwhile, individual Tier 2 players would struggle to defeat the Great Lord-ranked Gargoyle Warriors. It was only natural that so many peak experts in the past had failed to reach Thunder Axe City, even after reaching level 75, following which, Shifeng threw Howling Thunder at an enraged gargoyle show. An arc of blue lightning streaked toward one of the wandering enraged gargoyles, but just as Howling Thunder was about to find its mark, the gargoyle's eyes glowed with a red light. The monster then swept its stone axe in a horizontal arc. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang echoed throughout the cavern. What fast reaction speed! Shifeng was astonished. Although his attack was relaxed, his aim had been perfect. The targeted enraged gargoyle's back had been turned towards him, as well. Normally, the attack would have even struck elite players, yet this monster had reacted in time to block it. Before Shifeng could launch another attack, the enraged gargoyle and 3 of its companions charged toward him with even higher movement speed than a Tier 2 assassin expert. What about this, then? Shifeng threw Howling Thunder again. Tier 1 throwing skill, Phantom Thorns. Suddenly, Howling Thunder split into over a dozen copies as it flew toward the 4 enraged gargoyles, accurately aimed for the gargoyles' blind spots. Dang! 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 A series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the cavern as the enraged gargoyles blocked most of the incoming attacks, but one phantom slipped past and struck a gargoyle's rocky form. The attack forced the enraged gargoyle to stumble one step back and lose over 10,000 HP. Their combat standards are so high. Shifeng was actually surprised to see the enraged gargoyle stumble backward. Shifeng learned through this clash that these enraged gargoyles' combat standards were on par with the Trial Tower's 4th floor. They weren't far behind expert players in terms of combat standards. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert encountered 4 Lord-ranked monsters with such high combat standards, their death would be guaranteed. Only Refinement Realm experts and stronger players would have any hope against them now. Shifeng, more or less, understood why the past's level 75 peak experts hadn't been able to activate Thunder Axe City. If the monsters at the beginning of the quest were so tough, it was easy to imagine how challenging the monsters would be further down the tunnel. Although these 4 enraged gargoyles were impressively strong, against Shifeng, who had the attributes of a level 70 Great Lord, they were a joke. Shifeng took less than 10 minutes to eliminate all 4 gargoyles. When the enraged gargoyles died and dropped their loot, one shining item, in particular, caught Shifeng's attention. Chapter 2005, Treasure Trove of Materials. These enraged gargoyles actually have a chance of dropping this? Shifeng could not help but become a little excited as he stared at the glowing, golden pebble on the ground. This pebble was known as the Earth Spirit. This was an extremely rare material that only dropped from special Earth-type elemental creatures. Ordinary Earth-type elemental had no chance of dropping it. Meanwhile, on the market, one Earth Spirit could sell for 50 silver. Furthermore, one could synthesize an Earth Essence from 100 Earth Spirits. Like Sun Essence, Earth Essence could be used when crafting power sources for mechanical tools. It could also strengthen the power cores, infusing the core with attributed mana. Shifeng had actually obtained an Earth Spirit after killing 4 enraged gargoyles. Why wouldn't he be excited? Even now, Zero Wing had only collected a few Sun Essences. They were simply too difficult to procure, and Earth Essence was just as rare. When Shifeng turned to look at the rest of the wandering enraged gargoyles, he realized that this cavern was a true treasure trove. He then retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Fire Spirit, summoning a level 85, Tier 3 demon and the level 80 flame dragon to annihilate the enraged gargoyles. He had no intention of slowly grinding these monsters. Instead, he directed his demon to lure and gather multiple groups of these enraged gargoyles and gargoyle warriors. The enraged gargoyles were only lords, and both types of gargoyles were melee monsters. The level 85, Tier 3 demon could easily maneuver around most of their attacks. The demon had gathered every monster within the cavern and a few from the distant tunnel. There were easily over 100 gargoyles chasing the demon. So many monsters could annihilate a 1,000-man elite team without effort, and not even the level 85, Tier 3 demon would last long against the group. In fact, the demon had already lost more than a quarter of its HP by luring these monsters. If the demon hadn't had such a level advantage, these gargoyles, all of which possessed incredible combat standards, would have long since devoured it. Excellent. Attack! Shifeng ordered the Fire Spirit to join the fray as the Tier 3 demon ran back from the distant tunnel. When the Fire Spirit had become a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species, it had gained plenty of Tier 3 curses. The Flame Dragon alone could make up for the DPS of several Tier 3 Great Mages. Shortly after the demon left the tunnel, a sea of fire engulfed the area behind it. The dirt floor under the inferno melted, transforming into a field of molten lava. The moment the gargoyles entered the lava field, their movement speeds decreased by 90% as if they had stepped into a muddy swamp. They also lost over 400,000 HP per second. Joining the attack, Shifeng used Flame Domain, and a towering fire pillar enveloped the tunnel's entrance, catching every gargoyle within. Although his Flame Domain only dealt a little more than -200,000 damage each second, which couldn't compare to the Fire Spirit's DPS, it was still an impressive amount of damage. As the gargoyles tried to flee the lava field, the Flame Dragon cast another Tier 3 curse. A vortex of raging flames manifested in the center of the gargoyle army, pulling the monsters into the fire and preventing them from escaping the lava field. At the same time, damages exceeding -300,000 appeared above the gargoyles' heads every second, and this damage increased as time passed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shifeng and the Tier 3 demon used one AoE attack after another. Under the constant bombardment, the enraged gargoyles quickly lost all of their HP and collapsed, items appearing beside their corpses, but despite their high levels, they awarded very little EXP. The time the gargoyles escaped the lava field, only 24 or so monsters remained of the 100+ group. Aside from 5 gargoyle warriors, the surviving monsters were enraged gargoyles with only a strand of HP remaining. Shifeng immediately instructed his Tier 3 demon and flame dragon to destroy the gargoyle warriors while he took care of the low HP enraged gargoyles. After another 10 minutes or so, every lured gargoyle was dead, leaving a spread of items behind. Although the dropped items were only materials, Shifeng was delighted by the outcome. He had gained 16 earth spirits from this wave, as well as various rare ores. He had even acquired Titan ore, a metal that was exceptionally rare in the outside world. Although Titan ore was not as good as fine Titan ore, which could be smelted into fine Titan ingots directly, Shifeng could create fine Titan ingots with his harvest. However, he'd need 10 times as much Titan ore to do so. After tidying up the loot, Shifeng continued to rely on the Tier 3 demon to lure monsters from the tunnel. Clearing the tunnel out while advancing the cave was like a maze, and the farther Shifeng ventured, the more monsters he encountered. The monsters also grew stronger as he progressed through the tunnel system. However, this strength increase wasn't in the form of basic attributes, but combat standards. The monsters he had initially fought had combat standards at the early stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor, but he soon encountered monsters on par with the 4th floor's middle stage. While this increase might not seem significant, the difficulty of eliminating these monsters increased by a large margin. If not for the Tier 3 demon and fire spirit's attribute and level advantages, Shifeng wouldn't have been able to explore this maze. However, as Shifeng traveled deeper into the cave system, his group's overall combat power also increased. With the Bible of Darkness's cooldown and duration, he could command up to 3 demons at a time. Combined with the fire spirit's overwhelming firepower, dealing with large groups of gargoyles wasn't much of a problem, although his progress through the tunnel was painfully slow. After fighting for 4 consecutive days, Shifeng finally emerged from the underground maze. Although several traps had nearly claimed his life, he, fortunately, had the flame dragon to help with the burden, forcing his way through the tunnel. Although the past 4 days had been an incredible challenge for Shifeng, he had secured a bountiful harvest. He had collected more than 3,200 earth spirits and over 11,000 pieces of Titan ore. If sold, he could easily make a fortune off these items. Despite how little EXP the gargoyles rewarded, Shifeng had slain enough to raise his experience bar to 43% of level 70. His leveling speed was only slightly slower than ordinary expert players of his level. As Shifeng left the underground maze, he arrived before a vast, ancient shrine. Although the shrine had fallen into ruin, the gigantic crystal suspended in the center still shone brilliantly and exuded a frighteningly dense mana. When Shifeng entered the shrine, he felt a chill assault his body, and he unconsciously halted his advance. Is the system joking? The corners of Shifeng's eyes twitched as he stared at the crystalline statue in the center of the shrine. The towering, crystalline statue's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and the dense, ambient mana flooded into the statue, disintegrating the crystal and revealing the monster within the shell. As more of the monster's body was exposed to the open air, its aura grew stronger. It took no time at all for its aura to grow stronger than that of an ordinary mythic monster. Why is a ferocious beast guarding this place? Before Shifeng could process the situation, the level 80 mythic-ranked ancient earth serpent was freed from its crystalline prison and shot forward. Before the 3 Tier 3 demons and fire spirit could react, the earth serpent threw the summoned creatures, sending them crashing into the surrounding stone pillars. After getting rid of the 4 obstacles, the serpent spread its jaws and pounced on Shifeng. Chapter 2006, Alter. The ancient earth serpent's sudden attack caught Shifeng off guard. Moreover, it was so fast that even Tier 3 Apex experts struggled to react in time. Needless to say, responding to this attack was impossible for a level 70, Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Ancient Earth Serpent, Ferocious Beast, Mythic. Level 80. HP? Slash? It's over. Shifeng could only watch as the ancient earth serpent's massive jaws descended on him. With no other choice, he activated Absolute Domain, but even he doubted that the invulnerability skill would be useful against the earth serpent. The ancient earth serpent was an apex monster, even among ferocious beasts. It had been capable of slaughtering gods in ancient times, and its life rating was now weaker than a dragoness. According to legend, the strongest ancient earth serpent had even devoured gods. Since the ancient earth serpent's stomach was a gate to another dimension, the swallowed gods had been trapped until death had come to claim them. Although the ancient earth serpent before him was only a level 80 mythic monster, it was a bona fide ferocious beast. He couldn't avoid being eaten even if he activated an invulnerability skill. Sure enough, the ancient earth serpent swallowed Shifeng whole. After devouring Shifeng, the ancient earth serpent began to attack the Tier 3 demons and flame dragon, which had just recovered from the previous attack. Meanwhile, Shifeng found himself surrounded by darkness. Although he hadn't received any damage, a powerful suction prevented him from moving. He could only allow the force to drag him towards the small dot in the ancient earth serpent's stomach. Although the dot seemed small, it grew as Shifeng approached. Have I failed? Shifeng watched the black dot grow in frustration. Although he had not challenged the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest personally before, he had learned about it in the past. Based on what he had heard, the Guardian boss should have been an ordinary mythic monster. There hadn't been any mention of a ferocious beast. As long as one used the sealing stone to reduce the Guardian boss's strength, they could complete the exploration quest. But if the Guardian boss were a ferocious beast like the ancient earth serpent, the sealing stone would be meaningless. Not even level 80 players could contend with a level 80 Grand Lord ranked ancient earth serpent. Even summoning a Tier 4 existence to fight would result in the same outcome. The ancient earth serpent's life rating was in no way inferior to that of dragons. Even at the Grand Lord rank, the ancient earth serpent could easily defeat Tier 4 monsters. Moreover, as a ferocious beast, the ancient earth serpent possessed an extraordinary life force. Unlike other monsters, the serpent recovered 2% of its HP per second and wielded heaven-defying innate skills. A level 150 mythic ancient earth spirit had appeared in God's domain in the past. To rate it, a superpower had formed a 100-man expert team of 95 Tier 4 players and 5 Tier 5 players. The team had been the best any superpower could muster, but it had still been annihilated in the end. The level 150 ancient earth serpent had only been slain after players had reached Tier 6. Although the ancient earth serpent he currently faced was only a level 80 mythic monster, not even a 100-man team of level 100, Tier 3 players had any hope of defeating it. A short moment later, the mysterious force within the serpent pulled Shifeng into the black dot. He immediately felt time and space warp around him. When he opened his eyes, he was stupefied by the scene before him. Where is this? Shifeng observed his surroundings in a daze. He stood on an altar that floated in an endless void. A magic barrier, which prevented this world's boundless power from crushing the altar, enveloped it. In addition, a colossal serpent of immeasurable length had wrapped itself around the city-sized altar. This was none other than the gigantified ancient earth serpent. If not for the magic barrier, Shifeng had no doubt that the ancient earth serpent could easily devour the altar in a few bites. Examining the altar on which he stood, Shifeng realized that it was empty. Only 12 light pillars were located in the altar center, in addition to an eye-catching treasure chest made of 7 luminaries crystals. At the core, 7 luminaries crystal was intensely rare and valuable in God's domain. One could sell a fist-sized crystal and earn enough money to live the rest of their life without worrying about food or shelter. Shifeng couldn't help but walk towards the treasure chest when he saw it, but when he was over 200 yards away, the 12 light pillars released a blinding glow. Responding to his movements, the light pillars launched one beam attack after another at the intruding swordsman. Not only were these attacks incredibly fast, but they were also nimble and flexible. 12 light beams assaulted Shifeng from multiple directions in the blink of an eye. Absolute domain's duration had already ended, and not daring to be careless, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and brandished his 2 swords. Boom! 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 Every one of the 12 beam attacks had Tier 4 strength, and the instant his blades encountered the beams, Shifeng felt his arms go numb. Fortunately, he had successfully stopped all 12 attacks from landing and deflected a few. In the end, he only lost a little over 10,000 HP. With Heavenly Dragon's power, he could afford to block another 40 waves of attacks without a problem. However, as the 12 light pillars brightened again, Shifeng noticed that the altar had begun to disintegrate around the edges. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. Shifeng understood that his life was on the line. If he did not reach the treasure chest quickly enough, either the 12 light pillars would kill him, or he'd die from falling into the endless void. Shifeng dashed toward the treasure chest. However, as he grew closer to it, avoiding the light pillars' attacks became trickier. Why does this situation seem so much like the Realms of Truth trial? Once Shifeng was within 100 yards of the treasure chest, he realized that the light pillars' attacks were not without purpose. He also understood that no player could set foot within 100 yards of the treasure chest unless they had entered the Realms of Truth. Is this place testing players' advancement in the Realms of Truth? The closer Shifeng got to the treasure chest, the more frenzied the 12 light pillars' attacks became. After some point, the light pillars had begun to launch far more attacks. If he hadn't already reached the Ascension realm and weren't able to utilize the beam attacks to nullify others, he wouldn't have been able to advance. Faced with more frequent attacks, Shifeng executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Although the combat technique was a massive burden on his stamina and concentration, he had no choice if he wanted to move farther. However, he continued to lose HP rapidly after executing Sword's Transmigration. Seeing this, he activated Void Shield. Once Shifeng was within 50 yards of the treasure chest, the attack's ferocity increased yet again. At this time, Void Shield's energy reserve quickly drained, and his HP began to plummet again. 80%. 60%. 30%. When only 20 yards separated him from his target, Shifeng knew that he didn't have enough HP to last as he crossed the remaining distance. He was at his limit. If attack's intensity increased any further, he would have no hope of survival. Screw it. Realizing that he couldn't get through this trial in his current state, Shifeng steeled his heart and activated Blade Awakening, the second legacy berserk skill he had learned. His basic attributes and physique skyrocketed, significantly improving his reactions. Following which, he activated Blade Dance, a legacy skill he was not adept at using. He then retrieved Netherworld Brilliance, the weapon he had ignored in his bag for so long, and used it, killing Ray, and the Abyssal Blade to block the incoming beam attacks. As he executed Sword's Transmigration with 3 swords, the technique's defensive capabilities rose considerably. In no time at all, Shifeng arrived before the 7 Luminaries treasure chest. Chapter 2007, Ring of Gospel upgraded. The moment Shifeng entered the circle of the 12 light pillars, the attack stopped. Seeing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had less than 10% of his HP remaining. He would have definitely died had he suffered a few more rounds of attacks. Fortunately, he possessed the skill Blade Dance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross the final 20 yards. Not only did Blade Dance allow him to control additional swords up to a maximum of 5 that could exhibit 80% of his basic attributes, but the additional swords would also exhibit their own attributes. This was the reason why Netherworld Brilliance could deflect the beam attacks, which carried strength at the Tier 4 standard. The extra swords would be much more powerful than the Abyssal Blade Phantom summoned using 9 Dragons Slash. Since Shifeng had twofold Berserk activated, Netherworld Brilliance displayed strength close to rivaling ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. If not for Blade Dance and Netherworld Brilliance, he definitely wouldn't have gotten a single step past the 20-yard mark, doomed to be whittled to death by the beam attacks. I wonder what is inside this treasure chest to warrant such a test. Even a domain realm expert would have died to those beam attacks without any achievements in the Realms of Truth. Even now, when Shifeng looked at the 12 light pillars hovering above him, he still shuddered involuntarily in fear. The difficulty of this quest definitely surpassed that of the epic rank. Shifeng found it hard to believe that a player below level 80 had managed to complete the quest. After all, even he, someone who had reached the second stage in the Realms of Truth, had to rely on 3 swords to defend himself, and just barely passed. After resting for a while, he carefully approached the treasure chest made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystals. He then tapped his finger on the chest and chose to activate it. Immediately, a loading bar appeared before his eyes. The instant the loading bar filled up and the treasure chest opened, the 12 light pillars hovering overhead transformed into 12 streaks of light that flowed into the treasure chest, which then released a colorful glow. Shortly afterward, Shifeng felt a horrific pressure coming from the treasure chest. This pressure spread out like a boundless ocean. Shifeng could not move his body at all, not until after the pressure started lightening up. Meanwhile, once the colorful glow disappeared, the items inside the treasure chest came into view. The treasure chest held a total of 3 items. One was a Rubik's Cube made of 7 luminaries crystal, one was an orb that gave off a fiery glow, and one was a crystal that gave off a dazzling purple glow. No wonder the test was so difficult. The reward is so generous. Realization immediately dawned upon Shifeng as he took in these 3 items. He could not help but grow ecstatic, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was especially true when he looked at the fiery orb and the dazzling crystal. The Rubik's Cube made of 7 luminaries crystal was none other than the key to activate Thunder Axe City, and the item he needed to complete his exploration quest. As for the fiery orb, it was an item that even superpowers would fight desperately to obtain. The reason for this was the Tier 3 mysterious flame fallen earth fire contained within this orb. It was a treasure that could significantly increase the production success rate of forgers and alchemists. To Shifeng, it was crucial for controlling his soul fire. Tier 3 mysterious flames were exceedingly rare in God's domain. There might not even be one Tier 3 mysterious flame in an entire kingdom. Its value was not the slightest bit lower than that of a fragmented legendary item. Previously, he had obtained the Purple Thunder Flame, a Tier 3 mysterious flame, due to luck. The Purple Thunder Flame had allowed him to increase his control over the soul fire by a significant margin and greatly reduce the corrosion rate of the soul chain. If he could absorb another Tier 3 mysterious flame, he might be able to gain full control over the soul fire. Then, he would not have to worry about the corrosion of the soul chain. Of course, he could also feed the Tier 3 mysterious flame to the fire spirit. However, a Tier 3 mysterious flame was not enough to allow the current fire spirit to undergo a qualitative transformation, because the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was massive. Shifeng estimated that he would need at least 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to upgrade the fire spirit to Tier 4. Either that, or tons of Tier 1 and Tier 2 mysterious flames. Hence, rather than provide the fire spirit with a slight boost in combat power, using the fallen earth fire to remove the Reaper's scythe hovering above his head would be more advantageous. The last item inside the treasure chest was also the most valuable among the 3 sacred source crystal. The value of this item easily surpassed the combined value of 2 fragmented legendary items. The sacred source crystal was so valuable because it was guaranteed to upgrade one item to the fragmented legendary rank, even if it was a bronze item. The sacred source crystal was something every expert player dreamed of obtaining. After all, every weapon and equipment had different compatibility with players. If players were not compatible with a particular weapon or equipment, even if said weapon or equipment was at the fragmented legendary rank, they would not be able to exhibit the fragmented legendary item's full potential. However, how precious were fragmented legendary items? Even apex experts might not necessarily own one in their lifetimes. One would be fortunate to obtain a fragmented legendary item, let alone be picky about one's compatibility with it. Hence, the scarcity of fragmented legendary items allowed the sacred source crystal to shine. There were millions and billions of weapons and equipment available in God's domain. While fragmented legendary items might be extremely rare, items between the bronze and dark gold rank were everywhere. With the sacred source crystal, players could simply find an item that was compatible with them and upgrade it to the fragmented legendary rank. The aid the sacred source crystal provided to players was simply massive. Take weapons for example. With a compatible weapon, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. In the past, when the sacred source crystal made its initial appearance in an auction house, the various superpowers had hotly contested over it. In the end, one superpower had used 3 fragmented legendary items to trade for the sacred source crystal. Back then, many had found the trade preposterous. As a result, many had ridiculed the buyer for making a loss. However, after obtaining the sacred source crystal, the superpower that purchased it had managed to allow one of its Tier 5 experts to get promoted to the Tier 6 god rank. This achievement had stupefied the various superpowers. They had never considered that a fragmented legendary item with high compatibility would provide so much help. Normally, even several fragmented legendary items would not necessarily be enough to help a player reach the Tier 6 standard. As for the superpower that sold the Sacred Source Crystal, it had nearly died of regret after finding out about this matter. After all, a Tier 6 god-ranked expert was worth far more than just 3 measly fragmented legendary items. Hence, now that a Sacred Source Crystal had appeared before Shifeng, how could he not be ecstatic? Which item should I upgrade? Shifeng's mind started turning rapidly as he gazed at the Sacred Source Crystal. The weapons and equipment he had on him right now were all top tier at this stage of the game. Weapons were no doubt what could increase a player's combat power the most. However, both the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray were top-tier epic weapons that were extremely close to the fragmented legendary standard. If he chose to upgrade either of these two weapons, he would simply be wasting the Sacred Source Crystal. After all, the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both had a chance to reach the fragmented legendary rank, especially Killing Ray. So long as he collected the remaining fragments of Solomon's sword, he would be able to synthesize a true legendary weapon. As for upgrading a piece of equipment, to a swordsman like himself, this was even more wasteful than upgrading his swords. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag. Let's have you upgraded. Immediately, Shifeng tapped the Sacred Source Crystal and chose the epic-ranked Ring of Gospel as the target of evolution. Chapter 2008, Miniature World. After Shifeng selected the target of evolution, countless streams of light suddenly flowed from the Sacred Source Crystal into the Ring of Gospel. Due to the Sacred Source Crystal's power, the incomplete divine runes and magic arrays engraved on the Ring of Gospel started completing themselves. A few seconds later, a purple-gold ring exuding a frightening aura that even froze the surrounding space appeared before Shifeng. What powerful pressure! At this moment, the pressure from the Ring of Gospel surpassed even the aura of an ordinary mythic monster. Even Shifeng felt slightly uncomfortable when subjected to it. The Ring of Gospel was one of the extremely few domain items in God's domain. It was exceedingly useful to both individual players and guilds. However, as an epic item, it had a major flaw: it needed to be fed 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days, a price no ordinary guild could afford. As for Zero Wing, this was still a significant expenditure even after obtaining the Manatite Vein. Hence, Shifeng had decided to upgrade the Ring of Gospel in order to rid himself of this troublesome flaw. Shortly after, the Ring of Gospel released the surrounding space. Only then could Shifeng finally move his body again. As for the Ring of Gospel itself, it returned to his hand. At this moment, though, the ring gave off a completely different feeling than before. The ring felt extremely heavy. However, this weight did not originate from the ring itself but was a pressure coming from the surrounding space. Meanwhile, this pressure had reduced his combat power by a minimum of 50%, a phenomenon he had never experienced before when using the Ring of Gospel previously. Could a deviation have occurred during the upgrade? Shifeng could not help worrying. Hurriedly, he inspected the ring's attribute panel. When an item's quality increased, normally, its effects would grow stronger. However, some items would encounter an error during the upgrade process and develop different effects. Some items would even have their nature altered completely. Although such occurrences were extremely rare, the chances were not zero. It was also the outcome that players dreaded seeing the most. Ring of Gospel, fragmented legendary rank item. Crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy, this ring contains a miniature world. The ring's inner space was further perfected using a sacred source stone. The ring can suppress an area space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional skill 1 dash. Miniature world, freezes the space within a radius of 5,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools or teleportation-type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 30%, movement speed by 50%, and reaction speed by 30%. Maintaining miniature world costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional skill 2-. Ring of Brilliance. Improves all allies' physiques by 20% and increases basic attributes by 20% within a 2,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel contains an inner world, it is strongly rejected by the outside world. Existences below Tier 4 will be greatly suppressed by the external world's power when using this ring. The higher tiered the user is, the weaker the suppression will bite. Didn't deviate? Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Ring of Gospel's attributes. Although the upgrade had increased the usage requirement, the Ring of Gospel's skills had also received significant improvements. Previously, the Ring of Gospel simply placed a seal on the affected space. Now, the ring directly froze it. One could say that the Ring of Gospel's strength had improved from its original intermediate magic array standard to the advanced magic array standard. Moreover, Miniature World was even more powerful than the average advanced field magic array, as it was a combination of a field magic array and a barrier magic array. Only, the number of magic crystals required to operate it remained horrifying. Fortunately, he no longer needed to feed the ring 20,000 magic crystals every week. With this improvement, the Ring of Gospel would be useful in both raiding bosses and large-scale combat out in the fields. After upgrading the Ring of Gospel, Shifeng stored it and walked to the teleportation array engraved at the altar's center. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the altar. After he left, the altar crumbled rapidly and vanished into the void. By the time Shifeng opened his eyes again, he had appeared inside a grand teleportation hall. This place is Thunder Axe City? Shifeng was surprised to see the 4-meter-tall level 200 NPC soldiers inside the hall. He had expected to get teleported to outside the Icefire Mountain range, not directly to Thunder Axe City. Normally, after Thunder Axe City was activated, players had to enter the city via the teleportation array in the Icefire Mountain range's outer area. Meanwhile, activating the outer area's teleportation array required one to use the Rubik's Cube obtained through the exploration quest on the teleportation array. Only after arriving inside Thunder Axe City and handing the Rubik's Cube over to the Thunder Axe Giant's Great Elder would players be able to fully activate Thunder Axe City. Now that he had directly teleported to Thunder Axe City, he could save up on a lot of travel time. Just as Shifeng was about to exit the teleportation hall, he suddenly noticed a bunch of new messages from Aqua Rose and Blackie. Why are there so many messages? Did something happen? Shifeng eyed the messages with some confusion. His communication with the outside world had been severed when he entered the cave. However, when he was doing his quest inside the cave, he had logged off to rest every day. During these break periods, he would contact Aqua Rose and Blackie to get an update on the latest developments in Zero Wing and God's Domain. Before he logged into the game this evening, Aqua Rose and Blackie hadn't reported any problems. Now, after just a few hours, the two of them had sent him more than 10 messages in total. Shifeng immediately contacted Aqua Rose guild leader. Are you done with your quest? Aqua Rose asked. It's mostly finished, Shifeng replied, nodding. I received quite a few messages from both you and Blackie. Did something happen outside? The fact that he was challenging a high-ranking quest and unable to make contact with the outside world was something the guild upper echelons knew. Hence, they wouldn't contact him unless there was something extremely important. After all, his quest was very dangerous, and even the slightest mistake could result in failure. He could not afford any disturbance whatsoever. Originally, today was just like any normal day. Although our guild members have continuously clashed with the various large guilds at the Witch's Hill, there were no large-scale battles involving more than 1,000 players. However, just 3 hours ago, players capable of transforming into monsters appeared among the enemy. These players are extremely strong, and every one of them could rival high lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Some of these players even have attributes of a great lord. Moreover, these players are all experts, so they could slaughter even our Tier 2 experts with ease. Our guild members are no match for these people. Currently, Several thousand members have already been killed. Due to these monster players, our members can't grind at the Witch's Hill at all, Aqua Rose said, frustrated. Although their side had killed a few of these monster players, the difference in the casualties the two sides suffered was massive. Until now, they hadn't even killed 500 of these monster players, yet their side had already suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Moreover, the only reason why they managed to kill these monster players was mainly the magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. However, there were simply too few of these tools available, so contending against these monster players was simply impossible. Players transforming into monsters? Shifeng frowned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. How willing of them! He knew a little about matters regarding players transforming into monsters. It was indeed possible to accomplish this feat by utilizing special legacies or tools. The Evil God's Temple's legacy was one such example. Only, the evil dragonification process was the ability of one of the Evil God's Temple's peak legacies. Moreover, transforming a player into an evil dragon required the sacrifice of a large number of players. Going through such a transformation process simply wasn't worthwhile for regular guild. Shifeng had Aqua Rose notify all guild members operating in Zero Wing City to stop grinding in the Witch's Hill and shift to other locations instead. After all, it wouldn't be wise to continue clashing with these monster players without proper countermeasures. As for Shifeng himself, he hastened his steps and headed straight for the Great Elder's mansion. Chapter 2009, Thunder Axe City activated. When Shifeng walked out of the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a very wide street with NPC giants walking along it. If players were to visit this city, they would definitely feel very out of place. The buildings in the city were also extremely large. Even the carriages used to travel around the city were much larger than the carriages found in other NPC cities. Moreover, the carriages here were pulled by the much larger and stronger herbivorous earth dragons, instead of horses. Aside from giants, NPCs belonging to other neutral races also lived here, including the extremely rare elves. Although elves looked very similar to half-elf players, the life ratings of the two were as different as heaven and earth. During the ancient era, elves could be said to have been the messengers of gods. They were the beloved children of magical elements, and they could cast spells above their tier effortlessly. However, as the gods in God's domain fell, the elven race also went into decline, the race's population continuously decreasing as the years went by. Players visiting Thunder Axe City for the first time would definitely be very shocked by this scene. Shifeng, however, had long since grown accustomed to it. He immediately hailed an earth dragon carriage and made his way to the city center. As a super large-scale neutral city, Thunder Axe City was extremely large. Even the Black Dragon Empire's capital was only half the size of Thunder Axe City. Hence, traveling through the city took a lot of time. To make matters worse, Thunder Axe City's teleportation hall was located on the outskirts of the city. Players were also prohibited from using their own mounts, teleportation skills, and teleportation tools inside the city. Players could only rely on the carriages pulled by the house-sized earth dragons if they wished to travel through the city quickly. Of course, if players managed to reach the Viscount rank in Thunder Axe City, they would be allowed to ride their own mounts. However, becoming a Viscount in a neutral city like Thunder Axe City was exceedingly difficult. As far as Shifeng knew, even after many players had reached level 200 in his previous life, nobody had succeeded in becoming a Viscount of Thunder Axe City. Meanwhile, while Shifeng was traveling toward Thunder Axe City's central district, a commotion erupted in the Witch's Hill. Did I hear it right? Zero Wing is actually having its members give up on grinding in the Witch's Hill? Zero Wing must not want to continue the pointless fighting. Haven't you seen how powerful those monster players are? Taking care of Tier 2 experts is like child's play for them. Just one monster player can easily annihilate a 6-man party of Tier 2 experts. Not to mention, these monster players generally move around in groups. Didn't Zero Wing manage to repel Miracle's attack in the Black Dragon Empire before? What's it doing now? It's already giving up after fighting for just a short while. I never thought that the day would come when Zero Wing would fall into such a state. Previously, Zero Wing was slaughtering its enemies left and right. Now, it's forced to give up on a precious land like the Witch's Hill. With this, Zero Wing's development in Star Moon Kingdom will definitely lag behind the other large guilds by a significant margin. If this situation persists, Zero Wing might not even remain Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in the future. That's right. This is a good opportunity for small guilds to rise up using the Witch's Hill. The players operating in the Witch's Hill all found Zero Wing's decision to pull back its forces to be very surprising. They had never imagined that the guild would give up on the Witch's Hill so decisively. Zero Wing was clearly capable of fighting a war of attrition with the monster players, thanks to Zero Wing City, yet it did not do so. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's decision to retreat, many of the small guilds that had been maintaining a low profile in Star Moon Kingdom started trying to join the Starlight Alliance formed by the guilds operating the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. After all, the current situation in the Witch's Hill was already clear for all to see. The Starlight Alliance, which was capable of transforming players into monsters, had the advantage in field battles. As long as Zero Wing's members dared exit Zero Wing City, they would definitely die. Meanwhile, shortly after Sherfone gave out the command to retreat, the upper echelons of the Starlight Alliance's member guilds gathered at WildhammerTown, a short distance away from the Million Forest, for a meeting. The guilds responsible for leading this meeting was the Purple Thorns Kingdom Sin Realm and the 2 guilds that established the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill, Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire. Although Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire were only second-rate guilds, the investments of multiple corporations boosted the strength of the 2 guilds, which could now rival ordinary first-rate guild. Zero Wing has truly been frightened by our monster army this time. Now, not only are Zero Wing's members not coming out of Zero Wing City, but they're not even operating within its vicinity anymore. I'm sure everyone present knows about the defensive capabilities of Zero Wing City. Currently, we still can't break through the city's defenses. However, we also can't let Zero Wing continue developing the city. Do any of you here have a good suggestion for dealing with this problem? Knight's Judgment's guild leader, Shadowlight Axe, asked as he glanced at the dozen or so guild representatives present. In reality, they were all caught off guard by Zero Wing's decisiveness. This was not the outcome they wished to see at all. From an outsider's point of view, the monster legion their alliance created might seem very powerful, but the public did not know that a large number of lives were necessary to sustain these players' monster forms. Moreover, these lives needed to be willingly offered by players that were level 50 or above. Hence, the guilds could not allow their fight with Zero Wing to drag out. Since Zero Wing is so decisive in abandoning the Witch's Hill, let's think of a way to prevent Zero Wing from giving it up. We'll force Zero Wing to fight us. That's right. We'll make Zero Wing fight even if it doesn't want to. Since Zero Wing is relying on Zero Wing City for its development, we'll make it so that it can't rely on the city at all. We can set up a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City and announce that, so long as Zero Wing refuses to fight us out in the fields, we'll kill every player that comes out of Zero Wing City. We'll kill these players until Zero Wing is willing to come out and do battle. If Zero Wing still refuses to fight us, then nobody will dare to visit Zero Wing City. At that time, let's see how Zero Wing develops using Zero Wing City. This is a good idea. Zero Wing's main source of income right now is Zero Wing City. If Zero Wing City fails, Zero Wing won't get off scot-free either. If Zero Wing doesn't want to see its city fail, it'll definitely have to fight us. That's right. If Zero Wing really refuses to fight, it'll become the laughing stock of the kingdom. I want to see how Zero Wing plans on developing in Star Moon Kingdom then. Everyone present nodded in agreement upon hearing this plan. They were all adamant about forcing Zero Wing into a fight. Meanwhile, as the Starlight Alliance was planning all of this, Sherfone had finally arrived at Thunder Axe City's central district. There was a lot of traffic in the city's central district. Despite there being no players here, the street was still crowded. NPC merchants of neutral races could be seen doing business all around, selling all kinds of items and materials, the quality of their products not the slightest bit inferior to those sold by player shops. However, Sherfone did not waste time sightseeing. Instead, he walked straight to a mansion located near the main street. 20 giant soldiers stood guard outside the mansion, every one of them a level 180, tier 2 soldier. The captain leading these soldiers was even a level 180, tier 3 giant. This mansion was none other than the residence of the giant race's great elder. Upon arriving at the mansion's entrance, Shi Feng immediately told the guards there his purpose for visiting. After the guards relayed his words and received a reply, they led him into the gigantic mansion. Very quickly, Shi Feng arrived in an elegant study where a white-robed elder sat. Giants were natural-born warriors and were not adept at magic, yet the great elder was actually a level 200, tier 5 grand wizard. He would be considered an overlord-level existence even in an empire. It's been a long time since a human adventurer has visited this city. I heard that you have the power to activate the ancient teleportation array outside Thunder Axe City. May I know if this is true? The giant elder asked softly as he observed Shi Feng. That is correct. Here is the ancient cube I found. It is capable of activating the ancient teleportation array, Shi Feng replied, handing the Rubik's cube he obtained from the 7 luminaries' treasure chest over to the giant elder. Sure enough, this is the teleportation array's teleportation core, the giant elder said, his eyes glowing after he inspected the cube. In a somewhat excited tone, he added, "Thank you, human adventurer. This item is indeed what our giant race has been searching for all this time. With this item, our giant race will finally be free of the defensive seal that has been in place since ancient times. Since you have provided such a great help to our race, we giants definitely won't mistreat you. Take this precious giant's holy stone as a token of our race's gratitude." After the giant elder was done speaking and Shi Feng accepted the giant's holy stone, a series of system notifications entered his ears. Chapter 2010, Titan Bloodline. System, congratulations. You have completed the exploration quest, Giant's Hideout. Rewarding 1 Giant's Holy Stone, Adventurers Association Reputation plus 20, and Adventurers Association Contribution plus 1000 System, congratulations. You have activated the neutral city Thunder Axe City. Rewarding 1 Thunder Axe Crystal, Thunder Axe City Reputation plus 100, and Thunder Axe City Contribution Points plus 2000. The 2 notifications echoed in Shi Feng's head 3 times, leaving him dazed. The rewards for pioneering Thunder Axe City sure are abundant. Not only did I get 2000 contribution points, but I also earned a Thunder Axe Crystal. Shi Feng looked at the glowing, dark gold crystal that had appeared in his hand in astonishment. Thunder Axe City was hidden deep within the Icefire mountain range. Normally, players could only reach the city through a teleportation array within the range's outer region once it had been activated. Teleporting to Thunder Axe City from another NPC city was impossible, making it inconvenient for players to visit frequently. However, as a trade city, Thunder Axe City overflowed with opportunities and resources. Even if the journey were tough and inconvenient, players would force themselves to visit. Fortunately, there was more than one method of entering Thunder Axe City. One could also do so through the city's special tools. The city had 2 special tools that allowed players to visit with ease, the Thunder Axe Insignia and the Thunder Axe Crystal. The insignia only allowed the holder to teleport to Thunder Axe City, whereas the crystal allowed the user to open a teleportation gate, allowing a large group of players to pass through, saving plenty of travel time. However, these tools were particularly difficult to acquire. Players had to become an ordinary noble in Thunder Axe City before they could trade the city's contribution points for the insignia. As for the Thunder Axe Crystal, one could only purchase the crystal with contribution points after becoming a Viscount. The contribution points were already exceedingly difficult to acquire, not to mention gaining status in Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City was massive, with countless quests and opportunities to offer, but there were very few quests that awarded CPs. Moreover, players would only earn a small number of CPs from the quests that awarded them. Only high-ranking quests rewarded a higher number, but those were incredibly difficult to come by. Even the most hardworking player would fail to collect 2000 CPs after a full year of work. Meanwhile, purchasing the Thunder Axe Crystal required 5000 CPs. While the Thunder Axe Crystal had limited uses to individual players, it was extremely useful to guilds. With the crystal, guild members wouldn't have to waste time traveling to the city. With the time they saved, they could do far more in Thunder Axe City, following which, Shifeng stored the Thunder Axe crystal and turned his gaze toward the giant's holy stone he had received from the Great Elder. Based on what he had learned in the past, the exploration quest's reward included the epic ranked giant's crystal. One could use it to convert 1,000 level 50+ players into giants, bypassing the conversion quest. Unfortunately, players under level 50 would have to visit Thunder Axe City and complete the conversion quest normally to convert into a giant. The conversion quest's application fee was 20 gold per person. In other words, by completing this exploration quest, one could forego the 20,000 gold in application fees while allowing selected players to skip the troublesome conversion quest and become members of the giant race. However, what the Great Elder had just given Shifeng wasn't the giant's crystal, but the giant's holy stone. Fragmented legendary rank? When Shifeng called up the giant's holy stone's attribute panel, he was shocked. Isn't this quest reward a little too generous? Giant's holy stone, fragmented legendary rank. A holy stone created after condensing the ancient Titan race's bloodline. Effect 1 - converts up to 1,000 players to the giant race. Targeted players must be level 50 or above. No cooldown. Effect 2 - grants up to 3 giant players a strand of the Titan bloodline. No cooldown. Shifeng had no particular feelings regarding the Holy Stone's ability to convert 1,000 players into giants. The giant stone he had expected to receive could do the same, but the Holy Stone's ability to grant players the Titan bloodline was just too powerful. Among God's domain's numerous races, the Titan's life rating was the closest to that of the gods. Despite not being gods, Titans were born with a portion of a god's abilities. When a Titan became a Tier 6 god, they became incomparably formidable. However, the closer one's life rating was to that of a god, the more difficult it would become to cross the final threshold to the Tier 6 standard. According to Shifeng's memories, only the king among Titans had reached Tier 6. Not even the 10 saints of Titan City had been Tier 6 gods. In Shifeng's opinion, they were only demigods. Even so, they had the power to rival Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 god-ranked players couldn't compare to Tier 6 NPC gods. Any random Tier 6 god could beat the living daylights out of a Tier 6 player. Only multiple Tier 6 players had a chance against a Tier 6 god if they worked together. It was easy to imagine how frightening Titan demigods were. Meanwhile, the giant's holy stone before him was capable of granting giant players the Titan bloodline, which was far more powerful than the dark iron bloodline he had obtained. Moreover, he could grant the bloodline to 3 players. These Titan bloodlines were even more valuable than 3 fragmented legendary items. The giant race offered exceptional racial traits, if this bloodline were included in the equation. Shifeng didn't even dare imagine how powerful a player with this bloodline would become. Titans were nearly perfect beings, unlike giants, who had obvious flaws. With this, the players that convert into giants have hit the jackpot. Shifeng could not help but feel slightly envious as he gazed at the giant's holy stone. Giant players would face far more difficulties when challenging their promotion quests than human players, but with the Titan bloodline, that difficulty wouldn't be as high. With this bloodline, the promotion quests shouldn't be more difficult than that of ordinary humans. This meant that the experts who became giants could reach far greater heights. Giant players would become terrifying after reaching Tier 5, not to mention Tier 6 inches. The past, one giant expert had reached Tier 5 thanks to a ton of resources from his guild. Whether or not he had been strong enough to contend with Tier 6 god-ranked experts, he had ranked among the top 20 Tier 5 players in God's domain. Those top 20 Tier 5 experts had all worn top-tier equipment, held at least one legendary item, and wielded special legacies. Their combat standards had been at the absolute apex of God's domain, yet this Tier 5 giant expert had forced himself into the top 20 ranks despite carrying 0 legendary items. It was easy to imagine how powerful the giant race was. If possible, Shifeng would convert into a giant, obtaining the Titan bloodline, as well, but he was a guild leader. He had many matters in the game to deal with that required that he remain human. He simply couldn't afford to become a giant. Shifeng then departed from the Great Elder's mansion and headed toward the city hall. This was the main reason that he had activated Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City's resources were far beyond those in the Sea of Trees. The two cities were on entirely different levels. Nearly 10% of the ores and herbs first- and second-rate guilds had required in the past had been sourced from Thunder Axe City. Chapter 2011, Advanced Shop. Shifeng's carriage slowed to a stop before a majestic castle. A steady flow of NPCs entered and left the building, many of which were members of other neutral races. This majestic castle was none other than Thunder Axe City's City Hall, located within the very heart of the city. Tall walls, decorated with divine runes and magic arrays, protected the castle. The wall's defensive capabilities were even beyond Tier 5 NPCs' power. This was the safest location throughout Thunder Axe City. Before Shifeng reached the castle's entrance, a level 180, Tier 3 NPC soldier stopped him. Lord Bronze Legatee, this is an important location in Thunder Axe City. If you wish to enter, you must register first, the Tier 3 NPC soldier respectfully informed Shifeng as he retrieved a magic crystal. I understand. Please register me, then, Shifeng said, nodding. Thunder Axe City's City Hall wasn't like those in other NPC cities. Players could enter city halls in human cities without registering or gaining permission. However, not only did players have to register, but they also had to obtain an ordinary noble rank in the city before they could enter this city hall. Players had to register due to the magic array around the city hall. If the magic array didn't recognize their auras, it would attack and suppress them the moment they entered the building. Security was so strict due to the importance of Thunder Axe City's City Hall. Rather than a city hall, it was more appropriate to view it as a treasury or trade market. The city hall stored all kinds of treasures the giant race had collected since ancient times, including legendary items. Once players became nobles in Thunder Axe City, they could freely trade with the city's giants. The giant race had lived in Thunder Axe City since ancient times, so they had accumulated countless treasures. As long as players had the ability and resources, purchasing a legendary item wouldn't be a problem. This was also why so many players and powers had been adamant in visiting Thunder Axe City in the past. A few superpowers experts had purchased legendary items from the giants back then, while far more had purchased fragmented legendary items. Of course, some superpowers had tried to rob Thunder Axe City's City Hall, but less than a handful had succeeded. Moreover, all of those players had been Tier 6 God-ranked experts. When these God-ranked players had attempted the heist, their guilds had invested a ton of resources and manpower to assist them. Even so, they had only claimed 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items before fleeing for their lives. In doing so, however, these superpowers had earned the city's ire and had been banned from entering Thunder Axe City ever again. The cost of the endeavor simply hadn't been worth the superpowers' investments. The NPC soldier had Shifeng's aura recorded in the system after a short moment, allowing him to enter the city hall. NPCs of various races filled the castle's first-floor hall as they conducted their business with the giants. Although Shifeng wanted to trade with the giants as well, he couldn't even afford an epic item with his current strength and resources. Hence, he glanced at the NPCs before heading toward the castle's second floor. When Shifeng reached the second-floor hall, he noticed far fewer NPCs than on the first floor. There were only several dozen NPC merchants here, all of which sought to purchase the city's land. Suddenly, a beautiful female elf dressed in formal wear approached Shifeng with a smile. She asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service?" "A senior administrator?" Shifeng was slightly surprised when this female elf greeted him. However, he quickly snapped out of his daze and responded, "I wish to purchase some lands and advanced shops in Thunder Axe City. Can you recommend some?" Normally, only the ordinary administrators received visiting players in the city hall, so he had been caught off guard when this senior administrator welcomed him. Although this elven beauty was only a level 200, Tier 3 senior administrator, Shifeng could feel the intense pressure radiating from her. The pressure she gave off was no weaker than Weissman's, who was both White River City's magistrate and a Tier 4 great wizard. This was why elves were so frightening. Even at Tier 3, they could easily cast Tier 4 spells. "Alright, please follow me." The elven administrator nodded and led Shifeng to a reception room on the third floor. Once inside the reception room, the senior administrator handed Shifeng 2 lists. One list contained the city's available plots of land, while the other contained Thunder Axe City's available advanced shops. However, the lists contained very few of both, with less than 50 entries in total. If other players saw these lists, they'd be astounded. Most random NPC cities had more than 500 plots of land for sale, yet Thunder Axe City had less than 50. However, Sherfone was ecstatic to examine the lists. It was already impressive that the two lists had 50 prospects. Thunder Axe City was unique, and its lands weren't easy to purchase. This prevented the various superpowers from monopolizing the city's benefits, giving other powers and players a chance to thrive within the city. A bronze legatee's status in Thunder Axe City sure is high. Sherfone sighed ruefully as he examined the first list. There are actually 19 advanced shops available. When he had been a baron in Thunder Axe City in the past and tried to purchase an advanced shop, he had only been given 12 to choose from. Advanced shops were often available in neutral cities. Like in the Sea of Trees, Thunder Axe City had advanced shops, such as advanced grocery stores, advanced restaurants, advanced smithies, and advanced bars, to offer. However, no power would normally be willing to purchase neutral cities' advanced shops. These advanced shops' incredibly high prices were the first reason. The second reason was advanced shops' lack of use. These shops' main customers were NPCs, not players, and one could only earn coins and other items from NPCs. Typically, this was an ineffective way of doing business since trading coins and items with other players was far more effective. However, Thunder Axe City was a special case. Since it was a resource and trade city, a large number of neutral NPC merchants gathered here. In addition, the local giants harvested the ores and herbs from the Icefire mountain range. As a result, the city offered a wider variety of items, selling these items at far below market value. Unlike in other neutral cities, Thunder Axe City's advanced shops had been quite popular in the past, becoming the main source of resources for God's domain's powers in the city. The various major powers had avoided renting Thunder Axe City's advanced shops because the only type of income they could earn in doing so was coins. It was not possible to conduct business with forms of currency. Hence, the various major powers and merchant players in the past had resorted to purchasing the advanced shops, even if those in the city's outskirts had cost 20,000 gold. No matter how many times I visit Thunder Axe City's city hall, I always feel like a poor bastard here. Sherfone sighed and shook his head as he looked at the prices on the list. The cheapest advanced shop cost more than 20,000 gold. There was also an advanced grocery store that cost 40,000 gold, and a smithy for 53,000 gold. Although both shops were in the city's inner area, both were merely one-star shops. According to Sherfeng's knowledge, the cheapest two-star shop in Thunder Axe City cost 70,000 gold, while those in the city's inner area cost more than 100,000 gold. However, Thunder Axe City rarely sold two-star shops, but when Sherfone read the list's last entry, he was flabbergasted. What? A two-star shop? Chapter 2012, Two-Star Smithy. Sherfone stared at the shop list's last entry with wide eyes. A two-star shop. Thunder Axe City did have a few two-star shops, but they were beyond players' reach. Even a viscount would have to get lucky to secure an opportunity to purchase a two-star shop, much less a baron. Could this be a reward for being the first person to purchase an advanced shop? Sherfone doubted that the bronze legatee title would grant him such an amazing benefit, allowing him to purchase two-star shops in the city. After giving the matter some thought, he realized that this must be a reward for being the first player to purchase an advanced shop. The difference between a one-star and a two-star shop was practically negligible for players in other super large-scale neutral cities, but it was a different story in Thunder Axe City. Here, the difference between a one-star shop and two-star shop was like the difference between a town and a city. Two-star shops were more attractive to NPCs than their one-star counterparts. NPCs typically viewed two-star shops as more valuable and reliable, so they favored shops with higher star ranks. Two-star shops also operated on a different scale than one-star shops, but this was beyond just the physical size of the shop. More importantly, higher-ranked shops could handle larger transactions with NPCs. Each transaction with NPCs in one-star shops could only reach a maximum value of 50 gold, whereas two-star shops' transactions could reach a maximum of 300 gold, a six-fold increase. After factoring in NPCs' increased interest in conducting business with 2-star shops, the difference between ranks was clear. Hence, Thunder Axe City's 2-star advanced shops were extremely valuable. Countless guilds had dreamed of purchasing their own, but very few had actually succeeded. Most powers had been limited to 1-star shops, slowly upgrading them to 2-star status. However, in God's domain, once one fell behind, making a recovery became intensely challenging. Meanwhile, the various large guilds dreamed of purchasing 2-star shops to ensure the upgrade to 3-stat status. NPC cities could only have a limited number of 3-star advanced shops at a time. Once this limit had been reached, the 2-star shops that met the requirements for an upgrade could only become 3-star shops after surpassing another 3-star shop's transaction volume. Unfortunately, surpassing a 3-star shop's transaction volume was nearly impossible for a 2-star shop. When a 2-star shop completed its promotion to 3-star status, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, increasing its maximum transaction value to 1,000 gold. Although the increase ratio wasn't as great as that between a 1-star and 2-star shop, it was a major turning point. Once a shop reached this maximum transaction value, Thunder Axe City's nobles would visit to conduct business. The items these nobles possessed was far beyond that of ordinary NPCs. A noble's every item was valuable and precious. Upgrading a 1-star shop to 2-star status in Thunder Axe City cost a lot of time and resources. By the time one completed the upgrade, those who had purchased 2-star shops would have already upgraded to 3-star status. Trying to contest for the limited 3-star shop slots would become atrociously difficult at that point. This was also why Shadow had only possessed a 2-star shop in Thunder Axe City during Shifeng's previous life. As far as he could remember, only superpowers and a few first-rate guilds had secured 3-star shops in the city, and ordinary first-rate guilds had no hope of competing for a slot. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised to find that he could purchase a 2-star shop right off the bat? Moreover, the 2-star shop in question was an advanced smithy. Naturally, smithies were the most valuable to God's domain's guilds among the various advanced shops. This was the case due to the specialized transactions each type of shop conducted with NPCs. NPCs that visited smithies were generally there to order custom weapons and equipment. Moreover, these NPCs would prepare their own materials, including rare forging materials that players could obtain by operating a smithy. In addition, ordinary NPCs and NPC merchants frequently sold their ores to smithies, making these advanced shops the perfect place to obtain materials. Lord Bronze Legatee, are any of these lands and shops to your liking? The elven administrator asked curiously after Shifeng's long moment of silence. If nothing here interests you, you may return next week. We should have others who want to sell their properties at that time. No, I'm very satisfied with what I've seen. I'll take these 5 plots of land and these 2 shops, Shifeng said as he pointed to the inner area lands and outer area shops. Since he was only a baron, he could only purchase lands and shops in the city's inner and outer areas. Moreover, very few lands in the inner area were available to him, and they weren't in optimal locations. As for advanced shops, a baron was only allowed to purchase those in the city's outer area. Only viscounts and above had access to advanced shops in the inner area. However, this discovery relieved Shifeng. If he had only been offered advanced shops in the city's inner area, he'd only be able to purchase the 2-star smithy along the city's edge with the money he had on him. Even so, the 2-star smithy already cost him 90,000 gold, and the 1-star potion shop he had selected cost 47,000 gold. Very well. The total for these 5 lands and 2 shops comes to 206,000 gold. The 11 beauty joyfully exclaimed after swiftly completing her calculations. If first-rate guilds upper echelons saw Shifeng spend over 200,000 gold on 2 shops and 5 lands, they'd think that he'd lost his mind. With so much money, one could purchase more than 10 plots of land in the heart of a kingdom's capital. However, Shifeng paid the 206,000 gold without hesitation. Rather, he found the price quite reasonable. While this investment might not yield any short-term returns, the profits would be well worth the cost once players entered the game's later stages. Shifeng had only brought a little over 170,000 gold with him when he had set out on his exploration quest. He had also spent over 20,000 gold in Glory Town. Fortunately, while he had been gone, the guild had accumulated over 70,000 gold in savings, despite Zero Wing's continued expansion. He just barely had enough to settle the bill. He wouldn't have much left after this transaction. A short moment later, the elven administrator revealed 7 deeds and handed them to Shifeng. Once he verified that everything was correct, Shifeng set off toward his new advanced shops. He stored 5,000 gold in each shop for NPC transactions. With his tasks completed, Shifeng didn't linger in Thunder Axe City. He used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Contrary to his expectations, Shifeng didn't find White River City in desolation upon his return. Now Zero Wing had temporarily withdrawn from the struggle in the Witch's Hill. Its prestige in Starmoon City had fallen, but as he wandered White River City streets, he noticed that the city's population had increased yet again. Shifeng saw countless players from large guilds on his way to the Candlelight trading firm. These guild players wandered the city with enthusiasm, making up roughly 10% of the players on the streets. White River City had already become a major city with a player population of over 10 million. 10% of that equated over 1 million guild players, a significant number. Melancholic, has something happened in White River City? Why are there so many players from other guilds? Shifeng asked. Melancholic smile after returning to the Candlelight trading firm and storing the Titan ore he had obtained during his exploration quest. Nothing has happened recently, Melancholic smile answered, smiling bitterly. So many guild players are here due to the losses our guild suffered in the Witch's Hill thanks to the Starlight Alliance. After our withdrawal, the Alliance called us out to fight in an all-out war. If we refuse, the Starlight Alliance will slay every player in Zero Wing City. Our guild members have been fighting the Alliance's members all over the kingdom, but the results aren't pleasing. Because of this, every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom thinks that it has a chance of taking over White River City. They're all preparing to do so. These guilds really know how to take advantage of an opportunity. Shifeng could not help but chuckle upon hearing Melancholic Smile's report. Since the Starlight Alliance wants a fight to the death in the Witch's Hill, I'll grant their wish. Notify Aqua immediately and have her gather 1,000 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Berserkers in White River City's residence. I'll notify her right away, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Chapter 2013, Advanced Abilities Activated. After assigning Melancholic Smile's tasks, Shifeng departed from the Candlelight trading firm and headed to White River City's library. He had been bound by the soul chain all this time, and no matter how he looked at it, finding the mysterious NPC that had appeared in Blackwing City was simply unrealistic. Even if he found the NPC, he'd have to avoid the man. Not even Charlene, who had been a Tier 5 red official, had been able to stop him. How was a Tier 2 player like himself supposed to deal with the NPC? The true goal of his quest wasn't to locate the mysterious NPC, but to collect enough mysterious flames to gain control of the soul fire. While Aqua Rose gathered the necessary manpower, he could take advantage of this time to enlist Charlene's help with absorbing the fallen earth fire, which he had obtained during his exploration quest. Although Tier 2 players weren't as rare anymore, they still made up a small minority of God's Domain's players. This was the case for Zero Wing, as well. Gathering 1,000 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Berserkers would take Aqua Rose some time. Meanwhile, after Melancholic Smile relayed Shifeng's words to Aqua Rose began to secretly gather Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts from the Ore Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. She instructed her chosen experts to teleport directly to White River City's residence. Unfortunately, despite the care she used while performing her task, news of her actions soon reached the kingdom's various major powers. Starmoon City, Star Alliance's residence. Guild leader, we've just received news. Zero Wing is gathering 1,000 Tier 2 experts in White River City. We do not know what the guild plans to do with them yet, Purple Eye reported as she entered the guild leader's office. Although more players had been completing their Tier 2 promotion quests, there still weren't many Tier 2 players in the game. Take the Star Alliance, for example. Despite being a first-rate guild, it just barely had 3,000 Tier 2 players. The fact that Zero Wing was gathering 1,000 of these experts warranted scrutiny. 1,000 Tier 2 experts? Galaxy Past considered the situation carefully, muttering, could Zero Wing be preparing to move against the Starlight Alliance? Currently, Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers were eagerly preparing for battle, and Zero Wing's sudden withdrawal from the Witch's Hill was the reason for this. In addition, the Starlight Alliance's reputation had received a massive boost due to the sudden development. If Zero Wing did not put a stop to this, it might lose its position as the kingdom's overlord. God's domain had changed, and more Tier 2 players surfaced each day. While Zero Wing might have a lot of these experts, the difference between their count and the total number of Tier 2 players in the kingdom was titanic. Zero Wing wouldn't be able to maintain its dominance over the kingdom if its development stagnated. Even the various superpowers faced such a problem. Hence, for a considerable period in the immediate future, God's domains, kingdoms and empires would enter an era of strife. It would no longer be possible for a single power to monopolize a country. The various superpowers could only maintain their advantages and their current status in their territories. That can't be possible, right? Zero Wing intends to strike out against the Starlight Alliance now. Purple Eye was astonished by Galaxy Past's guess. Doesn't Zero Wing know that the top adventurer team, War Riders, secretly partnered with the Alliance? If a fight breaks out, Zero Wing will suffer. The War Riders were a mercenary-like adventurer team. It was one of the few adventurer teams in God's domain that had tens of thousands of members. As long as one paid enough, the War Riders would move against any power. Superpowers were no exception. In a past virtual reality game, a guild had hired the War Riders to attack the Super Guild, Battle Wolves. Of course, they didn't target the entire guild, simply one of the branch guilds. Even so, the Battle Wolves' first guild leader managed that branch guild, and it wasn't to be trifled with. However, the War Riders had paid no heed to the guild's strength. They had initiated a war without hesitation, and although the Battle Wolves had pummeled the War Riders in the end, the Super Guild had suffered significant losses. Because of the assault, the Battle Wolves still had a bounty out on the adventurer team. The War Riders hadn't changed after joining God's domain, and as time passed, both its reputation and its strength grew. As a result, many independent experts that wanted to earn some side income sought to join the adventurer team. After all, the War Riders' sole goal was earning money. Members of the War Riders had no obligations and responsibilities to the team. Just some time ago, the War Riders' member count had exceeded 30,000. Now, it was already considered a super, large-scale adventurer team, and many first-rate guilds feared its overall strength. I don't know. I can never tell what Black Flame is thinking, but he's preparing for something. However, with the War Riders' participation, the Starlight Alliance should maintain its status quo even if Zero Wing prepares for an assault. We should use this opportunity to further our development in the kingdom's various cities, Galaxy Past said, chuckling as he shook his head. The various major powers had been busy trying to solidify their positions lately. Now that the sudden development in Star Moon Kingdom troubled Zero Wing, this was the perfect opportunity for the Star Alliance to become the kingdom's #1 guild. Meanwhile, the kingdom's other major powers concocted their own schemes. As soon as the Starlight Alliance defeated Zero Wing, they would spread their influence throughout the various NPC cities, especially White River City, the kingdom's most populated city. As Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers planned and prepared, Shifeng arrived before White River City's library. The library had changed drastically due to the city's latest promotion. Now, it looked more like a castle than a library. A large number of magical class players had gathered at the building, many here because of quests. So many magical class players had come here to quest due to the library's new function, Magic Walkthrough. This function gave players access to the gigantic, magic water globe in the center of the library, allowing them to learn the double casting technique. Not many magical class experts had mastered the double casting technique at this stage of the game, but now that the system provided a tutorial, magical class players swarmed to take advantage of the opportunity. However, using the magic water globe required library contribution points and magic crystals. The required magic crystals were a small matter for magic class experts, but the library contribution points could only be obtained by completing the library's quests. Hence, so many magical class players eagerly quested at the library. After a brief look at the library's first-floor hall, Shifeng made his way to the Star Moon Hall on the library's top floor. As always, Charlene sat in the hall reading some tome. She only set the book down after noticing Shifeng before she began to draw the magic array that would help him absorb the fallen earth fire. Once the magic array took shape, Shifeng retrieved the fallen earth fire and wrapped the soul fire's scorching flames around it. However, fusing with the fallen earth fire proved far more difficult than fusing with the purple thunder flame. This time, Shifeng felt as if he were trying to wrap a sheet of paper around a bonfire. His control of the soul fire had to be precise. The slightest mistake could throw the process off balance, which would cause the fusion to fail. After 32 subsequent failures, Shifeng finally encased the fallen earth fire in soul fire successfully. The moment the fusion succeeded, flames devoured his body. He felt the flames burn and sting his flesh as he succumbed to a splitting headache. Shortly after, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully fused the fallen earth fire and activated the soul fire's advanced abilities. Chapter 2014, Soul Cleansing. I still don't have full control. When Shifeng heard the system notification, he was disappointed. This soul fire really is troublesome. He could only shed his worries about the soul chain by gaining full control of the soul fire. However, he hadn't expected 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to not be enough. Tier 3 mysterious flames were as valuable as fragmented legendary items. It was easy to imagine how hard they were to obtain, yet the system informed him that he needed more. Who knew when he would encounter another Tier 3 mysterious flame? It really is surprising that you managed to obtain 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames in such a short time. Although you haven't gained full control over the soul fire, fusing it with 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames has increased your compatibility with it. Now, you won't have to worry about the soul chain's corrosion for another 300 days, Charlene, who wore a crimson dress, said and nodded approvingly as she watched Shifeng. Moreover, there are benefits to being compatible with the soul fire, so don't look so dejected. Benefits? Shifeng muttered skeptically as he gazed at the blue fire enveloping his body. He didn't understand how the soul fire's present state could benefit him in any way. His entire body stung with pain. Any ordinary player would wail like a ghost if they were in his position, but even though he could endure the pain, it made concentrating difficult. At this moment, he'd likely even fail to execute the simplest combat technique. Learn to appreciate what you have. The soul fire is currently cleansing your soul, Charlene explained as she rolled her eyes at Shifeng. This is soul cleansing? Charlene's words astonished Shifeng. So, this is the soul fire's advanced ability? He had heard about soul cleansing during his previous life. It was one of the few methods to improve players' concentration attribute. If ranked by importance, one could argue that concentration stood above stamina. When players fought in God's domain, they used 2 hidden attributes, stamina and concentration. In the event of stamina exhaustion, players would lose the ability to move. In the case of concentration depletion, players would pass out. God's domain provided far fewer methods of increasing one's concentration than those available for improving stamina, which was one of the reasons that the former was more important. Generally, players' concentration only improved when they increased their basic attributes, and Tier's concentration's ability to affect a player's mental state was another reason. Players had only discovered this quite some time after God's domain had launched. This effect was similar to the experience players had when in areas with high mana density. In truth, players felt more comfortable around denser mana due to the mana elevating their concentration. In other words, higher concentration allowed players to focus and maintain their calm more easily. The higher a player's concentration was, the more physical control they'd have. This was the third, and most important, reason. Players could manipulate their physical limits more easily, which was why, after reaching higher tiers, players could execute actions or techniques that their bodies couldn't previously handle. For example, a Tier 2 player might struggle to master a complex advanced combat technique, but could do so after reaching Tier 3. These were the reasons that all of God's domain's experts had frantically sought to improve their concentration in Shifeng's previous life. Unfortunately, the available methods to do so were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. The various superpowers would have even gone to war over a discovered method in the past. There had been multiple instances of items that could increase concentration appearing in the dark auction. The various superpowers had even willingly traded fragmented legendary items for items that only granted a 5% boost to concentration. They had even exchanged fragmented legendary weapons for items that granted a 10% boost without hesitation. As far as Sherfong could remember, soul cleansing provided between 5% and 15% more concentration. He had never dreamed that he'd get to experience the phenomenon now. After 10 minutes or so, the blue flames finally subsided. When they did, Sherfong felt more refreshed than he ever had before. Both his physical control and mental clarity had improved drastically. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Swords Transmigration. Mesmerizing stars twinkled around Sherfong. If ordinary players were to see this scene, they'd assume that he had used some skill rather than a combat technique. Amazing. Sherfeng's eyes glowed with excitement as he stared at the sacred sword in his hand. When he had used Swords Transmigration in the past, the bronze combat technique had taken a massive toll on his stamina and concentration. He could only execute the technique about 20 times before it affected his physical performance. However, not only could he execute Swords Transmigration with greater precision after undergoing the soul cleansing, but his stamina and concentration consumption had decreased as well. Now, he estimated that he could execute Swords Transmigration 30 times before it affected his performance. This improvement was simply terrifying. Moreover, his sword slashes were visibly faster and nimbler than before. He had only been able to alter his swing 4 times before, and only 5 times when he fought in peak condition, but now, he could execute 5 alterations without reaching his limits. Sherfong felt as if he could fight a domain realm expert without losing ground, even without relying on Swords Transmigration, and when both combatants' basic attributes were equal. Once Sherfong finished reveling in his recent improvements, he left the library and made his way to the guild residence. By now, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in Zero Wing's residence, waiting in the second-floor hall. Why did the vice guild leader suddenly recall so many of us? Are we going to attack the Starlight Alliance? That's likely. However, we won't be able to take out those monster players with just shield warriors and berserkers. Maybe we're going on a quest. Many of these Tier 2 experts were curious about Aqua Rose's sudden summons, and they all discussed the situation as they waited. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members felt a surge of motivation after witnessing so many expert players gather. They hadn't realized that their guild had so many Tier 2 experts. If there were already 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers, it was easy to imagine how many more Tier 2 experts were in Zero Wing. Moreover, every one of these Tier 2 players had already reached level 60. Only peak experts had reached such a high level thus far. Many peak experts from first-rate guilds had only recently reached level 60. Guild leader, everyone's here, Aqua Rose said as Sherfong entered the guild hall. Worriedly, she continued, but, guild leader, do you intend to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill? I have seen those monster players' strength. Without berserk skills, our Tier 2 experts have no hope against them. Those monster players? Shaking his head, Sherfong said, no, that's not the plan. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they faced the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill now, they'd be at a severe disadvantage. If they wanted to defeat the Alliance, they had to accumulate enough magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. My target is the Starlight Alliance's WildhammerTown, Sherfong declared. Notify everyone to prepare master regeneration potions. Those that don't have any can collect some from the guild warehouse. Once they're ready, send them to teleport to Zero Wing City. Chapter 2015, Approaching Storm. WildhammerTown. Aqua Rose was stunned to hear Sherfeng's target. WildhammerTown was one of the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. It was also the town that Knight's Judgment poured its resources into developing. At this point, the town had as many as 12 defense turrets. How were they supposed to capture the town with just 1,000 Tier 2 players? WildhammerTown doesn't need to exist anymore. Sherfong nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Sherfong, Aqua Rose recognized his determination. She was at a loss for words. Zero Wing had never tried to stop any of the large guilds from developing in the Witch's Hill. After all, the more popular the Witch's Hill became, the more of an asset it would be to Zero Wing. However, not only had the Starlight Alliance openly declared war on Zero Wing, but it had also made multiple attempts to provoke the guild. It was only natural that Zero Wing issue a response. Unfortunately, WildhammerTown's defenses easily surpassed those of a basic town. Even several tens of thousands of elite and expert players might not be enough to capture a normally fortified basic town, much less WildhammerTown, which the Starlight Alliance had invested a ton of resources and manpower into. When Shifeng finished speaking, he turned on his heel and headed toward the guild warehouse, leaving behind a worried Aqua Rose in the guild hall's threshold. Aqua Rose promptly recovered and notified the 1000 Tier 2 experts of Shifeng's instructions. She had them collect their master regeneration potions and teleport to Zero Wing City. Shortly after the Tier 2 experts left, a few spies hiding in Zero Wing reported to their superiors in the various large guilds. What? Zero Wing plans to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill? It seems we'll get an interesting show in the Witch's Hill soon. Notify our guild members. Everyone is to prepare to move at a moment's notice. Once Zero Wing has been defeated, we'll attack its guild members in the fields. We cannot let the kingdom's other guilds steal this opportunity to make a name for themselves. When the various major powers' upper echelons learned that the 1,000-man team of Tier 2 experts in Zero Wing's White River City residence had teleported to Zero Wing City, they knew that the guild had gotten serious. They immediately commanded their guild members to prepare for Zero Wing's defeat. When news of Zero Wing's movements reached the Starlight Alliance, the allied guilds made their own preparations. Zero Wing is finally on the move. Zero Wing is, after all, Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. To protect its reputation, Zero Wing must fight us. How could it continue in the kingdom if it hides like a coward? Notify the war riders. Tell them to gather in the Witch's Hill. We have so many monster players and experts on our side. Including the war riders, who are equipped for large-scale field combat, will force Zero Wing into ruin. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't surrender too quickly. I don't want our plan to whittle down Zero Wing's main force to go to waste. In that case, we should deliberately act weak and let Zero Wing assume that victory is within its grasp. That way, we'll be able to sap away the guild's strength. Right. Let's do that. Notify our teams to hold back a little. However, they are to kill as many players wielding magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices as possible. The various representatives in the Starlight Alliance's meeting voiced their opinions. Soon, they all reached a consensus and decided to toy with Zero Wing on the battlefield for a time. The experts from the Starlight Alliance's dozen or so member guilds gathered in the Witch's Hill. At the same time, a large group of players from the War Riders Adventurer team appeared in Zero Wing City. Despite being Adventurer team members, these players moved with the discipline of guild players. Not only were all of them level 57 or higher, but they also had over 1,000 Tier 2 players with them. It wasn't long before the players in the teleportation hall noticed these Adventurer team members. Zero Wing? I've been hearing this name for so long. Hopefully, the guild isn't too disappointing, a level 60, Tier 2 Guardian Knight muttered as he exited the teleportation array and glanced over Zero Wing City's teleportation hall, a hint of excitement shining in his eyes. When Adventurer team experts in the hall noticed this cloaked shield warrior with a mana-imbued shield in the hall, they gasped. Why is Roaring Flame here? Are the War Riders participating in the guild war? Many experts were shocked as they stared at this unruly, middle-aged man. The War Riders Adventurer team was among the best adventurer teams in God's domain right now. Roaring Flame, the War Riders commander, even ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain's experts list. Countless adventurer team players in God's Domain revered him as an idol. With the War Riders' sudden appearance in a backwater area like Star Moon Kingdom, why wouldn't these players be surprised? For a time, tension shot through Zero Wing City due to the War Riders' presence. Zero Wing's members were particularly concerned when they saw the War Riders' multiple 1,000-man teams marching through the city streets. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's residence, Guild leader, members of the War Riders adventurer team have appeared in Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose reported to Shifeng. I suspect that the Starlight Alliance has invited them here. Why don't we eliminate them? She was quite familiar with the War Riders adventurer Tarn. Unlike orthodox adventurer teams, the War Riders operated like a band of mercenaries. Not only were the adventurer team's members individually powerful, but they were also particularly adept in large-scale combat as a team. The War Riders had proved their capacity for top-notch battle strategies and formations that allowed the team members to exhibit greater strength than it should reasonably be able to. Many superpowers had suffered significant losses at the War Riders' hands. In Aqua Rose's opinion, the fact that the War Riders had arrived in Zero Wing City spelled nothing good for the guild. If the adventurer team wanted to develop in the Witch's Hill, it should seek permission from Zero Wing first. The fact that the adventurer team hadn't meant that it was under the Starlight Alliance's employ. Meanwhile, now that the War Riders were inside Zero Wing City, the guild had the home ground advantage. This was the perfect opportunity to remove the adventurer team from the equation. With Zero Wing's defenses, not even the infamous War Riders had any hope of leaving the city alive. Forget it. Even though they have allied with the Starlight Alliance, they haven't openly opposed us. If we kill them in Zero Wing City, it will only cause a panic among the independent players and various adventurer teams in the city, which would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Roaring Flame should have considered this, in Shifeng's opinion, so the man teleported to Zero Wing City alongside his teammates. Shifeng had to admit that the Roaring Flame was a calculating individual. It was no wonder why the War Riders had become one of God's domain's true top adventurer teams in the past, an existence that even the various superpowers had feared. I guess you're right, but I don't like the idea of letting them take advantage of us, Aqua Rose grumbled, frustrated. Despite the War Riders' bold use of their teleportation services, they couldn't do anything about it. Take advantage of us? Shifeng laughed. Our services are not that easy to take advantage of. Renew the teleportation settings. For today only, adjust Zero Wing City's teleportation fees to their maximum. The War Riders can use our services as much as they want to. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Aqua Rose joyfully replied. If they adjusted the teleportation fee to the maximum, even Tier 2 experts would wince at the expense. Chapter 2016, Giant Conversion. Zero Wing, 4 Towers of Elements. Due to the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation ability and the Witch's Hill's popularity, an extraordinarily large number of players gathered at the towers to use the teleportation service each day. Even though the Starlight Alliance had placed a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City, such teleportation seals could only be maintained for a certain time. Constant seals didn't exist. Hence, for the sake of safe and convenient travel, players still visited the 4 Towers of Elements. However, the players currently visiting the towers were in an uproar. What's going on? Why is the teleportation fee suddenly so expensive? I'm only traveling within the Witch's Hill map, yet I have to pay more than 1 gold. This is daylight robbery. Even as a Tier 2 player, I only earn 1 or 2 gold coins in profit per day in the Witch's Hill. Has Zero Wing gone insane? The players visiting the 4 Towers of Elements heatedly debated over the sudden increase in teleportation fees. Meanwhile, the multiple 1,000-man teams that had lined up in one of the towers was just as stunned by the Discovery Commander. Zero Wing is too sinister. It raised the teleportation fee. We have 20,000 people that need to travel, which will cost more than 23,000 gold in total. Zero Wing has done this on purpose. A female, Tier 2 Cursemancer in a set of grey robes fumed as she complained to Roaring Flame. Although their adventurer team had a lot of members, they didn't have nearly as many funds as a first-rate guild. Currently, they had only saved up around 70,000 gold in their shared warehouse. If they spent over 23,000 gold on teleportation fees, they would lose over 1/3 of their adventurer team's liquid funds, significantly impacting their ability to purchase resources and nurture new members. It seems Zero Wing has noticed us, but this type of greeting is certainly unorthodox, Roaring Flame said, laughing. Since Zero Wing doesn't want to allow us to teleport out of the city, we'll walk. Zero Wing is cowardly. It is afraid of us working with the Starlight Alliance against its forces, so it has used this plan deliberately to buy time, the level 59, Tier 2 Cursemancer asked, clicking her tongue. I had thought Zero Wing was a mysterious and powerful guild, but it seems that there's nothing really special about it after all. Does Zero Wing really think delaying us will change anything? With no other choice, the War Riders left Zero Wing City through the city's entrance. Meanwhile, a 100-man team stood on the top floor of the tower the War Riders had left. Although these team members had hidden under black cloaks, their auras were intense enough to drive Tier 2 players away. If Shifeng were present, he would have noticed that this 100-man team consisted of Blackwater's Heavenly Eagle Legion, established by Wuxia. Quite a few of these players were Refinement Realm experts, and Snow Scar, the leader of the team, had recently risen through the ranks on the God's Domains experts list, earning the title of Spear Demon. So, it's true, as the report stated, the War Riders have joined the Starlight Alliance. Zero Wing is in for a tough fight. Zero Wing is pitiful. It's going to lose its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild before we even have a chance to take action. That's right. Sin Realm has deep connections with Beast Emperor, so the guild has gotten its hands on the power to transform players into monsters. Based on what we've learned, the Star Alliance has prepared over 3,000 monster players to ensure Zero Wing's destruction. It's also dispatched another 20,000 experts, and the War Riders are providing reinforcements. As long as Zero Wing leaves this city, the Starlight Alliance will devour it. I've heard that Roaring Flame, the War Riders' commander, is exceptionally strong. Seeing him now, he truly seems powerful. It's no wonder why he dared to reject the Vice Guild leader's recruitment offer. Seeing his strength makes me want to challenge him to a duel. I'd rather duel Black Flame. I want to see if he is as powerful as the rumors make him out to be. Alright, enough. Don't forget our task. As the discussion reached a tipping point, Snow Scar interjected. Everyone on the team immediately shut their mouths. Unlike when the Heavenly Eagle Legion had initially been established, this team was convinced of Snow Scar's strength and followed his leadership obediently. Head to your respective positions and wait. Be prepared to act as soon as Zero Wing sends its army out of Zero Wing City. Snow Scar snapped through the team chat. Whether Zero Wing wins or loses, we are going to sever its income source. Understood. The team members then split up and headed toward each of the elemental towers. Once they received the command, they'd destroy Zero Wing City's 4 towers of elements, the city's greatest income source. Zero Wing. Although our plan is despicable, you only have yourself to blame for standing in Blackwater's way. Snow Scar glanced at the distant Zero Wing residence one final time before heading to his appointed location. While the various major powers were paying close attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's residence. Even now, they didn't know why Shifeng had called them there, and they couldn't help but discuss the situation amongst themselves. They had only fallen quiet after Shifeng and Aqua Rose had entered the hall. Since everyone here is a core member of our guild, I'll just come out with it. We want you to fulfill a specific task, but it requires that you convert to the giant race, gaining far greater strength. If you do not wish to convert, you may leave. I'll find a replacement later. If there are no problems, line up before me to complete the conversion, Shifeng stated after sweeping a glance over the players in the hall. Convert to the giant race? Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Shifeng's intentions. She knew a little about race conversion, so she understood the benefits of converting to a neutral race, especially the giants. The giant race had been fathered by the Titans and wielded incredibly strong combat power. The giants were far superior to humans. However, a race conversion wasn't accomplished so easily. The players in the hall remained silent for some time, but once they recovered from their daze, they expressed their shock. They were all core members, so they knew about the benefits of converting to a neutral race, not to mention the legendary giant race. The giants were a mysterious race and even more powerful than beastkin and half-elves. After a moment of processing Shifeng's offer, they rushed to line up before their guild leader, hoping to be the first to become a giant. Seeing his players' excitement regarding the conversion, Shifeng retrieved the giant's holy stone and began to change the players before him. After 10 minutes or so, all 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers had become 4-meter-tall giants, and with so many of them, the hall seemed a little crowded. So strong. Aqua Rose exclaimed as she examined the giant players. She could feel an intense pressure radiating from every one of the Tier 2 giants. With all 1,000 in one place, their combined aura was astounding good. Let's head to WildhammerTown and pay the Starlight Alliance a visit. Shifeng nodded approvingly at the 1,000 Tier 2 giants before him. He then activated Spatial Gate, opening a teleportation gate that led to WildhammerTown's area. Chapter 2017, Giant Raid Witch's Hill, WildhammerTown. Due to its proximity to the Million Forest, which made travel to the Otherworld Gate considerably easier, and the investments from multiple corporations, WildhammerTown's player population had grown past 600,000. Player shops filled the town alongside the variety of virtual stores, which were run by real-world corporations. The town was no less prosperous than a minor NPC town. Since the Starlight Alliance was growing stronger, the number of merchant players and adventurer teams visiting the town continued to increase. Sooner or later, WildhammerTown would become the main hub for players wanting to grind in the Million Forest. Although the town had to deal with the occasional monster siege, the Starlight Alliance had solid fortifications. Despite being a basic town, WildhammerTown was surrounded by tall, solid walls, and over a dozen defense turrets and another dozen or so arrow towers had been built along the walls. The Starlight Alliance had also ensured that more than 20,000 players protected the town constantly. With all these defenses, not even the Witch's Hill's monsters could cause any damage. Moreover, the guilds that made up the Starlight Alliance had constructed more than a dozen temporary guild residences. Even in the event that the town's defenses failed to repel an enemy invasion, the guilds could easily call in more than 100,000 players as reinforcements at a moment's notice. One could say that WildhammerTown was the safest town in Starmoon Kingdom. As the sun set, the afterglow gradually covered the earth as darkness began to awake from its slumber. Currently, a robust man carrying a silver longbow climbed atop one of WildhammerTown's defense turrets and quietly observed the distant forest. The 6-man party that guarded the turret stopped slacking the moment they noticed this man, growing nervous. Although this Tier 2 ranger was only level 57, an insignificant level in a guild like Knight's Judgment since so many Tier 2 players had already reached level 58 and beyond. The 6-man party only had admiration and respect for the man before him. This man was one of the only 6 players in Knight's Judgment that had obtained an advanced legacy. He was also the only expert in the guild to complete the Hell Mode promotion quest. He had been dubbed Soul Chaser in Starmoon Kingdom 8 Feathers. Anyone who had challenged the Tier 2 promotion quest understood how difficult the quest was. A lot of players had to spend a long time preparing for the normal mode promotion quest. Some expert players had even failed their promotion quests after reaching their current levels, still stuck at Tier 1. The Hell Mode promotion quest was practically a legend among players right now, yet 8 Feathers had completed it some time ago. The ranger had sparred with Sin Realm's famous 7 great experts. Although he hadn't defeated any of them, he hadn't lost either. Sin Realm's 7 great experts ranked at the very peak of Purple Thorns Kingdom's players, but unlike these experts, 8 Feathers was still in his early 20s. He still had plenty of time for growth. The forest seems pretty quiet today. I doubt we'll see any monster sieges, 8 Feathers said, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the forest. The 6 players on duty nodded in approval. They were also disappointed with the lack of activity. Although fending off monster sieges was troublesome, it was an opportunity to obtain treasures and train. The players on duty yesterday were so lucky. They got to participate in a monster siege. Why don't we get to have any fun? I've heard that Commander 8 made a killing yesterday. He even managed to obtain a piece of level 55 secret silver equipment and over 20 primordial crystal fragments. I heard the same. The players on duty also earned 2 or 3 fragments each. They're so lucky. With a few more fragments, they can synthesize them into a full crystal and upgrade their guild mounts to bronze rank. The Bronze Guild mount's speed and appearances are to die for. I wonder when I'll get to synthesize my own crystal. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Zero Wing has decided to fight the Starlight Alliance. Once it's defeated, the Witch's Hill's resources will be ours for the taking. Obtaining a primordial crystal will be a piece of cake. I guess you're right. But isn't Zero Wing full of itself? Just because it is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, it is taking us lightly. Doesn't the guild realize that we've entered a new era? Tier 2 players have already become commonplace. With how few Tier 2 experts Zero Wing has, how could it suppress the dozen or so guilds in the Starlight Alliance? When the plays atop the defense turret spoke about Zero Wing, they could not help but laugh at and ridicule the guild's ignorance. Even now, it tried to cling to its past achievements however, as these players began to discuss where they should go to grind for primordial crystal fragments, a spatial tear suddenly opened near the town's main entrance, adding a bizarre effect to the reddening sky. The spatial tear continued to grow until it formed a black hole. Once the black hole had stabilized, a figure emerged and stepped onto WildhammerTown's main street. A monster siege? Watching from the defense turrets, the players on duty didn't have a clear view of the figure. They could only see the invader's enormous framer. This invader was far larger than the players wandering the streets, so the watching players assumed that it must be a monster. No. That marker. That guy's a player. 8 Feathers, who had incredible sight, exclaimed as he shook his head, his expression grim. The invader was 4 meters tall and radiated an aura resembling that of a wild beast. No matter how he considered the situation, this invader would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the invading player was level 60, which only peak experts had reached at this stage of the game. This only solidified the idea that this player wasn't to be trifled with. Shortly after the first giant appeared, more began to emerge from the black hole. In a brief moment, several dozen giant players graced WildhammerTown streets. Most importantly, these giant players wore the 6-winged emblem of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's members dare to trespass in our WildhammerTown? Are they that tired of living? Commander, let's blast them to smithereens. No matter how powerful players were, they were still players. Against the defense turrets, they were little more than cannon fodder. The fact that Zero Wing's members had grown larger only made them easier targets. The defense turret's AoE is too large. There are other players on the street. With so few of them, the NPC soldiers and patrol squads can deal with them easily enough. 8 Feathers said the defense turret's attacks did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they accidentally bombarded bystanders, it would be very bad for the town's reputation. Rather than using the defense turrets, it was wiser to let the several thousand NPC soldiers and 20,000 player guards deal with these intruders. Furthermore, Zero Wing had only arrived with several dozen members. They didn't need to employ the defense turrets for such a small force. However, when one of Knight's Judgment's patrol squads reached Zero Wing's giant players, one of Zero Wing's massive members executed a Tier 1 whirlwind slash with his battle axe. The impact threw 10 or so players from the 100-man team over a dozen yards away. The squad's Tier 2 players remained standing, but for Tier 1 players, only those that wore plate armor had survived the attack. The rest had died instantly, their bodies transforming into streaks of light before disappearing. Chapter 2018, Battle at Wildhammer. Due to the frightening power the axe-wielding giant player had just displayed, the bystanders on the street had fallen silent. When they looked at the shattered ground beneath the giant player's feet, they could not help but grow nervous. So strong. Zero Wing isn't seriously attacking WildhammerTown, is it? Has Zero Wing gone insane? It actually dares to attack WildhammerTown directly? If they had been confused about why such a small group from Zero Wing had appeared in WildhammerTown, they weren't now. Zero Wing intended to strike out against the Starlight Alliance, and it would use WildhammerTown to do it, the Alliance's most important base. Just as the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, Zero Wing's Tier 2 giant players annihilated the first 100-man patrol squad that had greeted them. Even Knight's Judgment's Tier 2 players fell helplessly before the giant berserkers. After witnessing the giant players' combat power, the bystanders fled the scene, only daring to watch the battle from a long, safe distance. Commander, the bystanders have left the battlefield. Should we open fire? One of the players on duty at the defense turret turned to 8 Feathers, asking for confirmation. Zero Wing's giant players had displayed far greater combat power than they had expected. The patrol squad had consisted of 100 elite and expert players from Knight's Judgment, yet these several dozen intruders had wiped out the squad in less than 10 seconds. The giant players' mighty strength had carved out numerous craters on the town's main street. If these players were allowed to wreak havoc, WildhammerTown would suffer significant damage. Sure enough, Zero Wing has come prepared. Open fire. Annihilate them before they leave that street. We cannot let them cause damage to the rest of the town. 8 Feathers commanded through the team chat. Even he felt slightly threatened as he watched Zero Wing's giant players. If they were allowed to destroy the town and kill these players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. Upon hearing 8 Feathers' command, the players manning the town's defense turrets went into action. Very quickly, over a dozen defense turrets turned and fired upon the giant players simultaneously. A series of explosions rang out from the defense turrets. With the turrets' range and AoE attacks, Zero Wing's members had no hope of escaping the blast radius in time. However, a dozen or so Tier 2 shield warriors among the giant players suddenly stepped forward and raised their shields, receiving the cannon shells. Boom. 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 The cannon shells exploded as they collided with the shields, and the resulting shockwaves were so intense that even the players some distance away could feel them. However, once the dust settled, the revealed scene stupefied the watching players. Not only had the giant shield warriors survived the attacks, but they also remained in their original positions. Not one of them had taken a single step back. Moreover, the shield warriors hadn't even lost 10% of their HPs. How high is their defense? Those were Tier 3 attacks. The players manning the defense turrets stared at the barely injured intruders in astonishment. The defense turret's cannon shells could even deal over -300,000 damage to Tier 3 NPCs. The attacks would kill players instantly if they landed. A Tier 2 shield warrior with both a berserk skill and a life-saving skill might survive, but only barely. However, the giant players had taken almost no damage after receiving the defense turret's attacks. They would look as good as new if they simply dusted off their armor. Commander, what should we do? The players manning the defense turrets asked 8 Feathers. Desperately prepare to fire another round. Once the cooldown ends, fire. Even 8 Feathers watched Zero Wing's giant players with a grim expression. Finishing them off would take quite some time with how high these giants' defense and strength were. Meanwhile, these dozen or so giant players would wreak havoc in WildhammerTown. The moment 8 Feathers finished issuing his command, he caught sight of more giant players emerging from the black hole. He was so shocked that his mind froze momentarily, but contrary to his expectations, these giant players didn't start a rampant slaughter. After exiting the black hole, the new arrivals guarded their position alongside the first group of giants. Quick. Notify the guild leader. Request reinforcements to WildhammerTown immediately. 8 Feathers barked as a foreboding feeling overwhelmed him. When one normally launched a surprise attack on an opponent's town, they do their best to avoid the town's defenses and cause as much destruction as possible. After all, the defense turrets and arrow towers' power was no laughing matter, and every guild town had plenty of NPC soldiers for security. Once the invaders were surrounded, they'd be doomed. However, Zero Wing's giant players showed no intention of doing so. They simply stood on the main street and wasted time as they fell into a defensive formation. No matter how one looked at the situation, their behavior seemed foolish. The more time Zero Wing wasted, the more of an advantage the town's defenders would have. But was Zero Wing truly that foolish? As 8 Feathers watched more giant players gather on the main street, his hands began to tremble. However, he didn't tremble with excitement, but because he had considered a possibility his enemy didn't care about advantages or disadvantages. Zero Wing had full confidence in its ability to capture WildhammerTown. The players manning the defense turret felt that 8 Feathers was making a mountain of a molehill. The intruders were merely a small group of giant players, not a 1 million strong army. Did they really need every guild in the Starlight Alliance to send reinforcements? However, despite their opinions, they followed the Rangers' orders and contacted their guild leader, letting him decide what should be done. After a short moment, 1,000 giant players had gathered in WildhammerTown. The crowd's breathing grew heavy as they watched the invaders. A single giant player could easily negate a defense turret's attack, and 1,000 of these monstrous players now stood in the middle of their town. Tension shot through the town's independent players and those from Knight's Judgment when everyone began to assume that nothing else would emerge from the black hole. A figure, which was considerably smaller than the giant players, appeared. When they saw this figure, both the independent players and Knight's Judgment's members grew even more nervous. Black Flame? Black Flame is leading the attack himself? Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. He was a legendary existence that had the power to stand against a Tier 4 mythic monster by himself for a short time. Even now, everyone could easily recall his achievements. Guild leader Black Flame, you actually decided to visit WildhammerTown personally? This is truly surprising. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? 8 Feathers asked, deliberately dragging his words to buy time. Relying on a bunch of defense turrets and NPC soldiers wouldn't be nearly enough against an expert with mythic-level combat power. They needed to use their guild's trump card, but activating it required time. Since the Starlight Alliance has declared war on Zero Wing, we are here to issue our response and wipe the Starlight Alliance from Starmoon Kingdom's map. Shifeng responded, his tone casual. It was as if he knew that 8 Feathers was trying to buy time and didn't mind at all. Do you think that's really possible with just 1,000 players? Glancing at the time, 8 Feathers grinned and shouted, activate the magic array. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array manifested, enveloping the main street and several adjacent streets. The intruding experts' basic attributes plummeted as the powerful pressure from the array washed over them. This was WildhammerTown's trump card, a large-scale intermediate magic array that could even survive against a mythic monster's attacks for a considerable amount of time. The enemy players caught within the array would lose at least 20% of their basic attributes. Why not? Shifeng responded by activating Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Chapter 2019, Destruction of Wildhammer. The instant Shifeng activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, a silver ripple spread out from him. When the silver ripple passed through the non-Zero Wing members, their bodies immediately felt heavier as their basic attributes decreased. Even their reaction speeds had become slightly sluggish. Meanwhile, this silver ripple quickly engulfed the entire WildhammerTown. What's going on? Why can't I contact the outside world? When the ripple stopped expanding and disappeared, a translucent barrier enveloped the entire WildhammerTown. Some of the players inside the town quickly discovered that communications with the outside world had been completely cut off. They couldn't even access Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. The Starlight Alliance members present in the town started panicking. Not only were their basic attributes and physique heavily suppressed, but they were also rendered incommunicado. They naturally wouldn't be able to ask for reinforcements and could only deal with the 1,000 giant players, who suddenly had their attributes enhanced. All by themselves they were already at an absolute disadvantage even when fighting against the giants in their normal state. Now that the gap in attributes had been further widened. Alright, I won't mind if anyone else inside the town wishes to help the Starlight Alliance. Now, let's start a delightful fight. Shifeng said as he swept a glance at the various independent players and adventurer teams, who were showing hints of wanting to take action. Although Shifeng did not speak that loudly, it would be hard for everyone not to hear him as the street was deathly silent right now. The various independent players and adventurer team members involuntarily avoided his gaze, their eyes wide with fear. Amazing. With just a few words, Black Flame scared the players that were planning to take advantage of the situation into inaction. Of course. After seeing all the cards Zero Wing has revealed thus far, in addition to hearing Black Flame's calm tone, who would dare make an enemy out of Zero Wing now? As expected of Zero Wing's guild leader. With his charisma and intelligence, the Starlight Alliance will definitely have their hands full dealing with Zero Wing. With this, the Starlight Alliance will most likely have a difficult time getting the players inside the town to help out. When the upper echelon of the various guilds that were not part of the Starlight Alliance saw this scene, they felt great admiration for Shifeng. At the same time, their wariness of Zero Wing also further increased at this moment. 8 Feathers, who had reached the battlefield, waved his hand. Immediately, several players hidden along the street took out Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls and aimed the scrolls at Shifeng. In the next moment, gigantic magic arrays bloomed above the main street, one after another black flame. "Pay for your arrogance!" 8 Feathers shouted as he glared at Shifeng and the other members of Zero Wing. Attack! 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells activated simultaneously, the AoE of the spells covering the entire main street. The power of the spells was much greater than the attacks of the defense turrets. Shields also wouldn't be effective against these spells, MTs could only endure them. Even if the giant shield warriors activated their life-saving skills and survived this combined attack, they would most likely have very little HP remaining. As for Shifeng, even if the swordsman was more amazing, he would not be able to kill the 9 players activating the 9 magic scrolls within the scroll's short activation time. The 9 gigantic magic arrays in the sky immediately released a blinding glow and started rapidly sucking up the mana available in WildhammerTown's main street. However, even after seeing that the 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells were about to activate, Shifeng still showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he merely waved his hand casually. Forbidden Domain. A grey ripple spread out from Shifeng and shattered the magic arrays in the sky, allowing the rampaging mana to calm down. Following which, the 9 large-scale destruction spells vanished without accomplishing anything. What? Why does he have a large-scale silencing domain? 8 Feathers' eyes widened as he checked the 9 players responsible for activating the large-scale destruction magic scrolls. At this moment, the magic scrolls these players previously wielded had already disappeared. This situation was clearly the effect of the silence debuff. The silence debuff made attacks using skills and spells impossible. If they were to fight inside this silencing domain's AoE, they would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Now, their only way to repulse Zero Wing's members was by utilizing the defense turrets and arrow towers. Although these defensive structures would have little to no effect against Zero Wing's giant players, these defensive structures could still buy them time to escape the silencing domain's AoE. Just as 8 Feathers was about to have the defense turrets and arrow towers bombard the main street, a clear and crisp voice suddenly entered his ears. "Now that you're done attacking, it's my turn now. Hopefully, this spell will be to your satisfaction," Shifeng said as he pointed a finger to the Skyflame domain. Immediately after, 8 Feathers saw a massive, crimson magic array appear overhead, covering nearly half of the entire main street. Not good. At this moment, the magic array encompassed every Starlight Alliance member on the main street before 8 Feathers could order a retreat. However, a column of flames descended from the magic array, the flames visible to all the players in WildhammerTown. The ground within the AoE of Flame Domain instantly turned into lava. Meanwhile, even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs didn't survive, dying and turning into ashes after getting caught within the fiery hell for a few seconds after the column of flames disappeared. The scene that appeared had all the onlookers gasping involuntarily. Several thousand players and a few hundred NPC soldiers had disappeared, just like that. Now, nearly half of the main street was void of life, with plenty of player items strewn across the street. Most importantly, the players killed by the column of flames were the main fighting force of the Starlight Alliance. This loss was much more severe than if the Starlight Alliance had lost several tens of thousands of Tier 1 elite members. After all, while Tier 1 and Tier 2 experts were somewhat capable of hindering Zero Wing's giant players, Tier 1 elite players were practically cannon fodder in front of the Tier 2 giant players. As for Shifeng, after seeing that he had torn a hole in the enemy encirclement, he commanded, "Everyone, advance. Our target is Knight's Judgment's residence." A part of the reason why capturing a town or city was considered difficult was the external defenses. Enemies would have a difficult time breaking into the town or city. However, unlike cities, towns did not have defensive magic arrays to prevent enemies from teleporting directly into the town via a skill or tool. In a situation where the defense turrets and arrow towers were ineffective, the only trouble they would face was the Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers garrisoning the town. Previously, the Starlight Alliance's Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers had a considerable numerical advantage. However, after the blast from Flame Domain, that advantage had diminished. Moreover, Miniature World was also suppressing the surviving players and NPCs. Hence, Shifeng was no longer worried about facing any problems and commanded his team to head straight for their target. After Shifeng gave the command, the 1,000 giant players promptly charged toward Knight's Judgment's guild residence. The Tier 2 giant berserkers in front easily tore through the Starlight Alliance's defensive lines. The Starlight Alliance's members could not even slow Zero Wing's advance. Only the Tier 2 experts that had activated their berserk skills could contend against the giants. However, Zero Wing's giant players also possessed berserk skills. Like rampaging wild beasts, the several Tier 2 giant berserkers who had activated Power of Darkness were capable of killing over a dozen players with a single attack. Even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs received a one-sided beating when going up against them. Presented with this scene, the spectating independent players did not dare to leave their current positions, deeply afraid of attracting the attention of these violent giant players. As for the adventurer teams and members of small guilds that were previously planning to take advantage of the situation to attack Zero Wing, they had given up entirely on their thoughts. They also celebrated the fact that they had not hastily taken action before the players inside WildhammerTown could recover from their shock. Zero Wing's giant players had already charged into Knight's Judgment's heavily fortified residence, destroyed the guild flag located on the first underground floor, and obtained WildhammerTown's town order. With this, the Starlight Alliance had lost all control over WildhammerTown. Chapter 2020, Great Changes. Starmoon Kingdom, Witch's Hill. Due to indications that Zero Wing would take action, many of the Starlight Alliance's members had gathered a short distance away from Zero Wing's city and were grinding there, thoroughly sealing off the paths leading from the city, while quietly awaiting Zero Wing's next move. However, standing atop a hill a short distance away from Zero Wing's city, Shadowlight Axe, the guild leader of Knight's Judgment, was currently confused and agitated. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly received news that Knight's Judgment had lost control over WildhammerTown. Moreover, this was directly announced into the ears of every guild member of Knight's Judgment guild system. Zero Wing has captured WildhammerTown's town order. WildhammerTown will no longer be under Knight's Judgment's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Although Shifeng's Miniature World sealed off the communications of players caught within the skill's AoE, it could not prevent the release of the notification of the guild town's capture. As long as one was a member of Knight's Judgment, they would immediately receive news of WildhammerTown's capture. This could be considered a morale punishment toward a guild that failed to defend its town. WildhammerTown got captured? How is this possible? What did Zero Wing do? The sudden notification threw Knight's Judgment's members for a loop. WildhammerTown was a town their guild had fortified heavily. Just the players garrisoning the town numbered over 20,000. There were also more than 24 static defenses built in the town, as well as thousands of NPC soldiers. Most importantly, Knight's Judgment had invested a lot of money into building a sturdy wall, which encompassed the entire town and prevented players from vaulting over it. The only way to get into the town was by destroying the wall. However, doing so would be extremely difficult. Even 100 Tier 2 players targeting a single section of the wall would need to launch numerous attacks to reduce the wall's durability by just 1 point. Even if Zero Wing's members had war weapons like cannons, they should still take quite some time to breach the wall. Hence, Knight's Judgment's members found it truly hard to imagine that such a W11 fortified town could actually be captured, and within only a short time. At this moment, confusion plagued the entire Knight's Judgment. Even Shadowlight Axe, who had experienced countless trials and tribulations, wore an ashen complexion, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Guild leader, let's rush back to WildhammerTown now. We can't let Zero Wing get away with this so easily. A level 59, Tier 2 male cleric urged anxiously. Even if a guild town's town order were snatched, the town would not immediately switch owners. The ruling guild would simply lose control of the town. If the ruling guild could snatch the town order back within an hour, the town would promptly return to the ruling guild's control. No, we're out of time for that, Shadowlight Axe said as he shook his head in frustration. What we need to do now is head immediately to Warring Empire's Golden Flow town. Also, look into how Zero Wing managed to capture Wildhammer Town. Afterward, we'll discuss with the rest of the Alliance how we should proceed. Nowadays, Wildhammer Town was Knight's Judgment's main support. It was precisely because of Wildhammer Town's existence that Knight's Judgment received a large amount of funding, gaining an advantage over the other major powers. Without Wildhammer Town, Knight's Judgment's position would plummet into oblivion. If it were possible to take back Wildhammer Town's town order, he, too, wished to do so. However, Knight's Judgment's main army was currently far from Wildhammer Town. With their ability to teleport to the town robbed, they would need over an hour to reach Wildhammer Town even if they took the shortest route and traveled non-stop by mount. Not to mention, there were also plenty of high-level monsters on the way there. Understood. I'll contact the other guilds of the Alliance. The male cleric had no choice but to nod in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Although he felt unreconciled to simply letting Zero Wing gain Wildhammer Town, he was helpless. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing capturing Wildhammer Town spread like wildfire across the entire Starmoon Kingdom. After all, the matter of a guild town falling was staggering news that could not be kept a secret. Not to mention, the various large guilds and adventurer teams of Starmoon Kingdom were all paying close attention to the situation at the Witch's Hill. Are you kidding me? That Wildhammer Town actually fell to Zero Wing? What did Zero Wing do? Could this information be fake? When the players of Starmoon Kingdom found out about this matter, their first reaction was denial. After all, how could such a well-fortified town fall so easily? Moreover, Zero Wing had captured the town so quickly that almost no news about it had leaked beforehand. The only thing everyone knew before this was that Zero Wing had suddenly gathered 1,000 Tier 2 experts. However, what could 1,000 Tier 2 experts possibly do against a guild town? It would be sheer suicide to attack a guild town with such a small force. Just the NPC soldiers inside the town would be more than enough to kill these experts. Meanwhile, the news of Zero Wing suddenly capturing Wildhammer Town sent the ferment in Starmoon Kingdom into an immediate and rapid cooldown. The various major powers automatically took a step back and started observing the situation more carefully. After all, if Zero Wing was capable of capturing even a WH-fortified town like Wildhammer Town, then it was definitely more than capable of capturing the guild towns of smaller guilds like theirs. I really underestimated Zero Wing. To think it would capture Wildhammer Town so quickly. No wonder Zero Wing dares to resist Blackwater. Snow Scar, who currently stood inside one of the 4 Towers of Elements, was surprised to receive news about this sudden development. Commander, are we going to give up on destroying the 4 Towers of Elements, then? A level 60, Tier 2 assassin asked in a quiet tone. Let's wait a little while longer and see what actions the Starlight Alliance takes. The Alliance has suffered a considerable setback with the loss of Wildhammer Town. It definitely won't be able to sit still and do nothing. It will take some sort of action. And when it does, we'll have our opportunity, Snow Scar replied, chuckling. The main reason why the Starlight Alliance was able to develop so rapidly in the Witch's Hill was the 2 guild towns it controlled. Now that the number of guild towns it controlled had been halved, if the Alliance still refused to take action, there would be only one outcome: the resources available in a single town wouldn't be enough for so many corporations to share. It also wouldn't be enough for the various member guilds of the Alliance. At that time, some corporations and guilds would choose to withdraw from the Alliance. Eventually, the Starlight Alliance would naturally disappear from Starmoon Kingdom. Snow Scar had to admit that Zero Wing was truly vicious to deal such a fatal blow to the Starlight Alliance. Of course, achieving what Zero Wing achieved was also extremely difficult, to begin with Witch's Hill, Golden Flow Town. Due to Wildhammer Town's capture, the entire Starlight Alliance was currently in chaos. After receiving a call from Shadowlight Axe, the representatives of every member guild had gathered in Warring Empire's residence to hold an emergency meeting. Zero Wing is truly ruthless. With this single move, it silenced the entire kingdom. As things stand, we'll have a much more difficult time locking down the Million Forest, Wind Cloud, Sin Realm's representative and a Tier 2 assassin, said. Turning to Shadowlight Axe, he smiled and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on this or any information to report? Don't tell me you still haven't found out a single thing about what happened in WildhammerTown even now." Aside from being one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, Wind Cloud was also the most famous assassin in the Purple Thorns kingdom. Many experts and guild leaders of first-rate guilds had fallen at his hands before he joined Sin Realm. Only after suffering defeat at Lone Beacon's hands did he join Sin Realm. My side has already received a report on what happened in WildhammerTown. According to the report, Zero Wing raided WildhammerTown suddenly by means of teleportation. Although only 1,000 people were teleported into the town, these 1,000 people were no ordinary players. They were all 4 meters tall and possessed extraordinary strength and defense. They could contend against level 80, Tier 2 NPCs head-on and survive the attacks of defense turrets without receiving much damage, Shadowlight Axe said. He also did not forget to show the battle videos recorded, so, the equivalent of 1,000 monster players. Roaring Flame, War Rider's commander, said, frowning. What frightening combat power. If the fight occurs in a narrow place like the street of a town, they will indeed be very difficult to deal with. Roaring Flame frequently fought large-scale battles, so he understood very clearly how powerful these 1,000 giant players would be in an urban battle. Battles inside of towns were different from battles out in the fields. Executing large-scale battle formations was extremely difficult inside a town. Rather, units of several hundred or several thousand players would be more suitable in such a situation. We have too little information. We have never before heard about any of the cards Zero Wing has just shown. If we had, Zero Wing never would have succeeded. Shadowlight Axe exclaimed. That's right. However, what we need to do now is take back WildhammerTown. Although Zero Wing has these giant players, we have monster players on our side. Moreover, we outnumber Zero Wing considerably. The only problem is that domain skill Black Flame used. Its suppression effect is simply too powerful. If we have some way to resist it, the problem would be solved much more easily, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, said as he nodded in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Dealing with the giant players was not a problem. After all, their side had monster players. According to the information they received, the combat power of their monster players should be equal to that of Zero Wing's giant players. No need to worry about this. I have a tool here that has a powerful suppression force, although the cost of activating it is very high. This tool can also summon powerful monsters. Although it can't summon a lot of monsters, their quality is top-notch. They are much more powerful than even the evil beasts found in Ancient Rock City. In the past, when Zero Wing launched a large-scale attack against Ancient Rock City, it could only retreat in defeat when faced with those evil beasts. With these summoned monsters, we should not have any problem retaking WildhammerTown, Wind Cloud said, smiling. We'll have to depend on Brother Wind afterward, then. Shadowlight Axe breathed out a sigh of relief. WildhammerTown's defenses were far from being a match for Ancient Rock Cities. It also didn't have a defensive magic array protecting it. Although Wind Cloud wouldn't be able to summon many monsters, if they included the support of a large number of monster players, retaking WildhammerTown should be feasible. After all, Zero Wing lacked numbers. However, just as the gathered representatives were about to discuss further how they should retake WildhammerTown, a person suddenly barged into the room with a panicked expression. When this person entered, everyone inside the room could hear quite the commotion coming from outside. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Don't they know that we're holding an important meeting? Skyview demanded of the guild member that barged in. Guild leader. Not good. Outside. A large number of giant players have suddenly appeared outside. The level 57 Berserker reported while panting. Chapter 2021, sudden appearance in Golden Flow Town. After the jittery berserker reported what was happening outside the residence, the entire meeting room fell silent. How is this possible? Why would Zero Wing's members be here? Didn't they just capture WildhammerTown? Are you sure you saw correctly? This sudden development stupefied everyone inside the meeting room. Their minds simply could not process this turn of events. Even though the reporting berserker had already explained things clearly, they still found an attack on Golden Flow Town inconceivable. Zero Wing had just fought a battle in WildhammerTown. No matter how powerful Zero Wing's giant players were, they would definitely have suffered some losses. Meanwhile, only a little over 2 hours had passed since Zero Wing captured WildhammerTown. Logically, Zero Wing should be prioritizing taking over of WildhammerTown instead of launching another attack. Zero Wing's unconventional way of doing things messed up their original plans. We haven't even gone to reclaim WildhammerTown, yet Zero Wing is already knocking on our doors. Wind Cloud revealed a playful smile at this situation. Zero Wing is too arrogant. As soon as it captured WildhammerTown, it is trying to take Golden Flow Town. Is Zero Wing planning on annihilating the Starlight Alliance in one fell swoop? Shadowlight Axe, on the other hand, revealed a dark expression in his opinion. The main reason why Zero Wing was able to capture WildhammerTown before was the Starlight Alliance's ignorance of the existence of the giant players and of Zero Wing's ability to teleport 1,000 players directly into a town. Had the Alliance known about these things and prepared beforehand, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to take down WildhammerTown at all. Zero Wing most likely doesn't know that we have already gathered our combat power in Golden Flow Town and is launching a preemptive strike, Skyview said, frowning as a hint of rage flashed across his eyes. Hurriedly, he turned to the reporting berserker and ordered, "Relay my commands. Have every expert in the guild gather in Golden Flow Town. I want Zero Wing's visit here to be a one-way trip. However, it is best if we proceed with caution. We should not take Black Flame lightly. He might have some trap set up for us." Wind Cloud cautioned. WildhammerTown and Golden Flow Town served as the Starlight Alliance's foundation. Even the loss of one could push the Alliance to the brink of annihilation. If both towns were lost, the Starlight Alliance would be done for. Hence, they needed to be extra careful in this upcoming battle. This is certain. I will have everyone in Star Moon Kingdom understand that Zero Wing is already old news. The future Star Moon Kingdom will belong to the Starlight Alliance. Skyview said, sneering. Gather every monster player inside the town. Prepare all the war weapons and magic scrolls we have. Let's go and meet Zero Wing. Let's hope that's the case, Wind Cloud muttered in exasperation. He felt that Skyview wasn't listening to him at all. However, he also had to admit that the current Golden Flow Town was quite unlike the lightly defended WildhammerTown of before. What with the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, experts, and elites all gathered here afterward, the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon went into action, ordering their guild experts to gather at Golden Flow Town. At the same time, they also had their subordinates, who were already in town, form an encirclement around Zero Wing's giant players, to prevent Zero Wing from wreaking havoc on the town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's 1,000 giant players were already engaged in battle all over Golden Flow Town. Due to the effects of Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, the Starlight Alliance's members and NPC soldiers were at a total disadvantage. Giants sent players flying all around. Craters pocked the various streets. Rather than a battle between players, this scene looked more like a monster siege. Instead, the independent players inside the town could not help but be stunned upon seeing this scene. The strength and defense that Zero Wing's giant players possessed were absurd. The town's level 80 NPC soldiers were simply a joke before these giants. However, under the commands of the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, a defensive encirclement quickly formed around Zero Wing's members. Multiple teams led by Tier 2 experts started using magic arrays to suppress the giant players and then engage these giant players in battle. Among the various teams, the ones led by guild upper echelons possessed the greatest strength. Not only were these teams composed entirely of Tier 2 players, but every team member was also an expert that was capable of reaching the late stage of the trial tower's 5th floor at the very least. Due to the assistance of magic barriers, these experts could cooperate with each other to take advantage of the giant players' slow movement speed and reaction speed. Each expert team could go up against several giant players at a time. The teams led by the Starlight Alliance's 4 strongest powers performed even more fiercely. Wielding a flaming, magic staff, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, released one fire-type spell after another, the power of each spell rivaling that of Tier 3 spells. Moreover, his attacks were extremely fast, a perfect counter to the slow giant players all by himself. Skyview managed to deplete a Tier 2 giant player's HP in just a dozen seconds or so. After battling for around 3 minutes, Skyview's 100-man team killed a giant team made up of a dozen or so giant players. Skyview then led his team to patch up the holes that had formed in the defensive encirclement, preventing other giant teams from advancing. However, although the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon teams performed well against the giant players, their efforts were negligible, as they could cover only so much ground at a time. The corpses of the Starlight Alliance's members filled many other locations in the town Zero Wing. Skyview's complexion turned very ugly as he looked at the corpses of his guildmates strewn across the street he stood on. In the name of the Warring Empire, I definitely will not let any of you leave this place alive. This situation was simply horrible. Every Warring Empire member currently fighting in the town was an elite player at the very minimum. Among them, many were even expert players. These players were the mainstays of the guild. With so many of these elite and expert players dying, Warring Empire would need a very long time to recover afterward. At this moment, the other guild upper echelons were also experiencing the might of the giant players and Shifeng's miniature world. This situation was indeed outside of their expectations. Brother Wind, are you still not ready? Skyview asked through a call with Wind Cloud. It's done. Wind Cloud, who was currently holding a ceremony in Warring Empire's residence, replied, smiling. As soon as Wind Cloud said so, the sky above Golden Flow Town suddenly darkened. At the same time, the 5,000 level 50+ players taking part in the ceremony in the residence disintegrated instantly, their bodies transforming into pitch-black smoke that gathered in the sky. Afterward, the smoke started descending in streams, one after another. Upon reaching the ground, each stream of smoke took on a humanoid shape. Even the weakest among these humanoid gas lifeforms was a level 70 Great Lord, with several among them being level 70+ Grand Lords. These gas lifeforms easily numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, the eyes of every one of these smoke monsters shone with intelligence. In addition to the appearance of these smoke monsters, the suppression effect of Miniature World also vanished without a trace. This move was none other than Sin Realm's strongest trump card, Death's Praise. It was a super rare epic item that could be used only once every 10 days. This move from Sin Realm is amazing. The smoke monster's astonished Roaring Flame, who was commanding the members of the War Riders. Even an army of 3,000 Tier 2 players would most likely fall if attacked by so many of these smoke monsters. Good. Everyone, tighten the encirclement and kill every giant player in sight. Skyview commanded. Without the suppression of Miniature World, even the Great Lord-ranked smoke monsters would be able to go toe-to-toe against the giant players. As for the Grand Lords, they possessed combat power superior to the giant players, and there were more than 50 of these Grand Lords. After just a short moment, Zero Wing's giant players started getting pushed back. Now, these giant players no longer dared to operate in parties or small teams, as they would be killed off easily if they did so. Zero Wing sure is gullible. Does it really think it can take down Golden Flow Town as easily as it did Wildhammer Town, using just 1,000 players? Since Zero Wing dares to look down on our Starlight Alliance, we should teach Zero Wing's members the consequences of overreaching. I'm really looking forward to the expression of regret Black Flame is going to make. After this battle, I'll definitely compile a close-up video of this battle and post it onto the official forums for him. While the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were merrily chatting among themselves, the Starlight Alliance's army cornered Zero Wing's forces at the town's central plaza. At this moment, only a little over 700 giant players stood in the central plaza. Standing among these giant players was a cloaked man carrying two exquisite longswords at his waist. The cloaked man was currently observing the situation with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, this cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, a person everyone in Star Moon Kingdom was familiar with, guild leader Black Flame. I'm sure you never thought that such a day would come for you, right? Skyview said excitedly as he looked at Shifeng. Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets. Everyone, charge. Let guild leader Black Flame know how laughable his arrogance is. Chapter 2022, True Slaughter. As soon as Skyview gave the command, the monster players and Tier 2 experts under his lead charged toward the central plaza. Black Flame. Surrender your life. Once Skyview was within 50 yards of Shifeng, he activated his berserk skill, and the surrounding mana surged toward him. His aura intensified until it was no weaker than the monster players around him. He then pointed his staff at Shifeng. Small, crimson magic arrays began to surround Shifeng. Spears of raging fire then flew from the arrays, one after another. Tier 2 curse, violent flame spears. This curse was normally as powerful as a Tier 3 attack, and with the effects of Skyview's special berserk skill, it had grown even more powerful. Now, each flame spear had the power to rival an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level. Even a Tier 2 metric tons with active berserk and life-saving skills would die instantly if they faced 28 flame spears from multiple directions. However, Shifeng effortlessly deflected the spears with his swords. Moreover, he had done so without moving. In the end, every flame spear had brushed past him and crashed into the ground without accomplishing anything. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Skyview promptly cast his second ultimate move, the Tier 2 curse, Flaming Fangs. Although Flaming Fangs only consisted of 5 attacks, far fewer than violent flame spears, Skyview had full control of all 5. In comparison, he could only aim the violent flame spears when he activated the spell. Once the spell launched the attacks, the spears' trajectories couldn't be altered. The 5 flaming fangs circled Shifeng like a crimson ring around him. With how fast the flaming fangs moved, guessing where and when they'd strike was almost impossible. Once he found an opportunity, Skyview swung his staff. The 5 flaming fangs flew toward Shifeng's blind spots, altering their trajectories multiple times as they approached. Boom! 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 A round of explosions shook the battlefield, but Skyview didn't express joy even after releasing his attacks. He had practiced Flaming Fangs tirelessly to master the spell. He had even created a basic combat technique of his own to amplify the spell's effectiveness, yet the galaxy of stars that had manifested around Shifeng had rendered all 5 Flaming Fangs useless. It was as if all of the effort he had invested was in vain. Guild leader Sky will help you. Shadowlight Axe ran towards Skyview alongside a dozen or so monster players. No. Wait. Skyview yelled at Shadowlight Axe to stop as he watched Shifeng, who remained unharmed. With the experience of countless life-or-death battles in God's domain, Skyview had honed his instincts to an extraordinary level. He was particularly sensitive to the threat of death and danger. After his brief clash with Shifeng, he knew that the man wasn't as simple as rumors had made him seem. His Flaming Fangs attacks had the strength of a Grand Lord of the same level, yet Shifeng had blocked all 5 of without any skills. The man had simply relied on his own strength. Shifeng's strength definitely shouldn't be underestimated. With a single mistake, they could all die in an instant. If they wanted to contend with a player of such strength, they would need multiple Great Lord-ranked monster players or the Starlight Alliance's peak experts with active berserk skills. However, only one of the dozen or so monster players accompanying Shadowlight Axe was at the Great Lord standard. Based on Shifeng's serene performance, the 3 of them wouldn't be enough to take the Swordsman down. Furthermore, Shifeng hadn't activated a berserk skill. Skyview realized that he'd need many more people to defeat this man. Has already honed his instincts to such a beast-like level. Shifeng flashed Skyview a surprised look as the man kept his distance while Skyview and Shadowlight Axe watched Shifeng warily. Roaring Flame and Wind Cloud had arrived with their respective teams. Black Flame. We've sealed off all paths out of this plaza. You and your guild members have no hope of escape. Wind Cloud shouted, smiling faintly at Shifeng. The town only had 6 paths that led to the central plaza, and the Starlight Alliance's monster players had blocked all 6. Moreover, they had used a spatial seal to lock down Golden Flow Town, preventing players from using teleportation skills or tools. Not even Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scrolls would be effective within the seal. Now, all they had to do was eliminate Shifeng and his giant players. The seal's complete already? Skyview could not help his grin after hearing Wind Cloud's declaration. Guild leader Black Flame, it would seem that today, you will finally fall. Are you going to hand your life over obediently? Or should we take our time with killing you? Make your choice. If Shifeng's giant players had any hope of fleeing Golden Flow Town before, the Starlight Alliance's players had dashed it. Now that the seal was in place, it was only a matter of time before Shifeng and his force fell. Skyview, why are you wasting your words on him? Why don't we just kill him? Shadowlight Axe asked. What a pity. I really wanted an exciting battle, but I guess that won't be possible. Roaring Flame sighed as he glanced at the eager crowd around him. Black Flame, how can you appear so calm in the face of death? Truly arrogant. Skyview was displeased with what he saw as he watched Shifeng, who still maintained his composure. He then laughed and ridiculed, or is the almighty guild leader Black Flame scared stiff? Do you think you can turn the tables by using the same large-scale destruction spell you used in WildhammerTown? Even if you do, it will be futile. We aren't going to stand still and let you destroy us. Even with that spell, we won't let you accomplish anything here. The Starlight Alliance members nodded in agreement. They then began to spread out. When they had learned about the means Zero Wing had used to capture WildhammerTown, they had organized appropriate countermeasures. They had divided their main combat power into several groups. They would not let Zero Wing destroy their main combatants so easily again. It seems that everyone is here now, Shifeng said as he eyed the hundreds of monster players and smoke monsters around him. In a mild tone, he continued, in that case, let's begin the real battle. Still so calm in the face of death. Do you truly think that you have a chance? Black Flame, your arrogance ends here. Get out of the way. I'll hack him down with my axe. The Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were enraged when they heard Shifeng's reply. They clearly had the upper hand, yet Shifeng remained defiant. However, as the Starlight Alliance's ranged members moved within 40 yards of the Swordsman, beginning to cast their spells and knock their arrows, Shifeng pulled a crimson globe from his bag. Suddenly, a colossal magic array formed above the crowd, driving the ambient fire-type mana berserk in the blink of an eye. The fire-type mana gathered before Shifeng and formed an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. Once the fire spirit took shape, it released a deafening roar. It seems that you're all mistaken about something. I haven't remained here because I couldn't leave. Rather, I've been waiting for you to gather around me. Let me say it again, let's begin the real battle. Chapter 2023, Misconceived Victory. Everyone in the central plaza fell silent as the fire spirit's thunderous roar echoed through the town, its powerful aura making every player feel uncomfortable. However, the pressure they felt wasn't just due to the flame dragon's high level, but also due to the creature's superior life rating. Waiting for us to gather? Are you claiming that you're so much stronger than us? Wind Cloud questioned as he eyed the fire spirit. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng and laughed, saying, since that is the case, show me how this Tier 3 archaic species of yours will defeat our monster army. Smoke monsters, attack. As Wind Cloud gave the command, the humanoid smoke monsters charged past him, running at the fire spirit. These smoke monsters were more like NPCs than ordinary monsters. They did not charge at the fire spirit as a disorderly mob. Rather, they fell into proper offensive formations. 8 level 75 Grand Lord ranked smoke monsters led the charge, smoke pulling away from their forms to create shields and spears. Like a group of hunters chasing after a large beast, they quickly surrounded the flame dragon. Behind these Grand Lords, multiple groups of 10 Great Lord-ranked smoke monsters transformed parts of their bodies into longbows. In organized rows, they knocked their arrows and prepared to launch a concentrated attack. Intense killing intent filled the central plaza. A chilling sensation encompassed the players standing close to the monsters. The smoke monsters' formation shocked everyone watching. Even the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were stupefied. What high intellect! Roaring Flame was just as stunned to see the smoke monsters move like an orderly army. He wasn't incredibly familiar with Sin Realm's trump card. It had been mentioned briefly during the meeting, but he hadn't dreamed that it would be this powerful. Militaristic formations were a large part of the reason that players could defeat a large number of powerful monsters in God's domain. Players would be able to exert greater combat power when they used such tactics than without. This was also why players could fend off monster sieges despite being outnumbered. The weakest of the hundreds of smoke monsters was a level 70 Great Lord. If these smoke monsters worked together and fought like players, they could even defeat a level 80 mythic monster, let alone a level 80, tier 3 archaic species good. While these smoke monsters pin down that dragon, the rest of us will surround and attack Black Flame. Do not let him escape. Skyview commanded. As he watched the smoke monsters inch closer to the fire spirit, he knew that Shifeng's final trump card had been neutralized. He no longer felt threatened by Shifeng's calm exterior. He only needed to concentrate on slaying Shifeng and announcing the Starlight Alliance's victory in Starmoon Kingdom. As Skyview fell silent, he and Shadowlight Axe led a dozen or so Great Lord-ranked monster players to surround Shifeng. The weakest among these players could reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and including their powerful attributes, any one of them could hold their ground against a mythic monster of the same level. Die! Skyview shouted as he finished chanting the incantation for a tier 2 curse. However, before Skyview released his spell, he paused, noticing something that confused him. Despite more than a dozen monster players charging at him, Shifeng's expression hadn't changed. It was as if he viewed these Great Lord-ranked monster players as nothing more than air. Or, perhaps, he was ignoring these players. Even a true tier 3 expert would feel threatened by so many Great Lord-ranked monster players, yet Shifeng was unfazed. Am I overthinking this? Skyview could not help but wonder if he were being too careful. Meanwhile, Shadowlight Axe and the others moved within 10 yards of the enemy swordsman and launched their attacks. Finally, Shifeng made his move. He hadn't launched his own attacks, yet Shifeng's aura abruptly skyrocketed. With unbelievable speed, the swordsman unsheathed Killing Ray, swinging the blade in a forward/lightning slash. A lightning bolt instantly tore through Shadowlight Axe and his companions. The monster players and their leader lost HP at a horrific rate. After a single attack, Shadowlight Axe collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The impact threw the dozen or so Great Lord-ranked monster players over 30 yards back as they lost more than a quarter of their HPs. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The Starlight Alliance had carefully selected expert players to become these Great Lord-ranked monster players, yet a single strike had shattered their coordinated assault. Moreover, Shadowlight Axe, the assault's leader, had died instantly. In contrast, Shifeng hadn't received 1 point of damage. In fact, he hadn't even moved from his original position. Die! Skyview growled. He finally realized how terrifying Shifeng truly was, but he still shouted in an attempt to restore his courage. Tier 2 curse, Flame Blast. This was the most powerful spell Skyview had in his arsenal. When cast with an active berserk skill, even a Grand Lord of the same level would suffer heavy injuries if struck directly. Suddenly, for gigantic fireballs appeared around Shifeng, each the size of a small house. These fireballs then descended on their target. The surrounding experts reacted and prepared for Shifeng to evade the attack, but something surprised them. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shifeng didn't try to dodge the fireballs. He didn't even try to defend himself. Suddenly, for sword lights blinded the crowd, carrying enough power to split the 4 fireballs in half. How is this possible? Skyview was dumbfounded as he watched the swordsman slice apart his attack so effortlessly. Before today, he had felt that even the various superpowers old monsters would flee from this attack, but now, he found the idea laughable. He also viewed all of the effort he had spent trying to master the spell as one big joke. The strength to fight monster-level experts. That had only been wishful thinking. However, Skyview didn't know that Shifeng had already reached level 70, wearing equipment that not even Super Guild's guild leaders could dream of equipping. Most importantly, he was currently affected by both the Ring of Brilliance and Heavenly Dragon's power. Not even a level 60 mythic monster could match his strength, following which, Shifeng appeared before the Great Lord ranked monster players and brandished his two swords. After just a few seconds, one of these monster players was dead. What should we do? His strength is too high. He's using his berserk skill. Get away from him for now. Once his berserk skill is over, we can easily take him out. After witnessing Shifeng's performance, the Starlight Alliance's members wondered which side had the real monster. They had never expected to find a normal player that could be this powerful. They had to buy themselves some time. If even the Great Lord ranked monster players were helpless against Shifeng, other players would die instantly if they faced him. Although the Grand Lord ranked smoke monsters had high intellect, they were only monsters. After killing a few Great Lord ranked monster players, Shifeng sensed what the Starlight Alliance was trying to do. At this rate, he'd only be able to kill several dozen monster players before Heavenly Dragon's power ended. Now that I've seen these monsters' strength, it's time to end this battle, Shifeng thought to himself as he surveyed his guild members fighting in the plaza. Although only a short time had passed since the battle in the plaza had begun, Zero Wing had lost a considerable number of lives. Turning back to the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons, Shifeng said, "Since you have no intention of fighting, let's remove Golden Flow Town from the Witch's Hill." Remove? You really think you can accomplish such a thing? Although the Starlight Alliance's members watched Shifeng with fear in their eyes, their gazes still contained a spark of hope. While they were at a disadvantage now, as time passed, the situation would become more favorable for them. Suddenly, Shifeng snapped his fingers. The fire spirit, which had been battling the smoke monster army, abruptly transformed into a small fire and appeared above Shifeng's head. A complex chant reached the surrounding players, increasing the town's mana density. The various superpowers hadn't viewed the fire spirit as such a strategic item, even fearing it, in the past due to its prowess, but because of the number of fire-type large and super-large-scale destruction spells it wielded. No. Stop him. Skyview yelled in panic, turning deathly pale when he saw the two gigantic magic arrays forming in the sky. He could sense the power in those spells, and he knew they could rival the power of Tier 4, large-scale destruction spells before anyone could react. Massive fireballs, easily dwarfing the one Skyview's flame blast had created, fell from one of the arrays above the plaza, one after another. At the same time, a raging inferno erupted beneath the second magic array. In the blink of an eye, a fiery hell engulfed Golden Flow Town. Chapter 2024, Golden Flow Town falls. Witch's Hill, Zero Wing City. Due to Zero Wing's successful capture of WildhammerTown, merchant and independent players began to return to Zero Wing City. Players hawked their wares and recruited team members for grinding and questing across the city. Many were even Tier 2 experts. At this point, not even Starmoon City or White River City could rival Zero Wing City's prosperity. Meanwhile, Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds, both large and small, began to send teams to investigate Zero Wing within its city. This increased the traffic in the city's bars and restaurants. Several cloaked players stood on the street outside of one of Zero Wing City's advanced bars, warily eyeing their surroundings. They only entered the bar after ensuring that they were safe. Players crowded the bar, most wearing black cloaks. If a player used a skill that could see through a black cloak's concealment, they'd discover that the cloaked players within weren't independent players. Rather, they were from the kingdom's various guilds, and they were all impressively powerful, with the weakest being a level 58, Tier 2 player. To survive in God's domain, small guilds generally formed secret alliances to withstand larger guilds. These guilds would exchange information to further their development, as well. This advanced bar had become a hub for these guild members to do just that. Meanwhile, the new group of cloaked players quickly headed for a corner of the bar. After entering, approaching a stone table with a single occupant. After taking a seat, the Tier 2 female elementalist that led the group looked at the assassin with a tattoo on his face and asked, "How is your investigation going? Have you learned how Zero Wing captured WildhammerTown yet?" Unlike the majority of the players in the bar, this assassin did not bother to hide his identity, boldly revealing his status as an independent player. However, despite doing so, none of the guild players present dared to look down on him. This independent player was the host of this information center, the middleman for the information gatherers and buyers. He specialized in information on Zero Wing. In particular, the various guild players acknowledged this assassin as a middleman because he was also a player from Green Eye, a top adventurer team in God's domain. Unlike other adventurer teams, Green Eye focused on information gathering. Not only were its members skilled in combat, but they also possessed plenty of connections. The information they sold was always legitimate, so the various guilds trusted the team's members. Of course, as Green Eye's manpower was limited, it didn't collect information on every guild. It generally focused on first-rate or stronger guilds. Second-rate guilds and below didn't qualify for its attention. We have, but we will only accept coins or magic crystals as payment. We'll give you a 10% discount if you pay with magic crystals, the Tier 2 assassin said, sipping from the cup of wine he held as he eyed the female elementalist before him. How much? She asked. The Green Eye adventurer team usually accepted credits for its information, but since this information was particularly valuable, it would only accept coins or magic crystals. This time in God's domain, accomplishing anything required strength. Adventurer teams only earned credits if they were powerful enough, and to develop a team's strength, it was only natural that it charged coins or magic crystals. 500 gold, the assassin replied. 500? Isn't this a little much? When they heard the assassin's price, the few players behind the elementalist objected. At this stage of the game, 500 gold was an astronomical amount, even to expert players. Individual experts would be lucky if they obtained a weapon or equipment piece that could sell for more than 10 gold. Anything more valuable than that would be extremely difficult for individual players to get their hands on. 500 gold was a significant amount to any guild, yet the Green Eye adventurer team demanded so much just for some information. This was simply extortion. It's not such a high price. It wasn't easy to secure this information from within Zero Wing, and we paid a heavy price to obtain it. Moreover, this includes the latest details about the guild, the Tier 2 assassin said, unperturbed by his customer's reaction. Fine. I'll pay the 500 gold. The female elementalist said, gritting her teeth. Vice guild leader, we just started our development in Starmoon Kingdom. We're short on funds in all aspects. Isn't this expenditure too expensive? Why don't we discuss it with the guild leader first? A Tier 2 berserker quickly suggested. Unlike the other guilds in the bar, their guild wasn't from Starmoon Kingdom. They were based in another country and had been forced to shift the guild's development to this kingdom. Despite the Tier 2 berserker's reaction, the other guild players didn't seem surprised. They simply minded their own business. Such occurrences were very common in the virtual gaming world, especially in the incredibly popular God's domain. A large number of guilds rose and fell in the game on a daily basis. So, it wasn't surprising to hear that a guild had shifted its focus to another kingdom since its original home base was no longer habitable. However, if the various guild players noticed the guild emblem on the female elementalist and her companions, they'd be surprised. This guild emblem belonged to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a first-rate guild. It was a colossal existence to these various guilds, a true large guild that would be considered an overlord in any kingdom. That won't be necessary. I'll pay this 500 gold from my own pocket. We don't need to use the guild's funds, the female elementalist responded, shaking her head. She then took out 500 gold and handed the coins to the independent assassin. Here is all of the information we have gathered on Zero Wing recently. Take a look. After receiving the 500 gold, the assassin took out a crystal ball and traded it with the female elementalist. The crystal ball contained a recording of all of Zero Wing's latest movements. It also held more than a dozen battle videos of the fight in WildhammerTown. Naturally, these battle videos involved the giant players. In addition, one video within the crystal ball showed Zero Wing's arrival in Golden Flow Town. Unfortunately, the video didn't have a long duration, cutting off after 10 or so seconds of footage. Is Zero Wing insane? It's actually attacking the heavily fortified Golden Flow Town. The female elementalist was astonished after examining the information within the crystal ball. Golden Flow Town was the Starlight Alliance's last remaining town, and the Alliance had invested an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources in it, yet Zero Wing had besieged the town the moment it finished capturing WildhammerTown. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't take this matter seriously. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Should we move to another kingdom or stay here? The other upper echelons from the 100 Flowers Pavilion asked softly. The 100 Flowers Pavilion had decided that the chaos in Starmoon Kingdom made for an excellent opportunity to leave the Dark Knight Empire. Although the kingdom didn't have as many resources as the Empire, it had grown into a considerably powerful country after several major events. If the 100 Flowers Pavilion could secure a foothold in Starmoon Kingdom, it could rise to power once more. As Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Pavilion's vice guild leader, decided her guild's future, the bar's atmosphere changed. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped the bar. What's happening? Cleansed Rue wondered aloud as she looked around at the bar's customers. What? Your guild didn't receive the announcement? The assassin from Green Eye asked, giving Cleansed Rue a strange look. Every guild member from the warring empire has just received a message stating that Golden Flow Town has fallen. Chapter 2025, Reversal. Cleansed Rue and her entourage were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. They were only able to digest the information after a long moment, and like the other guild players in the bar, they found the news to be both heavy and outlandish. How is that possible? That was the Starlight Alliance's final town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed. Any guild that paid any attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill knew how powerful the Starlight Alliance had become. They were also familiar with the Alliance's monster players, which had already displayed frightening combat power. Tier 2 experts weren't even a match for the High Lord-ranked monster players, and the Alliance had plenty of great lords. She found it truly hard to imagine that the Starlight Alliance would not increase Golden Flow Town's defenses after losing WildhammerTown. After all, Golden Flow Town was the Alliance's last town in the Witch's Hill, and without it, the Starlight Alliance would have a difficult time wresting control of the Witch's Hill from Zero Wing, regardless of how many monster players it had. That can't be true, can it? Didn't Zero Wing just capture WildhammerTown? Could the informant have been mistaken? Maybe the information referred to WildhammerTown. An upper echelon from the 100 Flowers Palace asked, are you trying to accuse Green Eye of selling false information? The assassin from the adventurer team asked acidically, anger flashing in his eyes as he stared at the 100 Flowers Palace member. Those in the intelligence industry prioritized credibility above all else. Accusing the Green Eye of selling false information was the greatest slander one could possibly commit about the adventurer team. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. Cleansed Rue hurriedly apologized before glancing at the several guild upper echelons behind her. This news is no longer a secret. Every guild in the kingdom likely knows about the event already. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the warring empire yourself. I doubt it will be long before the news spreads throughout Starmoon Kingdom, the assassin said, nodding as his gaze returned to its previously cold indifference. Calmly, he continued, if you want to set your sights on the Witch's Hill, based on the current situation, I'd advise against it. Zero Wing captured both WildhammerTown and Golden Flow Town almost as soon as it decided to do so. Moving against Zero Wing would be utterly foolish after witnessing such prowess. Some had once viewed the Starlight Alliance as the last hope of overthrowing Zero Wing in the kingdom, but now, Zero Wing had made an example of the Alliance, deterring the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom from considering taking control of the Witch's Hill and the kingdom itself. I very much agree with you. We can no longer imagine Zero Wing's true strength, and although the Starlight Alliance is formidable, it's nothing in comparison. The Alliance made a massive mistake when it made an enemy of Zero Wing, a robust, Tier 2 male berserker said as he approached the stone table the 100 Flowers Palace and Green Eye occupied. While I admit that Zero Wing is very strong, don't you think you're blowing things out of proportion? You speak as if you are acutely familiar with the guild. The occupants of other tables ridiculed the berserker. However, before the jeering could begin, the Tier 2 berserker removed his black cloak and revealed his true appearance. What? The Assassin's Alliance's guild leader is here? The crowd that had been about to laugh at this berserker promptly fell silent. The Assassin's Alliance was a bona fide second-rate guild, and it had been developing rapidly recently. It had already clashed with many first-rate guilds in the Twin Towers Kingdom and begun to show signs of growing into a top-ranked second-rate guild. Cruel Sword, the Assassins' Alliance's guild leader, even ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. If not for Zero Wing's several great experts overshadowing him, Cruel Sword would have been relatively famous in Star Moon Kingdom. When they saw Cruel Sword's face, the various guild players in the bar stopped treating his claim as a joke. Now, they only had respect for his words. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Sword. Cleansed Rue, who still wore her black cloak, expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. Vice Guild Leader Rue is being overly polite, Cruel Sword responded quietly. However, I'm certainly surprised that the 100 Flowers Palace wants to develop in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the instant Cruel Sword revealed her identity, Cleansed Rue's expression became vigilant. However, she quickly realized that he had simply used an advanced identification skill. Obtaining such a skill wasn't difficult in a top-tier second-rate guild. She immediately relaxed her guard. We have no other choice. I'm sure you've heard of the 100 Flowers Palace's current predicament, Cleansed Rue said grimly, her mood souring as she mentioned her guild struggles. That's right, it's truly a pity. Cruel Sword lowered his head and fell silent. But Guild Leader Sword, you are impressive. Not only have you led the Assassins' Alliance to flourish in Star Moon Kingdom, but your guild's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom has also been noteworthy, Cleansed Rue said with a hint of admiration in her gaze. Her eyes also held a flash of anticipation. Are you here to sell some information on the powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom? The 100 Flowers Palace is willing to purchase the information for a high price. The palace had also intended to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom and had investigated the situation there, but the guild hadn't invested significant resources yet, focusing on securing the hidden class, Demon Blade Knight, by slaying abyssal monsters. Now that the situation in Star Moon Kingdom had reached this point, the 100 Flowers Palace had no hope of developing in the kingdom. If Zero Wing were able to crush a local power like the Starlight Alliance so decisively, eliminating a foreign power would be child's play. If the 100 Flowers Palace tried to establish itself in Star Moon Kingdom, it would face utter annihilation. No power would tolerate others in its territory, where resources were limited. Otherwise, God's Domain's various powers wouldn't compete so desperately. Hence, the Twin Towers Kingdom was the palace's last hope. The Twin Towers Kingdom was in chaos due to the threat of abyssal monsters. Even so, quite a few powers contested for control of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Assassins' Alliance was one of the few outstanding performers in the battle for prominence, but the guild had only focused on developing in maps near Star Moon Kingdom information on the Twin Towers Kingdom. Glancing around him, Cruel Sword replied, "This isn't the place for that discussion. Let's head to one of the rooms upstairs." He had already attracted the crowd's attention in the bar, and although others couldn't listen to their private discussion, there was the possibility that one of these players possessed a special skill that would allow them to do so. Cleansed Rue nodded, understanding that the bar was too public for their talk. Cruel Sword and Cleansed Rue then left for a VIP room on the second floor alongside their subordinates. Although the VIP room was not large, its design was magnificent, and it could easily accommodate more than a dozen people. Guild Leader Sword, let's be straightforward. If you are willing to sell detailed information on the Twin Towers Kingdom, we're willing to offer you 5 pieces of epic equipment, Cleansed Rue said as soon as she took a seat. The 100 Flowers Palace is truly a first-rate guild. Even after falling so far, it still has such a stable foundation, Cruel Sword commended. Surprised obtaining a single piece of epic equipment was incredibly difficult, and despite the Assassins' Alliance's recent achievements, the guild had fewer than 20 epic items. The guild treated these items as their foundation, refusing to sell them under any circumstances. We offer the price because the Assassins' Alliance is worth it. Do you agree to our offer, Guild Leader Sword? Cleansed Rue asked, smiling. The Assassins' Alliance's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom had been exceptional. It operated alongside quite a few first-rate guilds, and the fact that the Assassins' Alliance had laid claim to a significant portion of the kingdom, despite its second-rate status, was astounding. Without enough strength and understanding of the kingdom, accomplishing such a feat would have been impossible. I understand your determination to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Cruel Sword said. With a serious expression, he continued, however, I'm afraid you are asking the wrong guild. If the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you shouldn't look to the Assassins' Alliance. Why not? Cleansed Rue gave Cruel Sword a confused look. She didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. Was the man refusing to cooperate? Or was he dissatisfied with the compensation she offered? Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I don't want to trade with you, but I'm afraid that my guild doesn't have the ability you are looking for, Cruel Sword explained when he saw the Vice Guild leader's heavy expression. You must be joking. If the Assassins' Alliance can't help us, then who in the kingdom can? Cleansed Rue wondered if the man before her were playing some kind of joke. No. You might think that I'm joking, but I'm telling you the truth, Cruel Sword said as he shook his head. If your guild wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you need to visit Zero Wing. If you do, your guild might be able to make a comeback. Chapter 2026, Zero Wing's Hidden Strength. Visit Zero Wing? Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one confused. The several hundred Flowers Palace upper echelons behind her revealed similarly shocked expressions based on the information they had obtained. Zero Wing only operated in Star Moon Kingdom, the Ore Empire, and the Black Dragon Empire. Although they had found Zero Wing's shadow in the Twin Towers Kingdom, the guild hadn't accomplished anything in the kingdom thus far yet. Cruel Sword told them that if their guild wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it needed to speak with Zero Wing. That's right. If you want to gain a foothold in the kingdom, you should speak with Zero Wing, Cruel Sword said, nodding his head. Rather, if the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom successfully, it can only do so with Zero Wing's help. Does Zero Wing really have that much power? The palace's upper echelons gave Cruel Sword skeptical looks. Zero Wing was impressive for reaching its current state without any background or support, but based on the information they had gathered, the guild shouldn't have any relation to the Twin Towers Kingdom. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing could help them develop in the kingdom. Of course it does. Cruel Sword insisted. The Assassins' Alliance has only developed so rapidly in the kingdom due to Zero Wing's assistance. I am sure you know about the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom and how dangerous it is in the fields. If one cannot avoid these monsters, developing in the kingdom would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Zero Wing can construct magic arrays that repel the abyssal monsters, preventing them from approaching a specific area. My guild only established itself in the kingdom due to the magic arrays Zero Wing set up. Unlike the other guilds in the kingdom, the Assassins' Alliance has taken almost no damage. It's only natural that the other guilds are no match for us. A magic array that can repel abyssal monsters? Zero Wing has such a thing? Realization dawned on Cleansed Rue and the others after listening to Cruel Sword's explanation. In reality, the Twin Towers Kingdom had just as many resources as Star Moon Kingdom, but the abyssal monsters' invasion had crippled it. Even so, the temptation of a new class had lured many players to the kingdom. If a guild could construct magic arrays that repelled abyssal monsters, it could monopolize the various resource-rich maps in the Twin Towers Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how quickly a guild could develop with such an advantage. It was no wonder why the Assassins' Alliance's performance in the kingdom had been so impressive, leaving the various first-rate guilds in its dust. If what Cruel Sword said was true, then the 100 Flowers Palace truly needed to visit Zero Wing. Thank you for sharing such integral information, Guild Leader Sword, Cleansed Rue thanked the man. I'll have someone deliver the 5 pieces of epic equipment I've promised tomorrow. Although Cruel Sword hadn't provided any details about the various powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, such information paled in comparison to what he had told her about the magic arrays that could repel abyssal monsters. Let's forget about the epic equipment. I simply told you this to gain an ally in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Whether or not you persuade Guild Leader Black Flame to help you is entirely up to you. I haven't actually done anything, Cruel Sword said, refusing the offer. No. I must thank you. Moreover, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue firmly insisted, shaking her head. She had some understanding of the Assassins' Alliance's situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the guild's recent growth, the various first-rate guilds in the kingdom had secretly banded together to hinder the Assassins' Alliance's progress. As a result, the guild hadn't been able to operate in the kingdom's central region. She also knew why Cruel Sword rejected her offer. If the Assassins' Alliance had a powerful ally, it could reduce the pressure it faced. The 100 Flowers Palace was undoubtedly a good fit for the position. However, no one would doubt that Cruel Sword had provided the palace with this information. Introduce you? After giving the matter some thought, Cruel Sword said, "All right. I'll talk to Zero Wing about this matter, but I can't guarantee that the guild will agree to a meeting." After Cleansed Rue and Cruel Sword finished their discussion, Cleansed Rue left the bar with her subordinates and made their way to Zero Wing's residence. She was in such a hurry because of the fact that the Twin Towers Kingdom was the best hope for the 100 Flowers Palace, and the guild didn't have much time left. The longer they delayed shifting their base of operations, the more their guild would suffer. As Cleansed Rue and her entourage walked through Zero Wing city streets, they noticed that the news of Zero Wing's dominance in Golden Flow Town had already spread throughout the city. Excitement filled the air, and the merchant players were particularly lively. They found it hard to imagine that not long ago, an intense killing intent had enveloped Zero Wing City. There are so many merchant players and Tier 2 players here. Zero Wing City has almost caught up to Dark Knight City. This city may not be a match for Dark Knight City yet, but the political situation in Dark Knight City is chaotic. On the other hand, Zero Wing has full control of its city. That's true. It really makes you wonder how strong Zero Wing actually is. Zero Wing City is already so impressive, and the guild has so much influence in the Black Dragon and/or empires. It even has influence in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, who rode an advanced horse carriage, gained a newfound appreciation for Zero Wing as they watched players roam the city streets. They had never considered that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its power. They hadn't expected that their guild, a bona fide first-rate guild, would have to cooperate with Zero Wing to continue its existence in God's domain. Either do you think that Zero Wing will agree to work with our guild? A female cleric asked worriedly, gripping a wooden staff in her hands. The 100 Flowers Palace is a first-rate guild. Even though we have fallen from our peak, we are still much stronger than any ordinary guild. If Zero Wing wants to secure more resources from the Twin Towers Kingdom, why wouldn't it agree to cooperate? A bearded, middle-aged man stated confidently. While you're not exactly wrong, although the female cleric wanted to offer a retort, she held back. Zero Wing had the ability to produce a magic array that could repel abyssal monsters. In other words, Zero Wing had the initiative. And while Zero Wing could cooperate with many other guilds, the guild was the 100 Flowers Palace's only hope. All right, enough talking. We've arrived. Cleansed Rue also knew how disadvantageous the palace's current position was, and she was just as worried as her companion. Once the horse carriage rolled to a stop, she disembarked. Their carriage had stopped before the main entrance to Zero Wing's residence. When Cleansed Rue and her subordinates left the carriage, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Hundreds of 4-meter-tall players stood beyond the main threshold, all of which had reached level 60. They also wore level 55+, top-tier equipment, and some even sported pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. Their auras were so intense that even peak experts like Cleansed Rue and her entourage couldn't help but shudder. However, these giants weren't the most eye-catching scene within the residence. Rather, what caught Cleansed Rue's attention were the 8, 2-story-tall, crimson tanks parked within. These crimson tanks were none other than the rumored Hell tanks. However, Zero Wing had used these Hell tanks constantly in the Ore Empire, and they weren't easy to move elsewhere. In other words, these 8 Hell tanks weren't the war weapons that defended Silverwing Town. Zero Wing had only recently built these tanks. While Cleansed Rue and the others stared at the war weapons in astonishment, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothing approached. When they saw this woman, the representatives from the 100 Flowers Palace couldn't help but gasp. Their reaction hadn't been a result of witnessing the woman's elegance and beauty, but because of her level and equipment. Not only was she a level 61, Tier 2 summoner, but she actually possessed 3 pieces of epic equipment. And they had never heard of this woman before. "Hello, you must be from the 100 Flowers Palace, correct? I am Youlan, Zero Wing City's trade manager. Our guild leader has heard of your situation from guild leader Cruel Sword, Youlan said as she beamed an elegant smile at Cleansed Rue's group. Please, follow me. Chapter 2027, Obscure Experts. When Cleansed Rue and the others saw Youlan and felt the powerful pressure she radiated, they could not help their surprise. No matter how they looked at it, a level 61, Tier 2 player with 3 pieces of epic equipment should be well known. The highest level players in God's domain's various empires had only reached level 61. Even the Dark Knight Empire only had 5 of these experts. She must be one of Zero Wing's hidden peak experts, the Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace said through the team. Chadi agree. With her level and equipment, she is definitely on the level of Zero Wing's Fire Dance, the middle-aged Tier 2 berserker agreed, nodding. The rest of the team nodded, as well. God's domain's various guilds generally hid some of their power, including the 100 Flowers Palace. However, unlike Zero Wing, the palace hadn't hidden an expert as powerful as Youlan. Reserving such an expert would be a waste, but when they considered Zero Wing's stealthy presence in so many locations, they realized that it wasn't strange to hide a peak expert. When they remembered the 8 new hell tanks sitting in the residence, as well, goosebumps erupted across their arms. They had learned some details about those hell tanks, and they knew that each tank was the equivalent of a mobile defense turret. Moreover, the Hell tank's defensive and melee capabilities were far beyond defense turrets, yet 8 of these tanks were stationed within Zero Wing's residence. Alright, enough. Let's prepare to enter Zero Wing's residence. Don't forget that you represent the 100 Flowers Palace. Once we're inside, do not do anything that would sully the guild's reputation. Cleansed Rue said, expressing her dissatisfaction with her teammates' actions. After lecturing her team, she followed Youlan into the residence. As a residence within a guild territory, Zero Wing's residence was far more spacious than those normally found in NPC cities. Not only did the residence have far more facilities than normal, but its mana density was even higher than elsewhere. It felt pleasant just to walk through the residence's halls. The 100 Flowers Palace's members also discovered a change to their double EXP BU accumulation bars, located directly beneath their experience bars. Amazing. Players can actually accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly here. Although players would start to accumulate the double EXP buff the moment they entered Zero Wing City, they could only accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCs. Accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCs. Cleansed Rue and her companions entered the guild hall. Yet another spectacular scene greeted them. Zero Wing members filled the first-floor hall, all of which were level 57 or higher. These players' levels were on par with first-rate guild's expert members. Furthermore, even if they ignored the giant players, there were hundreds of Tier 2 players in the hall. The number of Tier 2 experts within Zero Wing City was almost half as many Tier 2 players in 100 Flowers Palace. Quite a few NPCs also moved around the hall, making up roughly 30% of the first-floor hall's occupants. This isn't a joke, right? Judging by the number of NPCs here, easily 4,000 NPCs visit this residence each day. Only about 600 NPCs visit our main headquarters to commission guild quests per day. The Tier 2 cleric stared with wide, shocked eyes when she saw the number of NPCs milling about the hall. Aside from player count and strength, a guild's prosperity relied on the number of guild quests it received from NPCs each day. Not only did these commissioned guild quests bring in a significant amount of income, but they also awarded a lot of benefits to the guild members that completed the mover. 70% of the high-ranked quests the 100 Flowers Palace's members received were commissions from the NPCs that visited the guild residences. Even the guild's expert players fought to complete high-ranked quests. No, that's not it. Look over there. Some of these NPCs are nobles. A Tier 2 ranger with sharp eyesight said as he pointed to a handsome, dressed man nearby. 2 maids followed the man around. Even Baron-ranked NPCs commission 0 wing for quests. Cleansed Rue's heart skipped a beat when she inspected the handsome man with her identification skill. There was a massive difference in God's domain between noble NPCs and ordinary NPCs. NPC nobles rarely reached out to veteran first-rate guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace for quests. When they did, these quests were typically quite important and yielded valuable treasure. Moreover, those quests were from ordinary NPC nobles. She had never seen a ranked NPC noble commission the 100 Flowers Palace to complete a quest. There were currently more than 30 ordinary noble NPCs in Zero Wings Hall, in addition to 2 Baron-ranked NPCs. Every one of these nobles stood in line to request Zero Wings' help with a quest. It was unbelievable. Once Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons from her guild finished gawking, Youlan led them to the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. 2 NPC guards stood before the guild leader's office, and both were level 80 NPCs. Although they stood by the door quietly, their auras made Cleansed Rue and her companions' hearts palpitate. They actually use secret silver personal guards to guard an office? The 100 Flowers Palace's members were speechless when they saw the 2 personal guards. Nowadays, the various guilds had allotted some of their focus to searching for and nurturing personal guards. Even so, the number of high-ranked personal guards the guilds had actually found was pitifully low. Most of the personal guards the various guilds employed were merely bronze rank. Mysterious iron personal guards were as rare and valuable as a piece of epic equipment. As for secret silver rank, the 100 Flowers Palace had only obtained 3 secret silver personal guards thus far, and only because it had gotten lucky. The other first-rate guilds generally only had 1 or 2. These secret silver personal guards were valued as priceless treasures and wouldn't be given any responsibility. Rather, guilds would instruct them to focus on improving their strength and levels. Yet, Zero Wing used 2 secret silver personal guards to guard an office. Under Youlan's lead, Cleansed Rue and her entourage entered the guild leader's office. A cloaked man sat behind a desk within the office. A dozen or so expert players stood beside him, including Silent Blattle, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, Graceful Moon, and 7 Light. The lowest leveled player among them was level 61, while the highest had reached level 62. Every one of these players wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and some even wore a piece of epic equipment. When Cleansed Rue sensed these players' auras, she felt the threat of death loom over her. Their auras were no less intense than Youlan's. After crossing the threshold and sensing the powerful auras of the dozen or so Zero Wing members, the several 100 Flowers Palace upper echelon stumbled to a halt, not daring to take another step into the room. Are you kidding me? These people are all Zero Wing members? As the palace's upper echelons gazed at Silent Blade and the others, whom they had never heard of before, they lost any and all confidence. Now, they only felt an immense pressure. Welcome to our residence, friends from the 100 Flowers Palace. I've heard that you have something you wish to discuss with me. May I know what it is about? Shi Feng, who sat in the guild leader's seat, asked Cleansed Rue and the others. Chapter 2028, Youlan's Proposal. Shi Feng's words snapped Cleansed Rue and her entourage out of their daze. Right. Thank you for finding time to meet with us in your busy schedule, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild Leader. I am here to represent my guild in our request for cooperation with Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue explained after regaining her senses. To think that even the Dark Knight Empire's famous Frostflame goddess has come to visit me, it would seem that you have an extraordinary request. Can I trouble you to elaborate? It will allow me to make a more sound decision, Shi Feng calmly asked as he watched Cleansed Rue's tense expression. Certainly. Cleansed Rue nodded. She then explained why the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom without withholding any details before they had arrived at Zero Wing's residence. The guild upper echelons accompanying Cleansed Rue had disagreed with revealing their situation to Zero Wing. However, their discontentment had vanished after witnessing Zero Wing's residence. Meanwhile, Shifeng hadn't spoken a single word throughout Cleansed Rue's explanation, and this made the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons nervous. Zero Wing was far stronger than they had imagined. They had assumed that Zero Wing had only allied with the Assassin's Alliance because it lacked the manpower to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom personally, but after witnessing the guild's residence, they realized that Zero Wing was fully capable of securing a foothold in the kingdom without any assistance. It did not need anyone's help to exploit the Twin Towers Kingdom's resources. While your proposal is interesting, please allow me to reject it, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Why? If you help us contest with the other first-rate guilds in the kingdom, we can quickly secure the kingdom's central region. We'll be able to provide Zero Wing with even more resources than the Assassin's Alliance. Cleansed Rue impulsively retorted as she stared at Shifeng's impassive expression. As you have seen, Zero Wing previously lacked the strength to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories, but my guild has grown. With how rapidly Zero Wing has been developing lately, we'll need to expand our territories. Zero Wing no longer faces a lack of resources, Shifeng said as he gestured to Silent Blade and the others. If we hand over the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories to the 100 Flowers Palace, the kingdom won't have much left for us. It's not that I don't want to help you, but for the sake of my own guild's development, I can't afford to help. Cleansed Rue fell silent for quite some time. She simply could not think of a rebuttal. Shifeng's decision was reasonable. As a guild leader, his priority would forever be the guild's benefit. How could he possibly give up a good expansion opportunity to help another guild? Now that Zero Wing had defeated the almighty Starlight Alliance and stabilized its rule in the Witch's Hill, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to expand its influence. If she were in his place, she'd likely choose her own guild's development over helping another. As well, the other 100 Flowers Palace despaired upon hearing Shifeng's decision. What should we do now? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons muttered in the team chat. Currently, the 100 Flowers Palace had already begun to prepare for its migration from the Dark Knight Empire, yet they had just been told that their two best options were no longer available. With how weak the 100 Flowers Palace had become, contesting for kingdoms under other first-rate guilds' rule would be nigh impossible. As Cleansed Rue and her companions began to panic, Youlan, who stood near the group, stepped forward with a smile. Guild leader, I have a proposal that will benefit both our guild and the 100 Flowers Palace. May I speak up? Youlan asked respectfully. A proposal that will benefit both guilds? Let's hear it, then. After all, the 100 Flowers Palace has taken the initiative to seek our help. We can't disappoint the palace too much, Shifeng said and nodded after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Youlan then straightened herself and continued, the 100 Flowers Palace is struggling due to the fact that it doesn't have enough territory to sustain itself. This is all because of Starlink's interference, hampering the palace's continued survival in the Dark Knight Empire. But what if the palace could defend itself against Starlink? If that were possible, couldn't the palace remain in the Dark Knight Empire? However, trying to stand against a superpower like Starlink isn't an easy task. Even if our guild sends an army to assist, we're not likely to accomplish anything. We'll need sufficient support from the 100 Flowers Palace itself. Support? Upon hearing Youlan's words, Cleansed Rue's eyes began to glow as she hurriedly interjected, if such an operation requires funds or manpower, that won't be an issue. If you can help defend our position, the 100 Flowers Palace will supply Zero Wing with plenty of the Empire's resources. She had gained a certain level of understanding of Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing were willing to help the 100 Flowers Palace on a large scale, the palace should have no problem defending over half of its territories in the Empire. Although I have offered this proposal, the risk of openly opposing a thriving superpower is incredibly high. Moreover, this war will definitely be a protracted one. Zero Wing will also have to keep an eye out for multiple enemy superpowers. This is no longer a problem that can be solved with funds and resources. If the situation is not handled properly, Zero Wing could suffer on all fronts. I don't believe that anyone wants to see that outcome, Youlan said, shaking her head as she glanced at Cleansed Rue. Is there no better way to help them? Shifeng asked, pretending to sigh in disappointment. However, he was quite satisfied with Youlan's performance. There is. Our two guilds can form a mutually dependent relationship. If Zero Wing has management rights to the palace's shops and lands, and we can become close allies, Zero Wing can develop in the Dark Knight Empire and amass enough strength to contend with Starlink. It wouldn't affect our strength in our other territories, satisfying our guild with the alliance, Youlan said after giving the matter some thought. This, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but hesitate. Shops were a part of a guild's foundation, but with the 100 Flowers Palace's current state, they couldn't afford more of a delay. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Youlan and asked, how many shops will Zero Wing require? If we want to amass enough strength to survive in the Dark Knight Empire, we'll need around 60% of the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, Youlan replied seriously. 60? Isn't this a little? Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The majority of the 100 Flowers Palace's funds and resources originated from the guild's shops. If the guild suddenly lost 60% of these shops, it would definitely impact the guild's operations. Youlan, the 100 Flowers Palace could become one of Zero Wing's close allies in the future. Is there no way to reduce the cost a little? Shifeng asked, playing along. Since you insist, then, 50%. Any less, and we'd have to dig into the funds and resources from our other territories. We'd be at a disadvantage against the superpowers in those areas, Youlan said with a troubled expression. That's the gist of the situation. What is your opinion on this matter, Vice Guild Leader Rue? Shifeng asked softly, turning to Cleansed Rue. Chapter 2029, Presumptuous Request, 50%? Cleansed Rue and her companions revealed bitter smiles. Even losing 50% of the guild's shops and lands was unbearable for the 100 Flowers Palace. Both were essential to a guild's development, and neither could be casually sold off. If the 100 Flowers Palace lost half of the shops and lands under its control, the guild would be forced to limit the scale of its operations due to the decreased income, even if the guild could survive in the Dark Knight Empire. If that happened, returning to the guild's former glory would become excruciatingly difficult. Most of the lands in major NPC cities were already owned, and even if they had the money, it wasn't necessarily possible to purchase more. I know this isn't an ideal offer, but we have our own troubles to deal with. You can return to your guild and consider the offer carefully, Shifeng announced, watching the silent group before him. Guild leader, our guild intends to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom. We'll need a lot of manpower to accomplish this. So, we'll need to know whether or not we're going to help the 100 Flowers Palace as soon as possible to see to the appropriate preparations. Otherwise, this alliance will impact our original plans, Youlan hurriedly advised. Cleansed Rue and her entourage's expressions twisted further. As guild upper echelons, they knew that planning was necessary before a guild began a large-scale operation. If Zero Wing truly intended to mobilize a large amount of manpower to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom, then helping the 100 Flowers Palace would become far more difficult for the guild. Zero Wing might even dismiss the idea of providing assistance entirely. How soon do we need to make a decision? Shifeng asked. A day, if possible, Youlan replied after giving the matter some thought. That will be the opportune time for our guild to expand. Although Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons wanted to comment, they couldn't bring themselves to speak up. They couldn't possibly tell Shifeng that they'd need a long time to gather the guild's upper echelons and elders, not to mention the representatives from the major corporations that supported the 100 Flowers Palace. One day simply wasn't enough time for the palace to reach a decision. In fact, the decision to abandon the Dark Knight Empire and develop in another kingdom had only been made after a lengthy discussion. The proposal to partner with Zero Wing would likely take even longer. Too many people and organizations were tied to this matter, and persuading all parties involved would be extremely difficult. How is such a short time enough to negotiate anything? Try to find a way to give them more time. Shifeng sternly commanded when he saw the awkward expressions on the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons. Deciding something so important in a single day was impossible for any guild, especially a true veteran first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Too many people held shares of the guild. We can hold off for 2 days, but we will miss out on the opportune moment to strike in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Youlan said, her imperative tone implying that Zero Wing would cough blood if it gave the palace a second more. Thank you, guild leader Black Flame, Cleansed Rue said sincerely. However, before I negotiate with my guild's upper echelons, may I make a presumptuous request? Let me hear it. As a potential ally, I will help wherever I can, Shifeng said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. I'd like to borrow Zero Wing's strength during the meeting to show my guild that we truly have hope of fending off Starlink's harassment. I'm sure they will find it easier to agree to the partnership that way, Cleansed Rue said as she turned to Silent Blade and the others, who stood beside Shifeng. Silent Blade and his comrades were all level 61, tier 2 players or above, and every one of them radiated a deadly aura. No guild could afford to take their strength lightly. If she could show off Zero Wing's experts, she believed that she could persuade her guild's upper echelons to agree to this alliance. After all, the 100 Flowers Palace's members would have a much easier time developing if they could continue in the Dark Knight Empire, where they were comfortable, rather than migrating to another kingdom. That won't be a problem. Before your meeting begins, I'll send some people to express Zero Wing's sincerity. Shifeng agreed. He understood Cleansed Rue's thoughts. Convincing people was easier if one provided a personal experience. Cleansed Rue and her subordinates soon left Zero Wing's residence, returning to the Dark Knight Empire to break the news to their guild. They weren't in such a hurry simply because of the time limit Zero Wing had given them, but because the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have much time left in the Empire without help. They needed to move quickly. After the palace's representatives left, the atmosphere in the guild leader's office relaxed. Stubborn Bone and Remnant Cloud, who had both served as commanders of an adventurer team, couldn't help but turn reverent gazes on Shifeng. Both of their teams had been well-known adventurer teams, but compared to first-rate guilds, they had been insignificant. Yet they had just witnessed a veteran first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace submit before Shifeng. Guild leader, although the 100 Flowers Palace is in a precarious state right now, I'm afraid that Cleansed Rue will have a difficult time persuading the palace's old members with her status as a vice-guild leader. I suggest that we send Fire Dance and the others to visit the guild in the Dark Knight Empire. If they attend the meeting, I'm sure that those old members will agree to the partnership regardless of their personal feelings. If this partnership succeeds, developing in the Dark Knight Empire will become much easier. We won't have to waste a large amount of time and manpower building a foundation from scratch, Youlan offered after Cleansed Rue and her companions had left the residence. Forget it. Fire and the others are still participating in their special training. Let's not interrupt them, Shifeng said, shaking his head. We'll just send Silent and his team. Although Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, and the others hadn't been members of Zero Wing long, they had grown a lot stronger after training in the Lost Town's extraordinary tower. Shifeng had to admit that the Realms of Truth training was immensely helpful to expert players despite the fact that they hadn't yet entered the Realms of Truth. Silent Blade and the others had successfully mastered 1 or 2 advanced combat techniques during their training in the Extraordinary Tower. With how close they were to reaching the Refinement Realm, their overall combat power could now rival true Refinement Realm experts. Furthermore, Silent Blade and his team were geared in weapons and equipment that even the various superpowers struggled to acquire at this stage of the game. Only superpowers peak experts had a chance of defeating these Zero Wing experts. This, Youlan could not help but worry as she looked at Remnant Cloud and the other players standing by Shifeng's side. Although she knew that their combat standards were on par with hers, she was concerned that they wouldn't be enough to fulfill their purpose. Relax. I'll give them something good before they leave. Once the palace's people see it, they'll know what the wisest decision is, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then asked, how is the material collection I tasked you and Melancholic Smile with coming along? We have done our best to gather as many of the materials you requested. However, the required stock is massive, and every material is incredibly rare. Even after raiding the treasuries in the Starlight Alliance's 2 guild towns, we have barely collected 5 sets of materials, Youlan said. Good. Transfer the materials to White River City's Candlelight trading firm immediately. Shifeng was ecstatic to hear the news. Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to gather the people I requested earlier. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He could finally craft the Guardian Puppet. Chapter 2030, Puppet Production. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Shurfeng left the crowded teleportation hall, he sensed that the city's atmosphere had changed during his last visit. A depressing energy and dense killing intent had fallen over the city. Now, however, excitement almost crackled in the air. Far fewer guild players wandered the city streets, replaced by far more adventurer team players than before. As Shurfeng wandered through the city, he could hear players discussing the recent events in the Witch's Hill. Zero Wing is so amazing. It captured 2 of the Starlight Alliance's guild towns, back to back. Not even the various superpowers have accomplished such a feat. Who would have thought that Zero Wing had such a powerful foundation? After its defeat, the Starlight Alliance disbanded. The corporations supporting it have already pulled out their investments. I don't think it'll be long before Zero Wing removed the guilds that participated in the alliance from the kingdom. Who told those guilds to be so arrogant and make an enemy of Zero Wing? Didn't they see how Zero Wing became Star Moon Kingdom's overlord in the first place? They're just reaping what they sow. I know, right? I've heard that Zero Wing's giant players were responsible for capturing both guild towns. They're 4 meters tall and have immeasurable strength. Their defense is off the charts, too. The town's defense turrets barely left a scratch on them. With Zero Wing's home ground advantage, who would dare provoke the guild in the Witch's Hill now? It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to convert so many players into giants. I wish I could become a giant player, too. Isn't that simple? Just join Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing can convert so many players into giants, it's natural that it can do so with even more players. The conversion price is the only concern now. That's right. After its victory in the Witch's Hill, independent players in the kingdom are rushing to join Zero Wing in the hopes of securing a conversion slot. Although living in human cities will be inconvenient after joining a neutral race, the combat power you get in return is definitely worth it. Moreover, once we reach higher levels, we'll be able to explore more neutral maps. The inconveniences players face as a neutral race will become insignificant. Honestly, it isn't really necessary to join Zero Wing if you want to become a giant. All of the powers in God's domain, aside from those in Star Moon Kingdom, have begun to look into the conversion process due to the performance of Zero Wing's giant players. They all hope to amass their own force of giant experts. It is only a matter of time before someone reveals the conditions for becoming a giant. Once they do, even independent players like us will have an opportunity to convert. The independent players on the streets talked about the battle in the Witch's Hill passionately. Their eyes glowed as they discussed Zero Wing's giant players, and many of them wanted to convert at this point. Both independent players and the various powers were eager to become giant players. The era of the giants had officially begun. Seeing this, Shurfeng merely smiled as he continued toward the candlelight trading firm. While the giant race was impressively powerful, it also had glaring flaws. These flaws included promotion difficulty. Without a guild support, even expert players would struggle to reach Tier 3. Shurfeng had only chosen to convert 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers into giants due to Zero Wing's precarious position. Normally, he would have only converted players after ensuring that they understood the implications of the process. Of course, these giant players could return to their human state at the cost of a few levels. If they struggled with their Tier 3 promotion quests, they could simply convert back. A few lost levels wouldn't be a problem compared to gaining the giant race's advantages while they were still at Tier 2. Moreover, he could determine the truly talented players among the group by converting them into giants. Before converting, no one would know whether or not they'd be suitable for the race. Once he discovered these talented players, he could grant them the Titan bloodline, reducing their promotion difficulty and allowing them to shine as true giant experts. As for the various large guilds' search into the giant conversion, both Aqua Rose and Youlan had expressed some concerns on the matter. However, Shurfeng paid it no mind. It was only a matter of time before the public discovered Thunder Axe City, and he had already activated the teleportation array that led to it. Moreover, players would need some time to complete the conversion quest. If they used the normal method of becoming a giant. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would reap all of the possible benefits from the giant race. It wasn't long before Shifeng reached his destination. When he arrived at the candlelight trading firm, he found that Melancholic Smile had already prepared the necessary manpower and materials to begin the Guardian Puppets production. Zero Wing urgently needed capable combatants, so it should work on increasing its members' levels and the number of giant players in its employ, but in Shifeng's opinion, producing the Guardian Puppets was more meaningful in the past. War weapons like the combat puppets were a large part of the reason that the various second- and third-rate guilds had survived the presence of first-rate guilds and superpowers. Sin Realm's decision to use the steel puppet against him had been foolish. Combat puppets weren't meant to kill individual players. They were only truly valuable when they defended or attacked towns and cities. Had Sin Realm utilized its steel puppet to protect Golden Flow Town, capturing the town would have been far more challenging. If Sin Realm had used enough combat puppets, Shifeng would have been forced to rely on more than just his giant players. Likewise, if he crafted a certain number of Guardian Puppets, the various superpowers wouldn't be able to threaten Zero Wing. Inside his spacious special forging room, a small mountain of materials sat atop his work desk. These materials would only be enough to produce one power source for the Guardian Puppet. Let's begin. Shifeng took in a deep breath as he examined the design and materials before him. He then activated the Soul Fires and Philosopher's Hands abilities, quickly melting down the fine Titan ingots and mana stones on the table. The most difficult part of constructing the Guardian Puppet was its power source. To attempt the production, one had to be an intermediate master forger at the very least. Moreover, an intermediate master would have a painfully low success rate. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Hands ability could upgrade Shifeng to Advanced Master Forger for a short time. This was why Shifeng dared to attempt producing the Guardian Puppet. Time passed quickly. Before he had realized it, half a day had passed since Shifeng had begun to work on the Guardian Puppet. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. Silver Pine City was the 7th largest NPC city in the Dark Knight Empire and fully under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. However, players from other large guilds roamed the city as if they owned the place. It did not look like the 100 Flowers Palace's territory. Meanwhile, the normally lively 100 Flowers Palace residence was as quiet as the grave. The palace's members watched one guild upper echelon after another enter the guild hall's first-floor hall, shock gripping their hearts when they saw the upper echelons' faces. Some of these upper echelons had come from other kingdoms and empires, and even the rarely seen guild elders made an appearance. What's going on? Why are all of the guild's upper echelons gathering here? Isn't that Crimson Heart, the first vice guild leader? Wasn't she managing the branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom? She's actually made a trip here. The 100 Flowers Palace's members went into an uproar when they saw the silver-armored, soldierly woman with crimson eyes. Although Crimson Heart was the guild's first vice guild leader, she disagreed with the guild leader's management choices and had led a group of players to develop in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her endeavors in the kingdom had been quite successful, and she paid no heed to the main branch's matters. Even when the palace's main branch had fallen into a precarious state, she had refused to make an appearance. The guild's members had never expected Crimson Heart to visit the main branch at this time. When the crowd saw the 3 players following Crimson Heart, they couldn't help but gape. The highest leveled player among them had reached level 61. At that level, one could rank among the top 30 experts on the Dark Knight Empire's ranking list. Moreover, all 3 players wore level 60 equipment, with the weakest piece at Secret Silver rank. Level 60 Secret Silver equipment was currently considered top-tier equipment, and not even the various superpowers had many pieces. In addition, these 3 players had a few pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment on them. Most importantly, they all wore 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. It was a dazzling sight. Many of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons were stupefied to see these 3 players, as well. They had never considered that Crimson Heart's development in the Holy Hill Kingdom had been so profitable. Crimson, you're finally here. And here I thought that you planned to abandon the 100 Flowers Palace, a level 60, tier 2 male berserker carrying a great sword on his back commented, smiling when he saw Crimson Heart enter the meeting room. My opinions simply differ from the guild leaders, but I am still a member of the 100 Flowers Palace. Of course, I have to make an appearance for such an important matter. Moreover, Rue has fallen too far. The 100 Flowers Pavilion can solve its own problems. We don't need outsiders' help. Crimson Heart sapped, frowning as a flash of rage lit her eyes. As soon as Crimson Heart fell silent, a commotion broke out outside of the meeting room. Shortly after, Cleansed Rue joined the guild's upper echelons with a dozen or so players trailing behind her, all of which wore a six-winged emblem on their chests. Chapter 2031, Strong Team. Inside the grand, solemn meeting room, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons and guild elders were silent as they stared at Zero Wings players standing behind Cleansed Rue. How is this possible? Level 62. How does Zero Wing have so many level 61 experts and above? Are these people really from Zero Wing? I thought the players Fire Dance and Cola were Zero Wing's peak experts. The 100 Flowers Palace's members whispered to each other as they examined Silent Blade and the dozen or so Zero Wing members from afar, confusion filling their gazes. Although many of the players in the meeting room had reached level 60, a massive amount of EXP was necessary to rise from level 60 to 61. Currently, fewer than 30 people in the Dark Knight Empire had reached level 61, and even if they included the experts that chose to hide their levels, there were still less than 50 level 61 players in the Empire. Moreover, most of these players were from the three superpowers in the Dark Knight Empire, yet the 14 representatives from Zero Wing could make up 1/3 of the Empire's highest-leveled players. Furthermore, 10 of them were level 62. If these Zero Wing members migrated to the Dark Knight Empire, they would instantly monopolize the top 10 positions on the Empire's ranking list. Although a player's level was not proof of strength, the equipment these players wore was at least on par with the equipment the three players who accompanied Crimson Heart wore. When these 14 Zero Wing members stood together, their combined aura was significantly stronger than the combined aura of Crimson Heart's three subordinates. Even the guild upper echelons felt greatly pressured by this aura, not to mention the guild members outside of the meeting room. It was no wonder why there had been such a commotion beyond the meeting room's doors. So, this is Zero Wing? It is even more powerful than the rumors claim. A hint of surprise flashed across the male berserker's face as he looked at Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, and the others. He was particularly surprised to see the young man leading Zero Wing's members. Despite having used an advanced identification skill, he couldn't learn any details about him. The only thing he discovered was the young man's name, Yifeng. It seems that Zero Wing isn't all talk. No wonder it dares to meddle in our guild's affairs, Crimson Heart commented as she glanced at Shifeng and the others. Unfortunately, they came for nothing. A guild could not become more powerful by relying on a small number of peak experts. Although Zero Wing had sent a shocking number of peak experts, guilds had to rely on the cooperation of a large force of ordinary expert and elite players when safeguarding its territory. The greatsword-carrying berserker nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's statement. From an outsider's point of view, the 100 Flowers Palace had fallen from its peak. However, that wasn't entirely true. At most, the guild had 2/3 of its previous power. Moreover, that didn't include the forces Crimson Heart had been nurturing in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her forces alone made up 1/3 of the palace's previous strength. Now that Crimson Heart had returned to the main branch, the guild had, in a way, recovered to its peak. With such strength, the guild would have no problem fending off Starlink's offensive. Starlink's main target, after all, was unyielding soul. After a brief discussion among the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the guild leader, Shadow Flower, finally arrived, marking the meeting's official start. So, she's Shadow Flower? Shifeng was a little taken aback when he saw the masked woman sitting in the guild leader's throne. The 100 Flowers Palace was one of the few guilds in the virtual gaming world that favored women over men. Meanwhile, among the multiple guild leaders that had led the 100 Flowers Palace, Shadow Flower had accomplished the most. The 100 Flowers Palace had eventually grown into a quasi-super first-rate guild under this woman's lead during Shifeng's previous life. Although the palace never managed to become a super first-rate guild, it had amassed the strength to rival one. However, Shadow Flower's identity had even been a mystery in the past. She almost never appeared before the public. People only knew of her existence, but no one had ever seen her in person. Many had speculated that Shadow Flower was in her 30s or 40s, but when Shifeng inspected her with omniscient eyes, he discovered that she was barely over 20. She was even younger than Cleansed Rue, and she was no less beautiful. Her level was even more impressive as a level 61, Tier 2 assassin. While Shifeng quietly observed the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the players before him fell into a heated debate. Overall, these upper echelons had split into two main groups. The first group supported the idea of accepting Zero Wing's help, but with the condition that part of the remuneration was paid in resources, rather than solely shops and lands. The second group vehemently wanted to refuse Zero Wing's offer since, due to Crimson Heart's return, the 100 Flowers Palace had enough power to stop Starlink's merciless invasion. Cleansed Rue and Crimson Heart led these two groups, and both argued intensely. Big Sis Crimson, although Starlink hasn't officially been recognized as a super first-rate guild, it's in no way weaker than actual super first-rate guilds. It has even surpassed Unyielding Soul. It's targeting us to ensure that it can focus on Unyielding Soul later. Starlink is not playing around and will do everything in its power to eliminate us. With just our guild strength, resisting Starlink will be incredibly difficult. Cleansed Rue said. While you're correct, you know that there have been cases where guilds that rival first-rate guilds have stopped a superpower's offensive. Zero Wing's success against Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire is one such example. I admit that our guild doesn't have weapons like the basic combat device and magic-breaking crossbows, Crimson Heart said as she shot Shifeng a glance, who currently lounged in a guest seat. Revealing a faint smile, she continued, but we have an absolute advantage when it comes to terrain. We also have a large stock of blood source potions. Replicating Zero Wing's success and chasing Starlink out of our territories isn't necessarily impossible. The blood source potion was a unique berserk potion, which she had the recipe for. After consumption, players would instantly rise by 5 levels for 3 hours. During the potion's duration, they'd also enjoy a 20% basic attribute increase, and their physique would improve by 40%. The potion's side effects were its only flaws. Once the potion's duration ended, the player would lose 1 level and enter a weakened state for 12 hours. Because of this, it was considered taboo, and most players refused to use it unless absolutely necessary. If the 100 Flowers Palace used blood source potions against Starlink in the fields, it might achieve a greater victory than Zero Wing's against Miracle. The palace had thousands of experts it could dispatch, whereas Zero Wing's forces had been limited to the number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows in its possession. Cleansed Rue fell silent at Crimson Heart's words. The other guild upper echelons also found her opinions reasonable. After all, Crimson Heart had relied on the blood source potion to secure a sizable territory in the Holy Hill Kingdom with a small number of guild members. Starlink couldn't afford to fight a drawn-out war with the 100 Flowers Palace if it wanted to deal with Unyielding Soul. Once it discovered that the palace was too tough to finish off in a short time, it would give up on the palace. It was a similar mentality to the one Miracle used when it withdrew from its fight with Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing was capable of stopping a superpower's offensive, why couldn't their guild do the same? Furthermore, the 100 Flowers Palace could dispatch far more experts than Zero Wing had during that fight. As the upper echelons discussed Crimson Heart's view and agreed with her suggestion, a system notification rang in their ears. Guild system: Starlink has captured East Valley Town's town order. East Valley Town is no longer be under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Chapter 2032, Proof of Ability. When they heard the guild system notification, the meeting room fell silent as if time had frozen. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons only recovered from their daze after 3 seconds had passed. East Valley Town has been captured? How is that possible? What did Starlink do? Quick! Send someone to contact our people in East Valley Town. I want to know what's happening. Find out how Starlink captured it. The upper echelons barked out orders to their subordinates, demanding a full investigation into this matter. They were all visibly anxious, having abandoned their prior calm. Even Cleansed Rue, one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, was clearly flustered. East Valley Town was one of the 100 Flowers Palace's 3 most important towns due to its proximity to the Thorny Ridge, a level 60 to 80 neutral map. The Thorny Ridge was the most suitable map for players to grind and level up. Not only could players level up quickly there, but they could also secure excellent resources from the map. Furthermore, East Valley Town had almost been large enough to promote to intermediate rank due to East Valley Town's importance. The 100 Flowers Palace had stationed between 30,000 and 40,000 players in the town. Although only 1,000 of them were expert players, the rest being elites, East Valley Town shouldn't be easy to capture. To prevent other powers from taking the town from them, the guild had also constructed 8 defense turrets and 10 arrow towers, in addition to hiring 1,000 NPC soldiers for the town's protection. If worse came to worst, the palace had a collection of war weapons, Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls stored in the town. Yet, despite having such defenses, East Valley Town had fallen without any of them receiving word of an attack. Why wouldn't they worry when such a heavily fortified town had been captured so easily? After waiting for a short while, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons received reports from their subordinates. However, their expressions became even gloomier after reading the reports. Vice Guild Leader Rue, what happened in East Valley Town? Sherfone could not help but ask. We have received a report from the members stationed in the town. Starlink sealed off communication in the town before several thousand Tier 2 experts appeared in our residence. Because of how sudden the attack was, our members were caught completely off guard. Using the confusion to their advantage, Starlink's members claimed the town order, Cleansed Rue said, turning to Sherfone with a complex expression. Starlink had used the same tactical assault that Zero Wing had employed against the Starlight Alliance. It was highly likely that Starlink had only decided to use the tactic after witnessing Zero Wing's success. If Zero Wing had not used it, Starlink would likely have failed to capture such a fortified town as East Valley Town. Although this situation impressed upon the palace's upper echelons how truly impressive Zero Wing was, it was also a fact that Zero Wing had indirectly helped Starlink capture one of the palace's fortified towns. This would likely encourage these upper echelons' resentment against Zero Wing. They used our guild's assault tactic? Remnant Cloud and the others, who sat around Sherfone, were stunned. Although they felt as if the 100 Flowers Palace deserved their apology, they were also a little delighted. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons had already stated that they were capable of fending off a superpower in the same way Zero Wing had. However, due to Zero Wing's tactic, the palace had lost one of its most important towns. However, the situation didn't particularly surprise Sherfone. After an adventurer team had used the tactic to destroy a guild town in the past, similar situations had occurred across God's domain. No one could resist the temptation of obtaining a guild town so easily, but using this tactic required one to fulfill certain conditions. The first condition required one to possess sufficiently strong combatants. The second condition involved the ability to transfer a large number of players across long distances naturally. The second condition was more difficult to fulfill since the majority of teleportation tools in the game only allowed individual travel. Group teleportation tools, even those that allowed short-distance travel, were extremely rare and valuable, not to mention long-distance, group teleportation tools. Normally, one would require tools like Tier 3 group teleportation scrolls to achieve the feat, but such scrolls were insanely rare, rivaling Tier 4 magic scrolls. They were not easy to come by. This was also why Sherfone treated his 7 Luminaries ring as a divine tool. Its ability to teleport a group of players was already immensely precious, not to mention its other abilities. However, that isn't the most important news right now. Based on the information we gathered during our people's investigations, Starlink simultaneously dispatched an army to Moon Creek Town, one of our other important bases, Cleansed Rue said. We estimate that the guild has mobilized over 300,000 players for the assault, and it has sealed off communication and all paths to the town. We were only able to learn of its movements through offline means. It was obvious that Starlink was serious about taking Moon Creek Town from the 100 Flowers Palace. An army of 300,000 elite players was the equivalent of 3/4 of the palace's elite members. With all paths to and from Moon Creek Town blocked, teleportation to the town was impossible, as well. It would take a very long time for the palace to mobilize a force large enough to match Starlink's army. Meanwhile, only around 30,000 players defended the town. By the time the palace's main army arrived, the guild would have likely lost Moon Creek Town. If the Hundred Flowers Palace lost Moon Creek Town as well, the guild would lose all hope of developing in the Dark Knight Empire. The various large guilds relied on their guild towns, which were usually constructed in high-resource maps, to obtain leveling resources and funds. Without any guild towns, a guild would stagnate. Guild leader, what should we do? It'll likely take an hour or two to gather 100,000 elite members right now, and we'll need another 4 or 5 hours to reach Moon Creek Town. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, I'm afraid it won't last that long. Don't forget, Starlink has set up blockades on the paths to Moon Creek Town. Getting through those blockades will likely take as much time as actually traveling to the town. How are we supposed to send reinforcements, in that case? We've already lost East Valley Town. If we lose Moon Creek Town as well, we'll have no choice but to leave the Empire. All of the palace's upper echelons anxiously voiced their opinions, one after another. They had never expected Starlink to launch such a fierce offensive. Rather than facing their guild in the field, Starlink had directly assaulted their guild's vital points. All we can do is organize a small force of experts to break through Starlink's blockades. I have blood source potions with me. If we can get these potions to Moon Creek Town, we can fortify the town's defenses. We should be able to buy enough time for the main army to arrive, Crimson Heart declared. Currently, there are 2 paths that will allow us to reach the town quickly, but trying to break through a single front will be quite dangerous since both paths are relatively close to each other. The Starlink members stationed at the blockades will easily be able to provide each other reinforcements. Hence, I suggest that we try both paths. We'll use one force as bait while the other tries to deliver the blood source potions to Moon Creek Town. You insisted that we ally with Zero Wing, correct? Then, let's see Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing can't even help us with this operation, then the guild isn't strong enough to stop Starlink. This Cleansed Rue couldn't help but turn to Sherfone with an awkward expression. She had merely invited Zero Wing's experts to this meeting to show off its strength to her guild's upper echelons. With that understanding, Zero Wing had only sent 14 experts with her. How could such a small force fight a large-scale battle? That won't be a problem. We can use this opportunity to prove to you that Zero Wing is powerful enough to repel Starlink, Sherfone volunteered. Nodding calmly, Cleansed Rue had no choice but to agree with Crimson Heart's plan after Sherfang's approval. However, she intended to gather the experts under her command, as well. She had suggested this alliance. She couldn't afford to watch from the sidelines. Since we're all in agreement, let's begin the operation. Moon Creek Town can't last long without our help, Crimson Heart said, flashing Sherfone a grin. In truth, she didn't have much hope of Zero Wing's success in this operation. She had only suggested the plan to prove to Zero Wing that she and her subordinates could smash through Starlink's blockade and reach Moon Creek Town in time to help its survival, following which, the 2 vice guild leaders left to prepare, with Crimson Heart organizing the experts that had accompanied her from the Holy Hill Kingdom and Cleansed Rue leading her own subordinates and Zero Wing's group to the appointed location. Chapter 2033, Breaking Through. Dark Knight Empire, Silent Canyon. A 1,000-man team from the Hundred Flowers Palace rose through a rugged mountain path atop the guild's Black Panther mounts. The team left kicked up clouds of dust as they passed, the sound of the Black Panther's footfalls echoing throughout the valley. Players that encountered the army of Black Panthers stepped aside and made way for the beasts in the lead. Crimson Heart rode atop a pitch-black drake, unlike the rest of her team. She wore a suit of silver armor and carried a dark purple spear across her back that radiated a frosty aura. Holding her mount's reins in one hand, she looked like a heroic Valkyrie riding into battle. Independent players who saw her were awestruck, and many unconsciously followed the army of Black Panthers in hopes of catching another glimpse of Crimson Heart. Who is she? Since when has the Hundred Flowers Palace had a member like that? She feels so powerful. I only caught a glimpse, but I can't help my desire to submit to her. You're new to the Dark Knight Empire, so it isn't unusual that you haven't heard of her. She's the Hundred Flowers Palace's first vice guild leader. With her strength alone, she established a branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom and developed it into one of the kingdom's 2 overlords in a short time. She's strongly opposed to entering her name on the God's Domain expert list, so the secret pavilion ended up giving her the title, Shadow Spear. She's even stronger than the Hundred Flowers Palace's Frostflame Goddess, Cleansed Rue. A title from the secret pavilion? Amazing! That's not all. The Dark Cloud Legion under her command is frighteningly strong. The Legion once defeated an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players in the Holy Hill Kingdom. The Legion isn't any weaker than Superpower's trump card legions. I've heard that Starlink has blocked off all paths to Moon Creek Town and intends to lay siege. She probably plans to reinforce the town by crossing the Silent Canyon. A siege battle? I have only seen siege battles in videos. Why don't we follow her and watch? The battle between Starlink and the Hundred Flowers Palace is definitely going to be an interesting show. You're right. We don't get many chances to watch siege battles in person. Once the battle is over, we might even get to make a little profit. The independent players quietly discussed the situation as they watched the Dark Cloud Legion dash by. Although Starlink's siege on Moon Creek Town had been a tight secret, it was very difficult to keep the assault under wraps when mobilizing such a large force. As some experts watched the imposing Dark Cloud Legion ride by, they began to grow even more interested in the upcoming battle. Unable to help themselves, they climbed on their mounts and chased after Crimson Heart and her team. Big Sis Crimson, quite a few players are following us. Should we deal with them? A female assassin with a devilish body asked Crimson Heart as she glanced at the players behind the team. Ignore them. With the commotion we're causing, hiding our actions is impossible. Let them tail after us, Crimson Heart said, shaking her head. Any news on the Starlink forces blocking this path? A report just came in. According to our scouts, Starlink has dispatched particularly powerful forces to guard the 2 shortest paths to the town. The guild must have guessed that we'd focus on these paths, so it sent 2 vice guild leaders, each with an army of 15,000 elite and expert players, to block the paths. The female assassin replied grimly. Starlink was a new guild that had only established after God's Domain had launched. It had become a superpower so quickly, even rivaling Unyielding Soul, after annexing plenty of guilds, adventurer teams, and famous experts. Meanwhile, Starlink's vice guild leaders had either been guild leaders of first-rate guilds or commanders of top adventurer teams. They were all famous experts that had shaken the virtual gaming world in the past. Not only were these players incredibly strong as individuals, but they also had a large number of capable experts under their command. Otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified for the positions as Starlink's vice guild leaders. Since Starlink had sent 2 of its vice guild leaders to guard the 2 closest paths, breaking through would be even more difficult. Crimson Heart couldn't help her frown. Although she had expected Starlink to establish a tight blockade, she hadn't expected this much trouble. She then asked, "Do you know who the vice guild leaders are?" After taking a deep breath, the assassin replied in a soft, serious tone, "Starlink's 7th vice guild leader, Desert Tiger, is guarding the path we're on now. He has earned the title, 100-Fist Tiger. The other path is guarded by Starlink's recently promoted 4th vice guild leader, 3 kills. 3 kills? He actually joined Starlink? How did Starlink manage to recruit him? I thought he decided to retire a long time ago." Crimson Heart's expression darkened when she heard the name, 3 kills. Ordinary players might not know the name, but as an upper echelon of a first-rate guild, Crimson Heart was quite familiar with 3 kills. The name had once shaken the virtual gaming world's apex over a dozen years ago. 3 kills had been the guild leader of the Super Guild, Jormungandr. He had been one of the only geniuses that appeared in the guild once a decade. However, for some unknown reason, 3 kills had announced his retirement one day, leaving the virtual gaming world alongside a large group of experts. Less than 5 years later, Jormungandr had disbanded and faded from the virtual gaming world, and other super guilds and super first-rate guilds had poached its abandoned members. However, when 3 kills had led the guild, Jormungandr had nearly become one of the top 4 super guilds in the virtual gaming world. We don't know the exact reason, but we're certain that this player is the real 3 kills, the female assassin said. Shuddering ordinary players would assume that a super guild's guild leader only played a management role in the guild, but Crimson Heart, a first-rate guild's upper echelon, knew that the position was proof of one's strength in super guilds. With a big shot like 3 kills defending the blockade, why wouldn't she shudder in fear? Hopefully, Zero Wing can buy us some time, Crimson Heart said as she examined the map. Let's increase our speed. We need to break through the blockade before Zero Wing clashes with 3 kills. She had planned to show off the 100 Flowers Palace's strength to Zero Wing in this operation, proving that the palace was no weaker than Zero Wing, perhaps even stronger. Once Zero Wing realized its inferior position, it would give up on trying to lay claim to the palace's shops and lands. However, she had lost her previous certainty. Even a super first-rate guild would likely struggle to get past a blockade led by 3 kills, not to mention Zero Wing. Right now, she needed to put as much distance between her team and 3 kills as possible before he annihilated Zero Wing's small force. If she had to fight both Desert Tiger and 3 kills at once, she'd never reach Moon Creek Town, following which, Crimson Heart and the Dark Cloud Legion members increased their pace to reach Starlink's blockade before the agreed-upon time. Meanwhile, on another path through the Silent Canyon, Cleansed Rue's group had arrived a short distance away from Starlink's blockade. Elder Yifeng, the situation has changed. I've just received a report stating that 3 kills is leading the force ahead. He was the guild leader of Jormungandr, a super guild from several years ago. Cleansed Rue reported grimly. Breaking past them is no longer possible here. However, I'm hoping that you can help me delay 3 kills for some time. If we can hold him off for 4 or 5 minutes, it will be enough. I see. I understand, but since we've agreed to prove Zero Wing's ability to resist Starlink to the 100 Flowers Palace, we cannot go back on our word. Zero Wing would become a laughingstock among the other guilds if we did. We'll make sure you and your team make it to Moon Creek Town, Shifeng calmly declared. 3 kills is a monster of an expert. Do you really think that you can break through his blockade? A Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace asked when she heard Shifeng's confident tone. If the path is only guarded by one monster like him, we shouldn't have any issues, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Big Sis Rue, this person is insane. The female cleric whispered to her leader, flabbergasted. She very nearly failed to control herself and shot Shifeng a disdainful look. Zero Wing had only sent them 14 players. Although the narrow mountain terrain didn't allow large-scale combat, only suitable for a small number of players to fight each other at a time, getting past a force of 15,000 elite and expert players with such a small force would be nigh impossible. Furthermore, Starlink's force was led by the former guild leader of a super guild. The female cleric sent a hopeful glance at Remnant Cloud and his companions behind Shifeng. She hoped that they would stop such a mentally disturbed leader, but when she saw one of Zero Wing's members open their mouth, assuming that they would indeed dissuade Shifeng. Boss Feng, can you leave 3 kills to me? Chapter 2034, Beyond Salvation. Even Shifeng was shocked into turning toward Seven Light. The player who asked to face 3 kills. Seven Light was very young, and he hadn't come into contact with virtual reality games until recently. In fact, God's Domain was the first virtual reality game he had ever played. However, his talent was the real deal. Although he had only joined Zero Wing recently, his talent for combat had helped him rise through the guild's ranks to its main force through the guild's monthly ranking competition. Seven Light had also gained more inspiration and strength from his training in the Extraordinary Tower than any of his comrades. Shifeng had to admit that the youth was worthy of the title Arclight Sword Emperor, the title he had wielded during Shifeng's previous life. Although Seven Light had yet to enter the realms of truth, he had unexpectedly entered the realms of refinement during his training, becoming one of Zero Wing's few refinement realm experts. Alright, I'll leave him to you. Seeing the fighting spirit in Seven Light's eyes, Shifeng could see that he truly wanted to test his newfound strength. Although Seven Light had only reached the refinement realm, which wouldn't be significant in a superpower, he also wore the level 60 Demonkin set equipment he had obtained after slaying the Demonkin. King Shifeng had awarded 7 Light the set equipment after he had entered the Refinement Realm. Rather, only Refinement Realm experts qualified to utilize the set, giving the equipment to an ordinary expert would be a waste. This was also the reason that Shifeng had only distributed the level 60 secret silver equipment to the players who had participated in the Demonkin King raid, while he had stored the fine gold and dark gold equipment in the guild warehouse. 7 Light currently wore the level 60 dark gold ranked Demonkin chest piece and boots, while the pants, gloves, helmet, and bracers were fine gold ranked set pieces. Despite the difference in quality, the combination still activated the Demonkin set's 6-piece set effects. The Demonkin set's effects were no weaker than Kola's Scorching Wind set. However, since the Scorching Wind set was level 70 equipment, its basic attribute bonuses were far higher than the level 60 Demonkin set. They were 2 of the best set equipment available in the game right now. Understood. I swear I will complete this mission. 7 Light could not help his growing excitement when Shifeng agreed to his request. After listening to the conversation between Shifeng and 7 Light, the Tier 2 female cleric nearby rolled her eyes at Zero Wings members. Now, she looked at the players as if they were psychopaths. Their opponent had once been a super guild's guild leader, a legendary existence in the virtual gaming world, yet Shifeng and 7 Light spoke as if 3 kills was some common monster that could easily be defeated. Big Sis Rue. The Tier 2 cleric could not help but tug on Cleansed Rue's sleeve in a plead for comfort. She hoped that Cleansed Rue would be able to dissuade these lunatics. Cleansed Rue could only sigh in response, expressing her agreement. However, she found it natural that Zero Wings members knew nothing of 3 kills. After all, Zero Wing was a relatively new guild, so it was ignorant about many things regarding the virtual gaming world's hierarchy. Furthermore, 3 kills had retired over a decade ago. After all was said and done, she had been responsible for inviting Zero Wings members here, and since they wanted to smash through the blockade, how could she demand they sacrifice themselves to simply buy some time instead? Vice Guild Leader Rue, it's almost time. Should we set off? Shifeng asked as he turned to Cleansed Rue. Are we not going to discuss our plan for getting past the blockade? Cleansed Rue asked, giving Shifeng a strange look. Aside from Zero Wing's 14 members, she had brought with her more than 900 experts from the 100 Flowers Palace to help their operation. Although she recognized Shifeng and his companion's strength, they were, at best, as powerful as ordinary peak experts. They should be far weaker than a superpower's peak experts. If they did not plan this operation properly, the enemy ranged experts would likely bombard them to smithereens before they could reach the blockade. Moreover, the defenders had the advantage with how narrow the terrain was. Even a 10,000-strong army could easily hold back several tens of thousands of players for a long time, much less their team of 1,000 players. Right. We need to come up with a plan. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Shifeng's reaction rendered the 100 Flowers Palace members speechless. They hadn't dreamed that Zero Wing would have an upper echelon that lacked such common sense. I'll explain what I have in mind, then. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, later, my team and I will spearhead the charge. Once we tear a hole through Starlink's defenses, the enemy will concentrate their firepower on us. Catch up with us the moment you see an opening, and try to avoid fighting the enemy as much as possible. We are severely outnumbered, after all. If we try to fight them, we'll be at a disadvantage. As soon as Shifeng finished, every player from the 100 Flowers Palace stared at him with dropped jaws. They would have cursed at him if Cleansed Rue hadn't been there. How was that supposed to be a plan? He basically wanted them to launch a kamikaze attack. If they truly followed Shifeng's play, they might as well call themselves the Suicide Team. Shifeng wasn't satisfied with simply sacrificing himself and his players. He actually wanted them to die with him. Did he think that they were just as mentally ill as he was? Very good. It seems nobody has any issues with it, Shifeng said, nodding his head when no one spoke up. In that case, let's begin. Big Sis Rue, are we really going to follow him? The Tier 2 female cleric could not help but ask Cleansed Rue softly. She felt that Shifeng's mental disorder was beyond salvation if they followed his plan, they'd likely be annihilated within 30 seconds. They'd break the record for the fastest 1,000-man team to die while charging a blockade, becoming the biggest joke in the Dark Knight Empire. Let them go. Once they die, we'll think of a better plan to buy time. That way, Big Sis Crimson's side should have an easier time breaking through to the town, Cleansed Rue said. She released a deep sigh as she watched Shifeng and the others, who eagerly prepared to charge into Starlink's blockade. Meanwhile, hundreds of independent players stood less than 1,000 yards away from Starlink's fortifications. They all waited for Starlink to let them pass. Although many of these independent players whispered complaints, none of them could do anything about the roadblock. Starlink had set up their blockade in a strategic location, choosing a path that was sandwiched between two steep cliffs. Although the cliffs were not magically enhanced, even high-agility assassins would struggle to climb across. Furthermore, several hundred ranged experts stood guard atop each cliff. They'd easily spot anyone who attempted to climb the rock side. Getting past this blockade without being detected was simply impossible. The main path was guarded by several hundred MTs. Tier 2 MTs fully comprised the first two defensive lines, and when they raised their shields in unison, not even a rat could sneak past them, much less players. Boss kill, someone's trying to break past Desert Tiger's team. From what we've learned, these players seem to be from the Dark Cloud Legion that follows Crimson Heart, the 100 Flowers Palace's first vice-guild leader. It's the palace's strongest legion, with impressively strong members. Why don't we take some people and head over to take a look? I'm tired of sitting here and doing nothing. It's boring, a level 60, Tier 2 ranger holding a beer bottle suggested to the middle-aged man wearing dark blue plate armor and carrying 2 war hammers. It seems the 100 Flowers Palace is tired of sitting still, 3 kills calmly commented. Since they're here, let's greet the Shadow Spear. Although 3 kills looked like a man in his 40s, and he was relatively slim, lacking muscle mass, he radiated a chilling aura that made players unconsciously distance themselves from him. If a player examined him with an advanced identification skill, they'd discover that 3 kills was a level 62, Tier 2 berserker, and his equipment was just as frightening. He wore a total of 5 epic items, 4 equipment pieces and 1 weapon. Of the rest of his equipment, the weakest piece was level 60 secret silver rank. His aura wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a level 60 Grand Lordess. As 3 kills finished speaking, the Starlink players that were responsible for scouting the surrounding area shouted, "Enemy sighted 500 yards away. A team of players is rapidly approaching." With the scouts' warning, Starlink's elite players began to grow nervous. The 100 Flowers Palace had been pushed to the brink of destruction, and the guild wouldn't spare any expense to get past their roadblock. Even though they had the defender's advantage, they'd need to spend a long time grinding to recover the lost EXP on the off chance that they died in the upcoming battle. Luck is on our side today. We actually get to participate in such an event. Hopefully, I'll loot a good piece of equipment before this is over. Starlink's Tier 2 experts, however, didn't respond in kind. Rather, they practically vibrated with excitement and anticipation. The independent players that waited to move past the blockade had heard Starlink's experts, showing similar excitement. They rarely witnessed large-scale guild battles like this, and they were so close to the battlefield. With how chaotic combat was, they might be able to take advantage of the situation to secure some unexpected loot for themselves. The 100 Flowers Palace is launching a 2-prong assault. After giving the matter some thought, 3 kills asked, "How many people are approaching?" 14. Chapter 2035, Extraordinary Towers Effects. The scout's report stunned Starlink's members, clearly wondering if the scout was toying with them. Even 140 players would die instantly if they assaulted the blockade, much less 14 players. If the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to make it past the roadblock, it should have at least sent a 1,000-man team like the Legion that assaulted Desert Tiger's post. They must be independent players that want to head to Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace can't be this stupid. I agree. They're most likely just passing by. The Starlink members that had prepared for a fight began to relax. They also shot the scout disdainful looks for making them worry over nothing. Starlink hadn't publicly announced its siege on Moon Creek Town, so very few knew about it. Even if some players discussed the situation on the official forums, most players grinding in the fields rarely checked the forums while they worked. It wasn't unexpected to find players that didn't know about Starlink's blockades as they made their way to the town. In fact, they had already encountered several similar parties. No. These players are different. They're all wearing black cloaks, and I can't tell who they are. Moreover, their movement speed is extremely high. The man leading the charge is also riding an extraordinary mount. The mount is around 5 meters tall. It should be a secret silver rank or higher. They're definitely not ordinary players. The scout hurriedly explained. Although mounts had already become popular among ordinary players, bronze rank and higher were still incredibly rare. Even at this stage of the game, the various large guilds' upper echelons didn't necessarily own mysterious iron mounts, let alone secret silver rank. That's interesting. Everyone, get ready. We'll see what they intend to do, 3 kills commanded, deciding to take the situation seriously after hearing the scout's explanation. As the scout had said, ordinary players weren't capable of obtaining a secret silver mount. Even 3 kills had only recently secured a secret silver mount. When they heard 3 kills command, Starlink's members began to prepare for combat. After a short moment, a dozen or so figures appeared on the narrow mountain path. Each of them wore a black cloak, preventing anyone from determining whether they were independent or guild players. However, as the scout had claimed, these players rode extraordinary mounts. The movement speed was far greater than common rank mounts, at least as fast as bronze rank dash. Incoming players, listen up. Starlink has closed down this road. Dismount immediately and maintain a 100-yard distance. We'll kill any who resist. One of Starlink's members shouted a warning once the strangers were nearly 100 yards from the blockade. But despite the warning, these intruders maintained their speed, continuing their approach. Didn't they hear Starlink's warning? They had to. I've even farther from the blockade, and I heard it clearly. How could they not hear the warning? Do they plan to charge through the blockade? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Starlink we're talking about. Such a small force isn't even a warm-up for Starlink's members. The hundreds of independent players waiting by the roadside were astonished as they watched the dozen or so figures run towards the blockade without any hesitation. When the cloaked figures were less than 70 yards from the blockade, another Starlink scout shouted, "A 1,000-man team from the 100 Flowers Palace has appeared 500 yards away. They're slowly approaching our location." Is this first group acting as bait? The Tier 2 Ranger, Mountain Passenger, wondered aloud after taking a swig of his beer. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he watched the dozen or so mounted figures, saying, "Boss, it seems the 100 Flowers Palace has seriously underestimated us. Can I go ahead and eliminate those riders by myself? Forget it. I'm sure this team is simply here to delay us, ensuring that the team on Desert Tigers Road can make it to Moon Creek Town," 3 Kills said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, "Since that is the case, take a team of 3,000 and reinforce Desert Tigers' forces. As for this bait, we'll leave them to Tyrant." Understood. Mountain Passenger replied as realization dawned on him. As a first-rate guild, the 100 Flowers Palace had ways of learning about their movements. Information gathering was one of a first-rate guild's foundational abilities. Once the palace had discovered their intentions, it would realize that breaking past Starlink's forces would be impossible on this path. Hence, they intended to send wave after wave of a dozen or so players at the blockade, buying time for the palace's Dark Cloud Legion to force its way past the other blockade. Unfortunately, 3 Kills was the palace's opponent this time. If he hadn't been there, its ploy might have been successful. We don't need to waste time on these suicidal bastards. All ranged players, attack together. 3 Kills commanded as he glanced at Shifeng and the other Zero-Wing players. The several hundred ranged players atop the cliffs on both sides of the road began to prepare their attacks. However, just before these players could launch their attacks, a massive, silver magic array appeared above them, covering a 500-yard radius. Pitch-black smoke flowed out of the array, and the Starlink members who were about to use their skills and spells found themselves silenced. An AoE silence? Mountain Passenger stared at the black smoke. Stunned AoE silencing skills and spells were extremely rare in God's domain. A Tier 3 AoE silencing scroll's value could even rival that of a Tier 4 magic scroll, both treasured in any guild. Naturally, skills and tools that could employ an AoE silence were far more valuable, and one would need more than just tens of thousands of gold to purchase one yet. For the sake of its bait, the 100 Flowers Palace had used such a trump card. It was insanely extravagant, a futile struggle. Do they think silencing us will change anything? Everyone, use normal attacks. 3 kills calmly commanded, unfazed by the AoE silence effect. The debuff would be crucial in a team fight. Starlink still had an overwhelming numerical advantage. A single normal attack might not pose much of a threat to these trespassers, but several hundred at the same time would. Furthermore, their ranged players had the high ground. These 14 players would find their attacks difficult to dodge. Hearing 3 kills command, his teammates calmed down and used normal attacks against Shifeng's group. Hundreds of arrows rained down on Zero Wings members, but after a second, Starlink's players were stupefied. The 14 players moved through the arrows as if strolling through their own backyards. None of the arrows touched them. How is this possible? Starlink's members, as well as the 100 Flowers Palace's scouting assassins and the spectating players, stared at Zero Wing's small force with gaping mouths. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were talking about several hundred arrows. Even ordinary experts would be forced to defend themselves with their weapons. Some ordinary experts wouldn't even block every arrow, taking a few hits. However, not only had Shifeng and his party dodged every arrow, but they had also done so effortlessly. Based on their appearances, they still had plenty of energy to spare. However, Seven Light and his companions weren't surprised in the least. After all, compared to dodging the extraordinary tower's attacks during the trial, avoiding these arrows was child's play. Not only were the arrows much slower, but their attack trajectories remained unchanged, as well. Players that could reach the 150-yard mark in the first floor trial could easily avoid these arrows, not to mention Seven Light and his teammates, who had reached the 100-yard mark. Meanwhile, after Starlink's Rangers launched several volleys of arrows, Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Stubborn Bone, Graceful Moon, Silent Blade, and the other Zero Wing experts finally arrived before the blockade's defensive line. The level 58 to 60, Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights that made up the first defensive line had already raised their shields, forming an unshakable steel wall. But when Seven Light and his comrades reached them, they plowed through the wall without hesitation. They did not even pause to find attack opportunities or target the MTs with weaker equipment. Omnislash, Whirlwind Slash, Savage Charge, Boom, Boom, Boom Dash. Like a powerful cannon blast, Zero Wings players forced a hole through the steel wall almost instantly. Dozens of Starlink's Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were sent flying, crashing into the players at the rear. Not a single Starlink player could be found within 15 yards of the Zero Wing party. Chapter 2036, Successive Breakthroughs. Starlink's members were stunned after watching Seven Light, Silent Blade, and the others blast apart the human wall. The fact that these 14 players had dodged a rain of arrows was already shocking enough, but the word was no longer enough to describe the scene they had just witnessed. Are they monsters? This thought simultaneously drifted through the minds of Starlink's players. The MTs on the first line were bona fide Tier 2 experts, fully geared in level 55 secret silver equipment. Some of them even wore 1 or 2 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment. They were the envy of ordinary experts. That defensive line shouldn't have broken even under an assault by several thousand elite and expert players, yet just 14 players had shattered it. Meanwhile, the independent players and the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts were just as flabbergasted. Not only had Zero Wing's party broken past Starlink's defensive lines, but they had also sent the Tier 2 MTs flying over a dozen yards away. Their strength was beyond common sense. However, after a short moment of silence, Starlink's experts recovered from their shock and promptly reinforced the second defensive line while the guild's ranged players provided cover fire. Now, Starlink's members wouldn't dare look down on Seven Light and his party only. their changed attitude didn't faze Zero Wings players, although Starlink's expert players were well equipped. 7 Light and the others were far beyond that. The weakest piece of equipment among them was level 60 Secret Silver rank, while most of their equipment consisted of level 60 Fine Gold and Dark Gold equipment. Their basic attributes far surpassed those of Starlink's experts. Furthermore, due to their Tier 2 skills and spells enhancing their combat power, they increased the gap between themselves and Starlink standards. The difference between them was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Zero Wings players sent one Starlink member after another flying. Starlink's Tier 1 players couldn't even put up a fight, as 7 Light and his companions' skills and spells killed them instantly. Without the help of their skills, the guild's Tier 2 experts only survived a few blows before they, too, fell in less than 10 seconds. Starlink's second defensive line had shattered. Unlike the initial charge, however, 7 Light and his party left corpses in their path. Am I dreaming? Are those people really players? The watching independent players felt as if they were in a dream as they stared at the corpses littering the mountain path. They had witnessed many team battles before, but they had never watched over a dozen players slaughter several thousand. 7 Light and the others massacred Starlink's experts as if they were slaughtering chickens, taking a life with every swing of their weapons. Although Starlink's members had successfully landed a few hits, Zero Wings healers easily mitigated the damage. Although Starlink was normally the target of independent players' hatred, they couldn't help but pity its members as they watched the carnage. Some of them even considered cheering on Starlink's members, protesting the fear and irrationality 7 Light and the others instilled in them. How is this possible? I thought they were supposed to be the palace's bait. Is the Dark Cloud Legion the true bait? 3 Kills was confused as he watched the invaders break his second defensive line. Boss, they're going to reach the third defensive line soon. If they break that line as well, we'll have trouble stopping them, Mountain Passenger warned his commander when he realized that 3 Kills hadn't yet given an order. Should we join the fight? They had set up quite a few defensive lines on this mountain path, but the first 3 were the strongest. If the enemy broke through, the most the rest of their players could do was buy time. They'd have no chance of stopping the 100 Flowers Palace's advance. Meanwhile, failing the first major mission it received after joining Starlink would be a massive embarrassment for Jormungandr. If the fallout weren't handled properly, it might even lose its standing within Starlink. Go. We can no longer afford to hold back, 3 Kills said, nodding. In a chilling tone, he continued, since we must get involved, we cannot give these intruders an easy death. Boss, rest assured, since these people have spoiled our plans, I'll make sure they regret ever standing before us. Mountain Passenger enthusiastically declared he had to admit that these newcomers were quite strong, nothing that ordinary experts could compare to. However, compared to Jormungandr's peak experts, they were nothing. God's domain had main tools, and among them, some doubled a player's death penalty. Fortunately, these Starlink experts had something even more valuable. The Necromancer's globe in their possession targeted players' souls. Although it was a one-time use item, the targeted player would be barred from logging into God's domain for 5 to 10 days and suffer a permanent 15% decrease to their physique if they died within half an hour. To expert players, such a loss was far worse than losing several levels and several pieces of top-tier equipment. When Zero Wings players were within 30 yards of the third defensive line, 10 figures emerged from both sides of the road, blocking their path. Commander Mountain. When Starlink's members saw these figures, excitement instantly replaced their anxiety. All 10 players were peak experts within the guild, existences that ordinary players like themselves had no hope of comparing to. Every one of them was a monster capable of single-handedly eliminating several hundred ordinary experts. Although 7 Light and the others wielded frightening strength, they were no match for Mountain Passenger's group. After all, 7 Light's party relied on an AoE silencing effect to secure an overwhelming victory. Without it, the first defensive line would have stopped these players. Starlink's peak experts. When 7 Light and his comrades saw these 10 players, they knew that these experts were on an entirely different level than the players they had faced thus far. Every one of them radiated a boundless killing intent, and the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 55 Fine Gold rank, with quite a few pieces being level 60 Secret Silver rank. Moreover, some of them wore epic equipment. In terms of equipment, these 10 peak experts could almost rival their own. I'm truly surprised that you managed to break past 2 defensive lines without stopping, but now that our boss has allowed us to take action, your advance stops here. Mountain Passenger said, chuckling as he observed Seven Light and the others. I had wanted to toy with you, but since you've made such a huge mess, we need to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire. So, I'll have to ask you to struggle as much as you can. After saying so, Mountain Passenger waved a hand. Immediately, the 9 players around him began to move. The leading ranger then removed the ancient, pitch-black bow that hung over a shoulder and pulled back its string. Since you're hiding so far away, I'll start with you. Mountain Passenger said with a sneer. 3 streaks of black light then flew toward Sherfong, who stood the farthest away from the 3rd defensive line. Advanced combat technique, Triple Moon Strike. It seemed as if Mountain Passenger had only fired 3 normal arrows, but in reality, he had launched 6, each arrow moving in tight pairs. When they struck, their hits would contain at least 60% more strength that the ranger possessed. Not even Tier 2 MTs of the same combat standards could stop his attack. However, when these 3 streaks of light clashed with Sherfeng's killing ray, they stopped as if they had crashed into an adamantine wall. The arrows crumbled under their own power instantly, their remains scattering across the ground before Sherfeng. Chapter 2037, Whimsical Battle. He blocked it? Mountain Passenger stared at the remnants of his arrows in astonishment. He wasn't the only one surprised by the outcome. The other 9 members of 3 Kills personal security team were also stunned. Most of Starlink's members might not know about Mountain Passage's Triple Moon Strike, but as long-term friends, they were aware of how powerful the combat technique was. Not even they dared to intercept the move directly. Not only would they suffer grievous injuries by doing so, but it would also force them to reveal holes in their defenses. Yet, Sherfeng had neutralized the technique effortlessly. For a moment, they wondered if their eyes had played a trick on them, and Mountain Passage had simply used an ordinary attack, not truly employing a combat technique. Not bad. While it looks like a normal attack, it's actually an advanced combat technique that can end a life if one's not careful. No wonder why you were so confident, Sherfeng praised, chuckling at the distant Mountain Passenger. Mountain Passage wasn't pleased to receive Sherfeng's praise, but humiliated, giving the swordsman an intensely frosty expression. As one of Jormungandr's peak experts, he had been quite famous in the virtual gaming world for over a decade. He felt humiliated and displeased to receive such an evaluation from an unknown junior, who was still in his early 20s. You have a big mouth for someone so young. You merely relied on your high strength to block one of my moves. I'll show you what a true expert is. Mountain Passenger bellowed as he readied his bow. Xiao. 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 1 streak of black light after another flew toward Sherfeng. Although each attack carried Mountain Passenger's normal strength, the ranger had launched a large number of attacks simultaneously, his arrows raining down on Sherfeng without pause. Advanced combat technique, Storm Barrage. Unlike Triple Moon Strike, Storm Barrage didn't rely on overwhelming power to destroy the target. Rather, it relied on a continuous stream of attacks to suppress and whittle down the target. Mountain Passenger had created the advanced combat technique specifically to counter strength-based players. While the ranger fired his arrows, Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members shifted their gazes to Sherfeng. What? Are you thinking of helping him? If that's the case, I've got some bad news for you. You won't get past me. Tyrant Dragon, a level 61, Tier 2 Berserker and another member of 3 Kills personal security team, chuckled at Seven Light and the others. You can only blame that kid for provoking the wrong person. He might have lived a while longer, but now, no one can save him. Help? Giving Tyrant Dragon a curious look, Seven Light asked, why would we try to help him? You don't realize why he needs help? You guys are really looking down on Mountain Passenger. Tyrant Dragon could not help but laugh at Seven Light's response. He never expected to find a bunch of nobodies looking down on Mountain Passenger, someone who had been renowned in the virtual gaming world back in the day. Mountain is quite strong. If he hadn't been keeping such a low profile, he could have easily ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domains experts list, but since it's been so long since anyone has made me laugh, I'll hold off for now and let you witness how powerless someone who only relies on overwhelming strength truly is before Mountain Passenger. This lesson will benefit you all. As soon as Tyrant Dragon finished speaking, more of Mountain Passenger's arrows rained down on Shifeng. Not only were these arrows incredibly fast, but they'd also collide while in mid-flight, altering their attack trajectories. The complexity of Mountain Passenger's attacks was on an entirely different level than the rangers who guarded the mountain path. However, despite the arrows descending, he simply and leisurely walked toward the ranger. As if they were deliberately avoiding Shifeng, none of the falling arrows touched him. Although some of the arrows looked as if they'd find their mark, a blue light would flash before Shifeng, deflecting the arrows and sending them to crash into other arrows. Like the domino effect, these arrows would then collide with other arrows. Eventually, every arrow that might have struck Shifeng landed at his feet. Am I dreaming? Every player watching the battle was stupefied by the scene. Although they had considered the possibility of Shifeng avoiding the arrows or using a skill to block them, they had never imagined that a player could counter a rain-like attack method using nothing more than normal attacks. Not even Domain Realm experts would necessarily succeed, let alone peak expert. Storm Barrage consumed a lot of stamina, so Mountain Passenger was forced to stop after a little more than 10 seconds of using the technique. Now, when he looked at Shifeng, who stood less than 20 yards away, he did so with an expression that was tenser than ever before. Although he didn't want to admit it, Shifeng's performance wasn't anything like his previous feat. The swordsman had relied on brute force to counter his triple moon strike, but now, he relied entirely on combat techniques. Although I don't know why you would think that I'm not a real expert or why you chose to attack me first, I'd like to know if it's my turn to attack now. Shifeng asked Mountain Passenger with a lackluster expression. The moment Shifeng finished his question, Mountain Passenger felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him. He immediately realized that Shifeng wasn't just some player with nothing but basic attributes, but someone with combat standards that could rival or surpass his own. Upon realizing this fact, Mountain Passenger pushed his 5 senses to their limits and focused all of his attention on Shifeng. However, Shifeng suddenly vanished without a trace. By the time he relocated the swordsman, the man had moved within attack range. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. A blue flash passed by Mountain Passenger's throat. Despite seeing the attack, the ranger had no time to block or dodge the strike. He could only watch as Killing Ray slit his throat, draining his HP bar. Eventually, his HP fell to 0, and he collapsed to the ground. Only after Mountain Passenger's vision faded and his body was thoroughly paralyzed did he understand that Shifeng had killed him, and he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. When Mountain Passenger died, the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the ranger's corpse in silence. Mountain Passenger, one of 3 Kill's personal bodyguards, had died, just like that. The players who were most shocked were undoubtedly Tyrant Dragon and the other guard team members. Although they couldn't believe that the ranger was dead, their instincts as peak experts forced them to move. They immediately put more distance between them and Shifeng, moving as far from the swordsman as possible. Their instincts screamed at them that if this man came within attack range, they would suffer dire consequences. Chapter 2038, Frightening Demonkin. Tyrant Dragon and the others reacted very quickly. The instant Mountain Passenger died, they realized that they'd be no match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. They'd have to work together if they hoped to secure their victory. However, as Tyrant Dragon and his teammates retreated, Shifeng vanished once more. By the time he reappeared, he stood before a level 60, Tier 2 assassin. He was so fast that he was impossible to follow with the naked eye. The moment the Tier 2 assassin saw Shifeng before him, he understood that escape was futile. Instinctively, the assassin used his trademark move, Advanced Combat Technique, Phantom Assault. As if the assassin had used a doppelganger skill, his body split into 4 copies, all striking at Shifeng. It was impossible to determine which copy was real. In addition, this assassin possessed an innate talent that amplified the Phantom Assault, Godspeed response. The assassin's reaction speed was extraordinary, allowing him to execute more movements than normal players in the same time span. This was a rare talent that could only surface in 1 out of several million people. When the assassin combined his talent with Phantom Assault, He could execute attacks that were impossible to block. This even held true against an opponent that could see his attacks. However, before the assassin's 4 copies could move within 3 yards of the swordsman, Shifeng's killing ray thrust into the assassin's heart with lightning speed. A moment later, the assassin's 3 doppelgangers faded, and his HP fell to 0 when the assassin noticed that his vision had begun to fade and saw the sword impaling his chest. He opened his mouth in an attempt to ask how the swordsman had performed the feat. Unfortunately, the assassin couldn't produce any sound. The other members of 3 Kills' personal security team felt an unprecedented fear launch through them. Shifeng was too fast. Not only was his attack speed incredible, but his reaction speed was just as fast as a monster. Do not let him get within melee range. Attack him from as far away as possible. After watching another companion fall, Tyrant Dragon began to retreat away from Shifeng with even more urgency. He now understood that Shifeng was beyond their capabilities. However, a figure abruptly dashed past Tyrant Dragon and intercepted his retreat. The figure also sent 2 fierce thrusts towards Tyrant Dragon's blind spot. Scram! Tyrant Dragon bellowed, sensing the incoming attacks. Twisting, he began to spin while swinging his greatsword, the blade deflecting the incoming strikes. Although he had blocked the 2 attacks, the figure didn't end their assault. On the contrary, this figure intensified their attacks in the blink of an eye. 2 more attacks flew towards Tyrant Dragon. Defending himself, Tyrant Dragon brandished his greatsword once more. Bang! He blocked these attacks as well, but he had to stumble 3 steps back before he could stabilize his stance-strength combination. Through his greatsword's vibrations, Tyrant Dragon knew that he hadn't just blocked ordinary attacks. He shifted his gaze toward his assailant, wanting to know who attacked him, but he was stunned to see the player before him. You? The person standing in Tyrant Dragon's way was none other than Seven Light, whom he had been prepared to clash with previously. Tyrant Dragon simply could not believe that this brat was capable of executing a technique as difficult as strength combination. He isn't just a refinement realm expert. Tyrant Dragon couldn't help but wonder as he stared at the youth. Strength combination was an advanced combat technique. Logically, a mere refinement realm expert shouldn't be able to master the technique. Normally, players could only master it after reaching the Void Realm, since it required perfect timing during execution. The slightest deviation would result in a failure to combine the strength of multiple attacks. A player would only be able to perform such a precise attack once they were capable of pushing their 5 senses to their very limits. When Tyrant Dragon recalled Shifeng's victory over Mountain Passenger, he felt that his guess was likely correct when he realized that this little fellow, who likely wasn't even 20 years old, was a Void Realm expert. He couldn't help his shock. Within the various super guilds, players who could reach the Flowing Water Realm before the age of 20 were considered geniuses among geniuses, treated like priceless gems in their guilds, yet Seven Light had reached the Void Realm at such a young age. He was likely a genius that only surfaced once every decade. If that were the case, Tyrant Dragon was no match for Seven Light in a one-on-one fight. Even after so long, he hadn't yet mastered strength combination. If he tried to fight a player that had mastered the technique, had wielded combat standards on his level, he'd be guaranteed to lose. No. Tyrant Dragon shook his head, attempting to banish the thought. Based on his previous attacks, he should have more strength than me. If he really has mastered strength combination, the impact would have been more intense. While Tyrant Dragon struggled with his internal debate, Seven Light launched another assault. Like before, Seven Light executed 2 attacks. After Tyrant Dragon dodged one of the slashes, he used his greatsword to block the other. Since he only took 1 hit, he didn't stumble in the slightest. Sure enough, Tyrant Dragon could not help but smile at Seven Light's continuous assault. Although I don't know how you managed to grasp strength combination, based on your attacks, you haven't mastered it yet. It's more than enough to take you down. Seven Light snapped, attacking Tyrant Dragon again. Seven Light was aware that he hadn't mastered strength combination. If not for the extraordinary tower's training, he wouldn't have been able to execute the technique at all. Even though he could use the technique, he could only increase his attack strength by 30% after combining his strikes. He also knew that his minor advantage in basic attributes was practically negligible against an expert like Tyrant Dragon. If he tried to face the enemy berserker normally, he'd simply be seeking an early grave. He could only defeat the man by increasing his attack's raw power with 30% more strength in his strikes. The Berserker would suffer a fatal blow if he didn't counter the attacks properly. However, after launching several consecutive attacks, Seven Light's attacks grew weaker, and Tyrant Dragon was able to interrupt them forcibly before he could use the strength combination technique. If Tyrant Dragon had had any access to his skills, the Berserker would have long since had defeated him. Fortunately, such an intense life-or-death battle had allowed Seven Light to recognize many of his flaws, especially with the way he utilized strength combination. Brat, you may have a basic attribute advantage, but your time will end soon, Tyrant Dragon commented as he glanced around him. The dark smoke on the battlefield had begun to lessen, signaling that the AoE silence's duration was almost over. He didn't have access to his true strength while silenced, but once the effect was gone, he could finish Seven Light off in less than 10 seconds. If he was not silenced, however, he could finish Seven Light in less than 10 seconds. What about this move, then? Seven Light asked as he activated his Demonkin set 6-piece effect Demonkin's Shadow. Black smoke began to emerge from Seven Light's body, enveloping him. The smoke hid his abrupt and rapid growth. It wasn't long before the smoke receded, revealing a 5-meter-tall Demonkin with a body covered in black smoke. The Demonkin swished his tail and glared at his opponent with frightening, crimson eyes. His killing intent was so intense that nearby players felt as if they had plunged into an icy hell. Before Tyrant Dragon could react to Seven Light's sudden transformation, the latter brandished his two swords. The speed and power of Seven Light's attacks had increased. Now, Tyrant Dragon had no opportunity to dodge the attacks, forced to receive the strikes with his great sword. Boom. One attack was already more than enough to send Tyrant Dragon airborne. Before the Berserker could adjust his posture, another slash struck him, Seven Light's longsword cutting through his armor and plundering all of his HP. Meanwhile, Starlink's ordinary experts and 3 kills personal security despaired when they saw Seven Light's transformation into a Demonkin foam was already difficult enough to deal with. Now, another monstrously powerful Demonkin had joined the battlefield. Not even 3 kills, who watched from atop one of the roadside cliffs, could maintain his composure, looking down at the fight with a somber expression. You definitely aren't from the 100 Flowers Palace. There is no way the palace has experts like you. Who are you? 3 kills demanded, glaring at Shifeng and Seven Light. Chapter 2039, Zero Wing. 3 kills words echoed throughout the valley. Starlink's members, who were in the midst of battle, promptly reacted to his words, their gazes shifting to Seven Light and Shifeng in fear. As 3 kills had said, the 100 Flowers Palace was only an ordinary first-rate guild. There was no way the guild could break past their blockade with only 14 players, killing so many of 3 kills peak experts. No matter how they thought about it, the palace wasn't capable of the feat. There was only one explanation for this: these 14 players were from a different power. Are you from Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor? Do you really have to be so secretive? 3 kills asked, staring at Shifeng. It was only a matter of time before Shifeng's group shattered the blockade. Stopping them was impossible, regardless of how much 3 kills wanted to. He couldn't figure out which power would be capable of dispatching such a small, yet powerful, assault team aside from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. If either of these superpowers had intervened in this battle, Starlink would definitely have to be careful, especially if Crimson Emperor were responsible for this team. Starlink was already engaged in a war of annihilation with Unyielding Soul. If Crimson Emperor got involved, Starlink would likely have to face 2 superpowers at the same time. 3 kills needed to know if Shifeng's party originated from the superpower or not. You don't need to guess. We aren't from either of those guilds, Shifeng answered with a faint smile. He understood what 3 kills must be thinking. After all you've done here, don't tell me you're afraid of giving us your name. There are only a handful of powers in the Dark Knight Empire that are capable of accomplishing what you have. Do you really need to hide? 3 kills growled, attempting to provoke the swordsman. Starlink's members raised their voices in agreement the moment 3 kills finished his question. Our vice guild leader is right. You've already won this battle, yet you refuse to own up. You dare call yourselves a superpower with such cowardice? I bet they're afraid of our guild's retaliation, so they don't want to reveal themselves. That's right. Only cowardly guilds act like this. If they had faced us head-on and honestly, we would have flattened them. Starlink's members started to lambaste Shifeng and his party. They said anything they could think of to get a rise from the group. They no longer cared about their crumbling blockade, considering the feat as a matter of course. Now, they were only irked by the fact that Shifeng's group refused to reveal their guild after launching such a surprise attack. Vice Guild Leader 3, are you certain that you want to know? Shifeng could not help but sigh at 3 kills. What's there preventing you from telling us? 3 kills asked, rolling his eyes. Since Vice Guild Leader 3 has requested the name of our guild, 7, tell them where we're from. Make sure you say it loudly, Shifeng said, turning to 7 Light. Understood. 7 Light, who had transformed into a Demonkin, nodded. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, listen up. We are from Zero Wing, and we have come under the 100 Flowers Palace's invitation. If you wish to keep your lives, you should run. After transforming into a gigantic Demonkin, 7 Light's voice had become much louder than normal players. His words easily reached players that stood several hundred yards away. Even the independent players standing outside of the first defensive line could hear him clearly. What did he say? They're Zero Wing's members? How can that be possible? Starlink's members couldn't believe the claim. Zero Wing might be a foreign name to the Dark Knight Empire's general populace, but it was familiar to players from the various guilds. The guild was, after all, the overlord of an entire kingdom. As Starlink members, they would have, more or less, investigated such a powerhouse. However, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild, only capable of rivaling first-rate guild strength. Claiming that the guild had players who could break past their blockade so effortlessly was a joke. They must be lying. Right. They must be afraid of revealing which superpower they belong to, so they're using Zero Wing to mislead us. They are shameless. And here I thought you had the courage to take responsibility for your actions. What's the point of claiming to be from another guild? Starlink's reaction to 7 Light's declaration was frenzied, as if their rage could only be appeased if Shifeng and his comrades admitted that they were truly from a superpower. 7 Light and the other Zero Wing members were at a loss. They did not know whether they should laugh or cry. They had told Starlink's members the truth, but the latter refused to believe them, trying to find incomprehensible reasons to force them into admitting their identities. They finally forget it. Let's just destroy their fantasy and let them die in their foolishness, Shifeng said after glancing over Starlink's members, who had practically fallen into madness. 7 Light and his companions nodded, removing their black cloaks and revealing their true appearances before Starlink's forces. Even if Starlink's members refused to believe their claim, they couldn't ignore the 6-winged emblem the party members wore. That's a fake. It must be a disguise. Right. They must be using a disguise. While Starlink's members still refused to believe that 7 Light and his party were from Zero Wing even after seeing the 6-winged emblem pinned to their armor, the independent players on the sidelines didn't doubt the fact. Rather, they were shocked by the revelation. Zero Wing is actually this strong? Zero Wing broke past Starlink's blockade with just 14 players? This is big news. After watching Shifeng and the others smash through Starlink's third line of defense so easily, the nearby independent players began to record the remaining battle and post the videos on the official forums. They planned to use this opportunity to make a little extra money on the side. At this time, one of the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts, who watched from several hundred yards away from the blockade, contacted Cleansed Rue. How are things going on Zero Wing's side? Cleansed Rue asked anxiously. She had already notified the assassin scouts to contact her the moment Zero Wing's members began to falter, but she hadn't received word even after so long. She had even begun to wonder if the assassin scouts had forgotten to do their jobs. If they didn't send someone to pin down 3 kills the moment Zero Wing's members fell, Crimson Heart's army would fall into a precarious position. They just broke through, the reporting assassin said. What did you say? Cleansed Rue asked again, wondering if she had heard wrong. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing's 14 members have broken through Starlink's blockade. Starlink's forces have descended into chaos. This is the best chance for us to break through. The assassin reported excitedly. He broke through? But how? Cleansed Rue couldn't help her astonishment. Was our information about 3KHI's presence incorrect? She couldn't understand how Shifeng's group could have succeeded if 3 kills had been present, but even if he weren't, there were still plenty of experts guarding the mountain pass. It still shouldn't be possible for just 14 players to break past the blockade. Chapter 2040, We Meet Again. Crimson Heart and her Dark Cloud Legion dashed through a quiet, forested canyon without paying any attention to their stamina consumption. Even when they were ambushed by monsters, their resistance was minimal, trying to avoid confrontation as much as possible. Hurry. We must hurry. Crimson Heart shouted as she looked at the system clock with a grim expression. 5 minutes had already passed since their assault on Starlink's blockades had begun. It was highly likely that 3 kills team had already reached her path, waiting ahead to stop her team. Although they had broken past Desert Tiger's blockade and had been pushing their mounts to the limit ever since, there were still multiple roadblocks ahead. The forces waiting for them might not be as powerful as Desert Tigers, but they would slow the Legion's progress. Vice Guild Leader, I spotted another blockade ahead. It's manned by roughly 3,000 players, a Tier 2 Ranger suddenly reported through the team chat. 3,000? Crimson Heart frowned slightly. This was bad news for their team. Normally, a guild would post its forces on multiple sections of the road to seal it off. She had never expected so many players to man the secondary blockades. They had already sacrificed over 400 players during the clash with Desert Tiger's forces, which meant they had less than 600 players remaining. If they tried to fight their way past another 3,000 players in such a forested region, they'd pay another considerable price and waste quite a bit of time. Gritting her teeth, Crimson Heart commanded, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Once we shake apart the barricade, I want everyone to gather and force through from a single point. Aside from the blood source potions, she had prepared a few trump cards to fortify Moon Creek Town to increase their chances of surviving until the 100 Flowers Palace's army arrived. The Tier 3 summoning scrolls were one of these cards. She had planned to reserve these scrolls for the fight in Moon Creek Town, but to blast past Starlink's blockade as quickly as possible and maintain the distance between her team, 3 kills, and Desert Tigers, she had no choice but to use them. Understood. Several Tier 2 summoners behind Crimson Heart nodded in response. A short moment later, Crimson Heart and her force arrived before a section of wooded valley that several hundred MTs guarded. A large number of rangers and elementalists also hid in the trees along both sides of the road. As soon as Crimson Heart's team moved within range, these rangers and elementalists would bombard them with spells and arrows. However, when less than 100 yards separated the two forces, 4 summoners atop mounts began to chant an incantation, unfurling the magic scrolls in their hands. Responding to the summoner's magic, 4 level 75 Great Lords appeared before the Dark Cloud Legion and charged toward Starlink's defensive lines. Attack. Attack with everything you've got. Although the sudden appearance of 4 level 75 Great Lords had surprised Starlink's members, they were elite and expert players, reacting quickly and attacking the Great Lords on sight. Tier 2 skills and spells flew at the summoned monsters, inflicting damages in the thousands. At the same time, the Tier 2 MTs on the front line activated their life-saving skills, while the rear line healers began to cast their healing spells. Despite the level advantage, the Great Lords weren't able to scatter the blockade quickly. However, with the 4 Great Lords taking most of the damage, Crimson Heart's team was able to approach the frontline MTs with relative ease. Starlink's Tier 2 MTs had their hands full with the level 75 Great Lords, and as a result, they fell instantly under the Dark Cloud Legion's concentrated attacks. In the blink of an eye, several Tier 2 MTs from Starlink died, opening a massive rift in the defensive line. Although the other MTs tried to fill the hole, Crimson Heart gave them no opportunities to do so as she brandished her daggers. When her blade struck, even Tier 2 MTs stumbled away from her. Despite the fervent attacks from Starlink's ranged players, Crimson Heart easily avoided their bombardment and continued to widen the gap in the enemy's defensive line by relying on the Great Lord's massive frames. This allowed the Dark Cloud Legion members to break past the blockade as a single unit. Yet, despite their success, Crimson Heart's team had still suffered more than 50 casualties in the assault. A few seconds after Crimson Heart's team broke through the blockade, a Tier 2 Ranger reported, Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's members are giving chase. So soon? Crimson Heart's expression twisted when she heard this. She hadn't expected Starlink's players to reorganize and take up the chase so quickly. How far are they? Roughly 700 yards, the Tier 2 Ranger said. Leave 2 Great Lords behind to delay them. Crimson Heart commanded after giving the matter some thought. Even for ordinary players, 700 yards wasn't a vast distance, much less elite and expert players with their own mounts. If they allowed the Starlink members to get too close, they'd get caught in a pincer attack the moment they ran into the next blockade. With the Legion's remaining combat power, a pincer attack would signal their demise. They could only try to buy as much time as possible in this situation. After receiving their orders, 2 of the 4 summoners controlling the Great Lord split away from the team, staying behind to delay their enemies. Fortunately, the 2 Great Lords were quite effective, allowing Crimson Heart's team to put more distance between them and Starlink's forces as time passed. Now that the Legion had 2 Great Lords to lead the way, Crimson Heart's players no longer had to worry about monster interference. The Great Lord swept aside any monsters that attempted to ambush the players effortlessly. Moreover, with the Great Lord's strength, breaking past the blockades manned by 1,000 or 2,000 players became significantly easier. Vice Guild Leader, "We'll reach Moon Creek Town in less than 10 minutes, a Tier 2 Ranger excitedly reported after looking at Silent Canyon's system map. "Everyone, get ready. Once we enter the town, we'll likely have another tough battle to face," Crimson Heart said as she breathed a sigh of relief. Their journey had not been easy. Despite using Tier 3 summoning scrolls, the Dark Cloud Legion had still lost players. Now, fewer than 200 members remained. Fortunately, they were almost to Moon Creek Town. As long as they passed the blood source potions out to the players in Moon Creek Town, they should be able to buy enough time for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. However, as Moon Creek Town appeared on the horizon, several hundred fire arrows rained down on Crimson Heart and her team. Caught off guard, the Legion tried to dodge the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, the fire arrows were quite fast, and not even the Dark Cloud Legion's experts could dodge them in time, taking the hits. To make matters worse, these experts fell after taking 2 fire arrows. The arrow's power was nothing like the spells players typically used as Chaos Tor at Crimson Heart's team. A gigantic magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping the Dark Cloud Legion. This is a magic barrier. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched the translucent barrier form around her players. "That's right, we prepared this specifically for you. Are you surprised?" Suddenly, a rugged voice emerged from within the barrier, familiar enough that Crimson Heart and her companions spun toward its origin before they had realized it. A large group of players had appeared in the clearing ahead of them. The origin of the rugged voice was a level 62, Tier 2 Berserker Desert Tiger. Crimson Heart was stunned when she saw the man. "How did you get here?" Her Dark Cloud Legion had lost over 400 members during the battle with Starlink's first blockade. Desert Tiger himself had been responsible for over 1/4 of those deaths. If her subordinates hadn't fought as desperately as they had, Desert Tiger might have pinned her down, and they never would have made it past the first roadblock. Logically, Desert Tiger should still be far behind her team, yet he stood before her now. Why wouldn't she be surprised? Don't tell me you think that mounts are the only way to cross long distances quickly. Desert Tiger chuckled as he looked at Crimson Heart. Could it be a flying tool? Crimson Heart suddenly thought of a possibility. Now that the Silent Canyon was sealed off, teleportation within the canyon would be impossible. The only other travel method she could think of that was faster than a mount was a flying tool. However, flying tools were extremely precious. She had only ever heard of such tools, never actually seen one before. Smart. Desert Tiger nodded. He then chuckled and said, "Well? Are you going to surrender quietly? Or do you truly want to face us a second time?" "Surrender?" Crimson Heart sneered at Desert Tiger and his team. "That depends on whether or not you can force us to." Desert Tiger's team only consisted of 100 players at this point. Meanwhile, a dozen or so players maintained the magic barrier. This proved that the barrier wasn't that strong, so the Dark Cloud Legion had a chance of breaking out of it. "Since that is your answer, show me what the 100 Flowers Palace is capable of, Desert Tiger said, smiling as he waved a hand. Immediately, the several dozen players around him stepped into the array and charged at Crimson Heart's team. However, once the two forces met each other in battle, the Dark Cloud Legion members were stupefied. The two forces' combat power was on entirely different levels. A single Starlink expert was strong enough to overwhelm 2 or 3 Dark Cloud Legion experts. In a one-on-one fight, none of the Dark Cloud Legion members lasted more than 10 moves. Even an expert as powerful as Crimson Heart was forced to focus on defense against 5 Starlink experts' coordinated attacks. Refinement Realm experts. Crimson Heart could tell that her 5 opponents were far stronger than the other Starlink experts her team fought. They had definitely reached the Refinement Realm. The overall standard of Desert Tiger's newest team was far stronger than the players he had commanded earlier. I am sure you can see the difference between our forces. Staying in the 100 Flowers Palace is a waste for an expert like yourself. Why don't you join Starlink instead? If you submit to me, I can recommend that the guild give you an elder position at the very least. You won't have to fall with the 100 Flowers Palace, Desert Tiger offered. Despite the fact that he had Crimson Heart cornered, he didn't rush to finish her off. Instead, he continued to try to persuade her, saying, if you are hoping that the team on the other path will reach the town, I'd suggest you abandon the idea. Unlike myself, those old fossils don't have the patience to play with their opponents. In your dreams. Crimson Heart growled, determination flashing in her eyes as she prepared to make a last stand. Since that is the case, I'll send you to hell alongside your precious palace. Desert Tiger bellowed. He immediately activated charge, targeting Crimson Heart. However, as soon as Desert Tiger entered the magic barrier, an indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield. Vice Guild Leader Crimson, I'm truly sorry for the long wait. Everyone turned toward the voice's origin the instant they heard it, spotting a dozen or so figures a short distance away from the magic barrier. The leader of the group was a cloaked, young man. Chapter 2041, She's Telling the Truth. Both Starlink's peak experts and the Dark Cloud Legion's members couldn't help but turn due to the arrival of Shifeng's party on the plain. Broad Road, how are you here? Shock overwhelmed Crimson Heart when she saw Shifeng and his companions. For a moment, she even wondered if she was hallucinating. Did you manage to circle around 3 kills blockade? Logically, Zero Wing's team shouldn't have made it this far. 3 kills, someone far more powerful than Desert Tiger, had guarded the other path. Even her team suffered such severe casualties trying to get past Desert Tiger, yet Zero Wing's team had arrived without losing a single member. No matter how she looked at it, Zero Wing's team did not look like it had engaged in battle. The only explanation she could think of was that Zero Wing's members had found another route, allowing them to bypass 3 kills team entirely. There's a way to skirt around the blockades? Unfortunately, we didn't find one. We just fought our way here, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Crimson Heart was speechless. She wanted to curse at Shifeng for joking at a time like this, but before she could comment, she heard a commotion some distance away. Turning toward the source, Crimson Heart noticed a large group of several hundred players rapidly approaching her location. As these new arrivals grew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of their appearances. How is this possible? Crimson Heart was utterly confused as she stared at the approaching players. This group of players was none other than Cleansed Rue's team. She had been able to believe that Shifeng's party had successfully evaded 3 kills forces due to the party's small size, but for a 1,000-man team like Cleansed Rue's to evade detection? That was impossible. To come this far, the team definitely had to break past 3 kills blockade. The most shocking part of all of this was that Cleansed Rue's team had suffered barely any losses. More people from the 100 Flowers Palace. Snapping out of his daze, Desert Tiger stared at Cleansed Rue's team in confusion. Starlink had already locked down the Silent Canyon. Crimson Heart's team should be the only players from the 100 Flowers Palace in the canyon right now. So, where did these several 100 Flowers Palace players come from? Rue, how did you make it here? Crimson Heart could not help but ask softly. How did we get here? We forced our way through the blockades, of course, Cleansed Rue said, giving the other Vice Guild leader a smug smile when she saw Crimson Heart's confusion. She had prepared herself for defeat today. She had never thought that Shifeng's team was actually that strong. Stop lying. There are only 2 paths leading here, Desert Tiger guarded one, and 3 kills guarded the other. 3 kills was on your path, so how do you get past his blockade and reach us without suffering significant losses? Crimson Heart demanded, rolling her eyes at Cleansed Rue. I'm telling the truth, Cleansed Rue said, her smile turning bitter. She then gestured to Shifeng's group and explained, it's all thanks to Zero Wing. If those 14 players hadn't torn apart Starlink's blockades along the way, we would have lost more than several dozen players before arriving. You're saying that Zero Wing's 14 players did all of the work? And your team simply followed them? Crimson Heart stated, her eyes twitching in anger. It was clear that she didn't believe Cleansed Rue's claim based on her expression. She felt that Cleansed Rue had gone too far to put Zero Wing in a better light. Meanwhile, Desert Tiger made his move. During the brief moment the 2 Vice Guild leaders conversed. Do you think I'll allow more of your companions to sneak in? No. Those guild emblems do not belong to the 100 Flowers Palace. When Desert Tiger looked at Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members, he noticed the 6-winged emblems pinned to their chests. Laughing, since you all know each other, this will be simple. You will all die together. Waving a hand, Desert Tiger commanded, surround them. Don't let any of them escape. Leave it to us, boss. Suddenly, 50 Tier 2 players split away from the chaotic battlefield and charged toward Shifeng and Crimson Rue's group with playful expressions. To put it bluntly, Crimson Heart's team wouldn't even be a warm-up for them. Now that reinforcements had arrived, however, they'd get the opportunity to stretch properly. Crap. Stop them, quickly. Crimson Heart hurriedly commanded her subordinates. Although she did not know how Shifeng and Cleansed Rue's group had made it this far, they currently stood outside of the barrier. Fleeing from Desert Tiger's subordinates would be far easier for them than for her team. Moreover, Moon Creek Town was within sight. As long as Cleansed Rue could reach Moon Creek Town, they could solve the town's predicament. Can you stop them, though? Desert Tiger sneered as he watched 100 players from the Dark Cloud Legion move to intercept his 50 players. The 50-man team was no ordinary expert team. The team included a 10-man special assault squad comprised of Refinement Realm experts that had been specifically trained to fight superior numbers. Moreover, the assault squad's members were all Tier 2 berserkers. It was a team of absolute strength. Even a Refinement Realm expert team of equal size couldn't stop this assault squad, not to mention a team without any Refinement Realm experts. With the 10-man assault squad taking the lead, the 50 Tier 2 players from Starlink tore through the Dark Cloud Legion's blockade as if it didn't exist at all. The assault squad easily blocked the Dark Cloud Legion's attacks before killing several experts in a brief clash. The two sides' strength was on completely different levels. Damn it! Crimson Heart's anxiety peaked as she watched Starlink's Refinement Realm experts approach Shifeng's party. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation. She already had her hands full with the several Refinement Realm experts before her. She could not afford to care about others right now. But just as the 10-man assault team was about to massacre their targets, a blue light suddenly flashed by them so fast. Was that an attack? The blue light bewildered the 10 Refinement Realm experts, but since it hadn't affected them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they focused on the upcoming assault. After a second, however, these Refinement Realm experts found themselves unable to move. Following which, the scenery before them changed, fading to a dull gray. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it some sort of mental restriction? The assault squad couldn't help but consider the idea, but very soon, they realized that they weren't affected by some skill or spell. The phenomenon they experienced was simply the result of their deaths. As the 10 Refinement Realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground, time in the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the assault squad's corpses with wide eyes. Not only had the flash of blue light killed 10 Refinement Realm experts instantly, but it had also shattered the magic array around Crimson Heart's team. Damn it. What did he do? Many of Starlink's experts lost their minds after watching the event unfold. Even Crimson Heart's team was stupefied. Is he a monster? An indescribable shock filled Crimson Heart as she stared at Shifeng, who was in the process of sheathing Killing Ray. He had killed 10 Refinement Realm experts with a single attack. Moreover, he had shattered the magic barrier with the same attack. His strength was incredible. However, Crimson Heart found Shifeng's usage of his skill to be far more intimidating than his frightening strength. The assault squad hadn't run in a line, running at Zero Wing's party from 4 different directions to surround the players instead. To kill all 10 Refinement Realm experts with one attack, Shifeng would have had to make multiple minor adjustments to his attack trajectory the moment he activated his skill. Moreover, the slightest mistake could have taken out his allies as well as his enemies. Not only had he successfully slain the approaching Refinement Realm experts, but he had also avoided harming his allies. This forced Crimson Heart to reconsider Cleansed Rue's claim she was telling the truth. Chapter 2042, Getting Serious. While everyone was still shocked by the fact that 10 Refinement Realm experts had been instant-killed, Seven Light and his comrades took advantage of the opportunity to make their move in the blink of an eye. 13 figures dashed into Starlink's ranks with vicious attacks taking the lead. Seven Light activated Wind Blade and arrived before 3 Starlink MTs and 4 melee players. He then brandished his swords at the MT's sturdy shields. Tier 2 skill, Omni Slash. Suddenly, 4 sword lights radiated out from Seven Light, and although Starlink's members blocked the spreading lights, the resulting impact forced them to stumble back several steps, revealing several holes in their defenses. Seven Light then swung his 2 swords again. 2 sword lights flew toward one of the Tier 2 MTs. One knocked away the MT's shield while the other bit into the player's armor. The MT began to lose HP rapidly. Before the rear-line healers could react, Seven Light followed up by swinging one of his long swords and activating the Tier 2 skill, Dispersing Slash. Suddenly, 6 sword lights left Seven Light's longsword, devouring the Tier 2 MT's remaining HP. Although Seven Light's action seemed slow, from afar, one would only see him charge into the crowd. Then, as if for no reason at all, the 7 players around Seven Light stumbled backward. One even fell to the ground, dead. The results of Stubborn Bone and the other Zero Wing members' assault were roughly the same. During the initial confrontation alone, more than 10 of Starlink's surviving 40 Tier 2 experts had died. Now, less than 30 players remained. Desert Tiger's 50-man team had held the advantage against Crimson Heart's players, but due to the arrival of Cleansed Rue's team, the situation had taken a turn for the worst for Starlink's Force Vice Guild leader, were too outnumbered. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they annihilate us. One of Starlink's Tier 2 Guardian Knights anxiously reported they would have still had a chance if they had only needed to face Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue's teams, but Shifeng's party continued to slaughter their members. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 20-plus players who fought Shifeng's players were eliminated. If Shifeng's party finished them off and regrouped with Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they would suffer for it. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Desert Tiger grimly commanded. He also realized the outcome that awaited them if they continued this fight. Firing a fierce glare at the distant Shifeng, he growled, "I'll let you live for a little while longer." Desert Tiger then turned and left, showing no intention of staying for this battle. Seeing this, Starlink's players began to split up and flee into their surroundings. Despite the retreat, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild leaders didn't try to chase them down. Starlink's forces hid all around Moon Creek Town. If they gave chase, they'd only throw their lives away. Moreover, Moon Creek Town's safety was their priority. They were not here to fight Starlink's forces. Elder Yifeng, thank you for your help. Had you not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Desert Tiger would have slaughtered us, Crimson Heart said as she approached Shifeng, complex feelings twisting inside her. She had wanted to prove the 100 Flowers Palace's power to Zero Wing, but she had only embarrassed herself. Her Dark Cloud Legion had started this operation with 1,000 members. Now, less than 200 remained. In contrast, Zero Wing's party of 14 was completely intact. Zero Wing had even escorted Cleansed Rue's team without allowing the latter to suffer significant casualties. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Finally, she, more or less, understood why Cleansed Rue had so strongly supported an alliance between the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing. Yuri welcome. Crimson Heart's sincere thanks surprised Shifeng, but her actions also indirectly acknowledged Zero Wing's strength. He could now assume that his trip to the Dark Knight Empire hadn't been fruitless. It is still too dangerous here. Let's head to Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart nodded in response. She knew that they could be ambushed at any time. Immediately, both the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing's members hurried toward Moon Creek Town. Fortunately, the small army hadn't encountered any of Starlink's members during the last of their journey. This allowed the group to reach the town safely. Once they were in the town, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue got to work. Aside from organizing the town's defenses, they distributed blood source potions to the town's elite and expert players. They had brought a combined total of 4,000 blood source potions with them, and while it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of war, they could ensure the town's survival for at least 3 hours against an army of 300,000 elite and expert players. 3 hours were more than enough for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. Once it did, Starlink would have to pay the price in blood if it wanted to capture Moon Creek Town. Needless to say, Starlink would avoid paying such a price. After all, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were its true targets. Losing a large number of elite players to defeat the 100 Flowers Palace simply wasn't worth it. Doing so would only give Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor an edge in the overall war, following which, time passed uneventfully. Due to Crimson Heart and the others' arrival, a relaxed energy replaced the previous gloomy atmosphere that had swallowed the town. Many players had even begun to chat about the upcoming Starlink siege as if they weren't related to the war in the least. Big Sis Rue, I've just received an offline message. The guild leader has gathered an army of 200,000 and is on the way now. She should arrive in 3 hours or less, Cleansed Rue excitedly told Crimson Emperor, who observed the situation beyond the town from the town's walls. As she approached 3 hours, Crimson Heart felt as if she had just heard the voice of God, revealing an ecstatic expression. Surviving 3 hours against Starlink's army was no longer a major issue for Moon Creek Town. In other words, Moon Creek Town was practically safe from capture. Next, the 100 Flowers Palace needed to stabilize its position in the Dark Knight Empire. Losing East Valley Town had significantly impacted the palace's operations. After all, meanwhile, she saw the wisdom in partnering with Zero Wing after witnessing the guild's performance. Although, she still deemed it necessary to negotiate the conditions of their partnership. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue chatted merrily, Moon Creek Town's crisis alarm rang out, echoing throughout the town. Both vice guild leaders spun toward the distant plains and canyon. The alarm announced that the scout players stationed on the town's walls had discovered threatening forces, and the guild members in town should prepare for battle. Suddenly, a large army of players slowly entered the spacious plains. There were so many of them that the army looked like a creeping shadow swallowing the plains. However, these players came to an abrupt halt after crossing a short distance. They quietly stood outside of the defense turret's range as if waiting for something. Are they not here to attack? Cleansed Rue muttered as she watched Starlink's grounded army. Are they hesitating on whether or not to siege the town? When an army sieged a town, it usually did so without pause to ensure that the defenders didn't have time to prepare. Otherwise, the invading army would have to pay a much greater price during the siege. As a superpower, Starlink should know this rule quite well, yet its army still stopped outside of the town. It was unusual they were not attacking. Crimson Heart had a bad feeling as she stared at Starlink's unmoving army. No, something's not right, Rue. Why would an army, which has a high chance of success, stop its advance? To raise morale? Or maybe, the army has absolute confidence in its victory? Cleansed Rue considered the situation, but after a moment, she realized something. Tell everyone to get ready. Activate the defensive magic array. Our enemy likely has more than just 300,000 players. I think we're witnessing a superpower getting serious for the first time. Crimson Heart yelled. Chapter 2043, A Battle with Two Options. Hearing Crimson Heart's conclusion, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but tense up. Thus far, the 100 Flowers Palace's fights with Starlink had only been minor skirmishes. Even so, the small forces Starlink had dispatched had been enough to threaten the palace. If Starlink were truly taking this battle seriously, it wouldn't end as easily as they had hoped. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue ordered their players to man specific sections of the town walls, the Starlink members in the distance finally made their move. Slowly, the army parted in organized areas, opening multiple, small paths. Players began to push large ballistas down these paths. The scene was so unexpected that the two Palace Vice Guild leaders froze in shock. Every player from the 100 Flowers Palace on the walls was stupefied by what they saw. They weren't simply surprised by the large ballistas themselves, but by the fact that Starlink's forces had arrived with more than 100 of the war weapons. Even though they had never witnessed the power of large ballistas before, seeing them from afar was more than enough for them to understand that these weapons were extraordinarily powerful. Aside from their massive size, the ballista's steel arrows were engraved with crimson magic runes, which attracted the ambient mana. Seeing the flow of mana around the weapons, the 100 Flowers Palace's members realized that those arrows carried power at the Tier 3 standard or stronger. In other words, each large ballista had as much firepower as a defense turret, and Moon Creek Town only had 8 defense turrets if all of those 100+ large ballistas fired together. So, this is why they're not in a hurry to attack. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched Starlink's players push the large ballistas into position. Initially, she had thought that the 100 Flowers Palace had some ability to fend off a superpower, but after seeing the large ballistas, she found the idea laughable. This is Starlink? Is this a joke? How are we supposed to fight that? The palace's players began to despair when they saw the massive war weapons, their fighting spirit vanishing. Not only were they heavily outnumbered, but the difference between their war weapons was also massive. How were they supposed to fight such an enemy? Surviving 10 minutes against those large ballistas might not be possible, much less 3 hours. At this point, the players in Moon Creek Town had gone into an uproar after witnessing Starlink's forces. The various guild spies in the town frantically reported the situation to their superiors. While a 300,000-strong army of elites was a powerful force, it wasn't impossible to defeat. An army of 100,000 elites, with the defender's advantage, should be more than enough to repel the force. However, it was a different story if the enemy had 100+ large ballistas. With the current defensive capabilities available to guild towns, fending off so many powerful war weapons would be impossible. Not even the various superpowers guild towns were an exception. As long as Starlink wanted to, it could eliminate any guild town it wished. Relying on a guild town's defenses to deter Starlink and secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire was no longer possible for the various guilds. The moment word of Starlink's large ballistas got out, it caused a commotion among the Empire's various powers. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart frowned as he read the report he had just received from a subordinate. How did Starlink get its hands on so many large ballistas? Unyielding Soul had been keeping an eye on Starlink's movements. Naturally, Starlink's attempt to pacify the 100 Flowers Palace hadn't escaped the guild's notice. Unyielding Soul had been preparing in secret to help the 100 Flowers Palace and foil Starlink's plans, but now, the guild's own towns might be at risk. This move is truly... Shadow Flower gritted her teeth when she saw the numerous large ballistas in the recording before her. How is this just an attempt to capture Moon Creek Town? Starlink is basically solidifying its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Starlink could have easily taken Moon Creek Town, yet it had taken its sweet time to set up blockades and use fanciful maneuvers. It was clear what Starlink's true goal was: making an example of the 100 Flowers Palace. Starlink knew that the various major powers, including the 2 superpowers, were watching the situation in Moon Creek Town. So, it planned to use the palace to prove its strength to the Empire's various major powers. Guild leader, do we still plan to head to Moon Creek Town? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons could not help but ask. Notify Crimson and Rue. Tell them to abandon the town immediately and get as many people out of there as possible. Shadow Flower commanded, frustrated, after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Silent Canyon, amidst Starlink's army positioned outside of Moon Creek Town. Guild leader, the 100 Flowers Palace's Crimson Heart has just contacted us to express the palace's willingness to hand Moon Creek Town over to us. In return, they have requested that we allow them to leave the town. Dawn Webb, who wore a set of luxurious mage robes and carried a crystalline staff, said, smiling at Lu Xinglua. They want to surrender now that they've realized how much stronger we are. Lu Xinglua revealed a playful smile. From what 3 and Tiger have told me, Zero Wings members are participating in this war. That is the case, Dawn Webb confirmed. Zero Wing has ruined my plans multiple times now. Since we've met again, I want them to pay interest for their previous insults. Tell the 100 Flowers Palace that if it wants to leave the Silent Canyon, it must kill every Zero Wing player in the town within the next 10 minutes. I'll allow them to leave the canyon safely if they complete the task. If not, they should abandon any hope of leaving this place alive. Lu Xinglua said, sneering. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Dawn Webb replied before sending her subordinates to relay the message. Meanwhile, standing on Moon Creek Town's walls, Big Sis Crimson, Starlink has sent a reply. Zero Wing or survival, we can only choose one, Cleansed Rue said grimly as she read the message her subordinate had sent. Starlink must really look down on our guild, Crimson Heart said frostily. Notify everyone. We will fight the enemy to the death. Even if we are annihilated, we'll take some of Starlink's forces with us. Rue, organize an expert legion. Once the battle begins, escort Zero Wings members away from the battlefield. This is the 100 Flowers Palace's problem. Zero Wing has already helped us quite a bit. We cannot drag them any further into this mess. I understand. Cleansed Rue nodded. Cleansed Rue left to follow Crimson Heart's instructions. As for Crimson Heart, she began to gather her forces to prepare for combat. 10 minutes passed quickly. Good. Very good. When Lu Xinglua, who watched Moon Creek Town from a high vantage point, didn't receive a reply from Crimson Heart, he commanded, since they want to die, I will grant their wish. Notify our members to begin the attack. I want every player from the 100 Flowers Palace dead. Chapter 2044, Disparity in Combat Power. Starlink's 300,000-strong army had Moon Creek Town completely surrounded. With Lu Xinglua's command, the 100-plus large ballistas slowly advanced, stirring fear in the hearts of the town's players. This was the first time the Dark Knight Empire had seen such a large-scale siege battle. As the mass of players swarmed toward the town, the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although they had experienced a few large-scale battles, those fights were insignificant compared to the battle awaiting them when Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, and the rest of Zero Wing's members saw this. They, too, were shocked. Amazing. So, this is a guild war? Although I've watched guild wars before, spectating and participating are on 2 different levels. So, this is a superpower's true strength? Although they were refinement realm experts, Seven Light and his comrades couldn't help but feel insignificant before such a large army. In a battle of this scale, an individual wouldn't make even the tiniest wave. They had successfully broken past one Starlink blockade after another and fended off thousands of players, but they had only done so due to the canyon's narrow terrain. A few hundred players would be fortunate if they could attack at the same time, but this battlefield was about to take place on an open plain. On a battlefield like this, they may have to face thousands of players at once. Surviving would be difficult enough, not to mention turning the tide of battle. Moreover, they had the large ballistas to contend with. If 100 large ballistas fired simultaneously, they would even blow a group of peak experts to smithereens. Starlink didn't only plan to annihilate the 100 Flowers Palace. It also wanted to make an example of the guild for the rest of the Dark Knight Empire's players. Sherfone could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the gradually approaching war weapons. Large ballistas were far more useful than a town's defense turrets. Although they didn't have as much range as the defense turrets, the ballista's attacks were undoubtedly at the Tier 3 standard. Furthermore, they had slightly shorter cooldowns than the defense turrets. Fortunately, the large ballistas didn't have as large of an AoE as the defense turrets, since the large ballista's design wasn't particularly difficult to obtain and its materials weren't that rare. it had become a mainstream weapon when sieging towns or cities in the past. The high production cost was the only drawback. A single attempt to produce the large ballista cost roughly 1,000 gold. If a basic master forger attempted to craft one, the total cost would amount to around 3,000 gold. The fact that Starlink had more than 100 of these war weapons meant that the guild had spent at least 300,000 gold in the weapons production. Shifeng had to admit that a superpower was certainly impressive. It had both strength and money. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to mass-produce the large ballistas. Although crafting the large ballistas cost half as much to construct a defense turret, the turret had incredibly high defense. It could even survive multiple Tier 4 attacks. But the large ballistas were different. They could barely endure 2 or 3 Tier 3 attacks before crumbling, much less Tier 4 attacks. Moreover, using the large ballistas would reduce their durability, and repairing the war weapons would cost a hefty fee. Unless one was particularly wealthy, they couldn't afford to rely on the large ballistas. Commander Yifeng, I've finally found you, Cleansed Rue said as she ran toward Shifeng. The battle will begin soon. Moon Creek Town is too dangerous now. Your team should prepare to leave immediately. After the fight begins, we'll find an opportunity to open a gap for you to escape. You're abandoning Moon Creek Town? Shifeng asked in an odd tone. From what he understood, Moon Creek Town was the 100 Flowers Palace's final ray of hope for survival in the Dark Knight Empire. If the palace lost this town, it would have no choice but to leave the empire. We can no longer afford to defend the town. The difference between our forces' strength is simply too great. At this point, all we can do is try to preserve as much of the guild's strength as possible, Cleansed Rue said, shaking her head. She, too, wanted to protect Moon Creek Town, but the difference between her guild's strength and their enemies was clear for all to see. Even if Shadow Flower's army of 200,000 elite and expert players reached the town in time, the reinforcements couldn't change the war's outcome. Against more than 100 large ballistas, Moon Creek Town's defenses were practically non-existent. Rather than throwing their lives away in a pointless struggle, it would be wiser if they simply found another location to settle in. Is that so? Shifeng, more or less, understood the 100 Flowers Palace's reasoning. Smiling, he asked, what if I say that there is a way to hold on to Moon Creek Town? Hold on to Moon Creek Town? Cleansed Rue blinked in surprise at Shifeng's words. Defending against Starlink's assault isn't exactly impossible. Only, if you want to hold Moon Creek Town, we'll have to touch upon Zero Wing's core secrets, Shifeng said, nodding. Is that really possible? Cleansed Rue asked, needing confirmation from Shifeng once more. She knew what Shifeng was trying to say. As long as the 100 Flowers Palace agreed to ally with Zero Wing would help protect Moon Creek Town, but she couldn't figure out what method they could employ to save the town. I am 80% confident, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. 80%. Cleansed Rue stared at the swordsman in shock. Despite facing a 300,000 strong elite army and 100 plus large ballistas, Shifeng insisted that they had an 80% chance of victory. If she hadn't been traveling alongside this swordsman and gained a certain understanding of this man, she would have suspected him of lying to her. If we fail to protect the town, I will represent Zero Wing in abandoning the alliance conditions. On the contrary, if we succeed, our previous conditions will remain unchanged. What are your thoughts? Shifeng asked. All right, I'll negotiate with the guild leader immediately. Cleansed Rue nodded to Shifeng's conditions and confident tone. She then contacted Shadow Flower and Crimson Heart, relaying the offer, word for word, and asking them to make a decision. Hold Moon Creek Town against such an assault? Crimson Heart found Cleansed Rue's claim difficult to believe. Not even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would dare interfere in this war now. Not even they could protect Moon Creek Town against Starlink's forces, and they were too afraid of drawing the guild's attention. However, since Zero Wing had made the offer, we won't suffer any additional losses if this plan fails. Giving it a try doesn't matter at this point, Shadow Flower said after considering the situation. In the end, she agreed that Shifeng's conditions were better than doing nothing and fleeing from the Dark Knight Empire, following which, Cleansed Rue signed a contract with Shifeng on behalf of Shadow Flower, solidifying the alliance between Zero Wing and the 100 Flowers Palace. If Zero Wing successfully protected Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace would hand over the management rights to 50% of its shops in the Empire. On the other hand, if Zero Wing failed, this agreement would be null and void. Commander Yifeng, what do you need the 100 Flowers Palace to do? Cleansed Rue asked once the contract had been signed. How many players do you currently have in Moon Creek Town? Shifeng responded with a question. We have 35,000 members garrisoned in the town. Among them, around 3,000 are experts. There are also 1,000 NPC soldiers, 300 of which are Tier 2, Cleansed Rue said. If need be, we can also utilize 4,000 blood source potions to create 4,000 temporary experts. Normally, such a force would be more than enough to defend a town, but against 300,000 elite players, the force would be quite fragile. Not bad. It should be enough. Shifeng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his gaze to Seven Light and the others and commanded, "All right, let's get to work. Starlink's large ballistas will be your targets." Wonderful. I didn't think we'd get a chance to use them this time. Seven Light and his comrades' eyes glowed as they received their orders. Chapter 2045, Guardian Puppet appears. Just them? Cleansed Rue was confused as she watched Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members make their way toward the town's main entrance. She couldn't fathom what Shifeng intended to do. Although she had previously witnessed their strength, individual combat power would be utterly useless in the upcoming battle. A melee peak expert might even fare worse than an ordinary Tier 2 elementalist. An elementalist, after all, had AoE spells they could use to cause immense damage on the battlefield. Seeing this, she wondered if Shifeng was playing a prank on her. Relax. Seven Light and the others are quite strong, Shifeng said with a faint smile. This place is too remote. Let's head to the main entrance to get a better view of the situation. Cleansed Rue was speechless, but it was true that she needed a proper view of the battlefield. A large group of players from the 100 Flowers Palace stood on the walls around the main entrance in strict organization. They anxiously awaited the arrival of Starlink's slowly advancing army, knowing that this battle would determine their guild's fate. Even the palace's expert players, who had experienced countless life-or-death battles, couldn't help their growing nerves as Crimson Heart carefully observed the battlefield. Shifeng and Cleansed Rue arrived near her post on the wall. Commander Yifeng, you're here, Crimson Heart greeted Shifeng. Looking at the situation, Starlink seems intent on breaching the town from its main entrance. It hasn't positioned any forces on the town's other sides. By the looks of it, Starlink plans to trap us all in Moon Creek Town before wiping us out. Starlink's people are despicable. They dare to look down on us. Do they think they only need a fraction of their strength to annihilate us? A middle-aged upper echelon from the 100 Flowers Palace growled. Although Starlink's forces were frightening, Moon Creek Town had its own war weapons prepared. A total of 8 gnome cannons and 4 catapults were stationed in the town, all of which had been set up in key locations. With a single command, these war weapons would fire simultaneously. However, when Cleansed Rue realized that Starlink was trying to belittle them, she wasn't angry, but relieved. It was true that Starlink qualified to belittle the 100 Flowers Palace. Moreover, facing the 60 large ballistas leading the charge would be far less difficult than fighting more than 100. They mobilized 60 large ballistas. It didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch as he watched the approaching army. Large ballistas were consumable items, they lost durability during use. Starlink's goal in this battle against Moon Creek Town was simply to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire's major powers. Since it could complete the task with just 60 large ballistas, it didn't need to mobilize its full force and waste the resources to repair them afterward. Furthermore, if the large ballistas moved at full speed, the town's defense turrets would struggle to hit them from farther than 1,000 yards. Meanwhile, the large ballistas had a maximum range of 3 yards. As long as they stayed between the 1,000-yard mark and 1,300-yard range, the defense turrets wouldn't pose much of a threat. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, 60 large ballistas would be more than enough to decimate the town. Shortly after Shifeng arrived on the wall, he heard a voice from a nearby defense turret. Vice Guild Leader. Starlink's army is within shooting range. The announcement forced the palace members' anxiety over the tipping point. They immediately turned to Crimson Heart. Now that the enemy was within the defense turret's range, the battle would begin. Attack. Target the most concentrated areas. Crimson Heart commanded after taking in a deep breath. Every defense turret and war weapon in Moon Creek Town fired simultaneously, a round of explosions echoing throughout the town. Boom. 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 Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, the attacks exploded in the air before reaching Starlink's army as if they had collided with a translucent wall. This is, Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she stared at the space above Starlink's army. Do they have a defensive magic array? Defensive magic arrays fell into two categories. The first type included town or city defensive magic arrays, while the second type was reserved for field defensive magic arrays. Field-type defensive magic arrays were excruciatingly rare since they could be used anytime and anywhere. They were godly tools in large-scale combat between guilds. Even until now, the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have a single magic array scroll for this type of defensive magic array, let alone a complete set. Naturally, town and city-type defensive magic arrays could only be used within towns or cities. Due to their limited usage, they were considerably easier to obtain. Obtaining such a magic array wasn't too difficult for a first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Meanwhile, Starlink clearly employed a field-type defensive magic array. Hahaha. Did you think Starlink would attack without considering its own defense? Lu Xinglua laughed as he watched Moon Creek Town's attacks fail. Notify the army. Tell them only to attack with the large ballistas. We need to show everyone the consequences of making an enemy of Starlink. Understood. Dawn Webb replied before relaying Lu Xinglua's command. Meanwhile, Starlink's army increased its pace toward Moon Creek Town. Very quickly, the army came within 3 yards of the town attack. Suddenly, all 60 large ballistas launched their gigantic arrows, bombarding Moon Creek Town. Boom. 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 The sounds of multiple explosions and cracking stone rang out through the town. Although the town's defensive magic array could hold off Tier 3 attacks, the array still cracked under such a ruthless assault. It was obvious that the first volley had depleted a significant portion of the magic array's energy reserves. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members even more nervous. Defensive magic arrays had a limited amount of energy. Once their energy reserves had been depleted, the array would vanish. Normally, a town's defensive magic array could survive ordinary attacks for a long time, but it would be a different story if the attacks were capable of cracking the barrier. The defensive magic array wouldn't last long under such an assault. If Moon Creek Town lost its defensive magic array, players like them would bear the brunt of the ballista's attacks. The 100 Flowers Palace players weren't the only ones shocked by the large ballista's assault. Even the town's visiting players were stunned, especially the spies from the various major powers. They had never expected the large ballistas to deal additional damage to the town's magic barrier. This effect was disastrous news for the Empire's various major powers. Sure enough, a basic defensive magic array that can block large ballistas' attacks is too much to ask for, Shifeng thought to himself as he looked at the cracks that had appeared above the town. He then turned to Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Silent Blade, and Stubborn Bone, commanding, "It's time for you to act. Be careful of those large ballistas." Understood. Hearing Shifeng's command, the 4 players in question revealed ecstatic expressions. They then jumped from the wall and charged toward Starlink's forces. What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? No, that's not it. They don't seem to be from the 100 Flowers Palace. Look at their guild emblems. I think they're from Zero Wing. Both Starlink's members and the distant spectating players were shocked to see the 4 players dash towards Starlink's army. Are Zero Wing's members trying to escape? Have we scared them, silly? Lu Xinglua sneered at Seven Light and the others. Relay my commands. Even if they've lost their minds, do not let them leave. Blast those 4 to pieces. 4 large ballistas, which had been aimed at Moon Creek Town, suddenly fired at Seven Light and his companions. 4 massive arrows transformed into streaks of red light as they tore through the sound barrier and flew toward Zero Wing's members. However, just before the Crimson Light struck 7 Lights group, 4 gigantic figures appeared before the players. The streaks of red light stopped abruptly in front of the gigantic figures, incapable of proceeding an inch farther. Impossible. Everyone watching these gigantic figures was stunned. 4 massive robots had grasped the ballista arrows, which were as wide as tree trunks, in their palms. Chapter 2046, Might of the Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were at the Tier 3 standard. Even Great Lord-ranked monsters would stumble and lose their stance upon receiving such attacks, yet the 4 giants had blocked all 4 arrows from the ballistas. To be precise, they had caught the ballista arrows as if they had plucked up a small twig from the roadside. This situation challenged everyone's sanity. Attack. All large ballistas, attack those robots together. After seeing the Guardian Puppets' performance, Starlink's upper echelons realized that if they allowed the combat puppets to come within range of their army and the large ballistas, tragedy would ensue. Hence, they needed to get rid of those puppets as quickly as possible. The remaining 54 large ballistas abandoned their focus on Moon Creek Town and shifted to the Guardian Puppets. After taking aim, all 60 ballistas fired at their targets simultaneously. Shio! 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 The sonic boom of the arrows breaking through the sound barrier shook the battlefield repeatedly. Like a meteor shower, the arrows rained down on the 4 Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were well coordinated, rivaling ranged experts' attacks. Now, each Guardian Puppet had to face over a dozen arrows. In addition, every ballista now used explosive arrows. Even if the arrows did not strike their target directly, they would cause a certain amount of damage as long as they landed near the Guardian Puppets. With the mechanical lifeform's slow reactions, blocking so many attacks would be impossible. 7 Light and his comrades, who controlled the Guardian Puppets, also knew that they could block so many incoming arrows. Instead, they began to move their puppets. Boom! Boom! Boom dash! Following which, a series of explosions rocked the battlefield as a chilling, silent atmosphere descended on the plains. The 4 Guardian Puppets successfully evaded every arrow the large ballistas had fired. As if they were skillful, nimble assassins, the Guardian Puppets evaded the attacks with minimal movements, allowing most of the arrows to brush past harmlessly. How is this possible? How are those mechanical puppets so dexterous? As the players controlling the large ballistas watched the Guardian Puppets charge toward them, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In God's domain, mechanical lifeforms were famed for superb strength and defense, but they also shared one weakness: slow reaction times. When the Guardian Puppets had caught the ballista arrows earlier, the puppets' great strength had left them in shock and awe, but watching the constructs dance like flexible monkeys had destroyed their previous understanding of mechanical lifeforms. Even the knowledgeable upper echelons from the various guilds were confused, not to mention the many expert players present. Only Shifeng remained unperturbed. 7 Lights group had improved significantly after training in the Extraordinary Tower. Although they had yet to enter the realms of truth, they were close to the Truth Realm standard. It was only natural that they could exhibit greater combat standards than ordinary experts when controlling the combat puppets. With their skills, dodging a dozen or so arrows would be child's play. Defend yourselves. Do not let those things get near us. Starlink's army commanders shouted. Despite firing volley after volley of arrows, the large ballista's attacks did nothing to slow the Guardian Puppets' advance. On the contrary, the ballistas were forced to retreat to maintain their distance from the constructs. However, 7 Lights group controlled bronze combat puppets. Their movement speed was far superior to the large ballistas, and as a result, the gap between them continued to shrink. 800 yards. 500 yards. 200 yards. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Starlink's members began to grow nervous. However, the 4 Guardian Puppets came to a sudden halt as if they had slammed into a translucent barrier. A defensive magic array? Looking at the barrier before him, 7 Light met it with a series of punches, but the magic barrier remained intact. What a pity. Although my defensive magic array is only basic rank, it has been formed with 49 magic array scrolls. It is one of the best basic defensive magic arrays available. You'll never deplete its energy reserves with a few Tier 3 attacks. Lu Xinglua sneered. 7 Lights group. All large ballistas, focus fire on one of those machines. I refuse to believe they can dodge all 60 attacks. While it was true that the large ballistas had a 3-yard attack range, the farther away their target was, the slower their attacks would become due to the air's natural drag. Their accuracy would also suffer. In other words, the closer the targets were, the faster the large ballista's arrows would reach them and the easier they'd be to hit. A few moments ago, the Guardian puppets had been several hundred yards away, so the constructs had plenty of time to dodge the arrows, but now, only 100 yards separated them. Moreover, the 60 large ballistas had previously targeted all 4 Guardian puppets separately. Now that they focused on a single target, the cluster of attacks would be 4 times as dense. Even if the puppets were as agile as monkeys, they'd still become porcupines immediately. 60 ballista arrows flew toward 7 Light's Guardian puppet, the cluster of attacks as fast and dense as if a massive mountain were descending on the construct. Boom. 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 Although 7 Light had desperately tried to block or dodge the incoming volley, more than half of the arrows hit their marks, and a towering pillar of fire enveloped his Guardian puppet. When the arrows had struck, the impact had blasted a huge crater around 7 Light's position. Even players in Moon Creek Town, over 1,000 yards away, could see the smoke rising from the crater. Weary doomed. The 100 Flowers Palace members, who had still held on to hope, turned ashen when they saw this once again. They were forced to realize how powerful the large ballistas were. Although the Guardian puppet was quite powerful, even it would become scrap metal if it had to face 60 large ballistas simultaneously. Prepare to fire the next volley. Lu Xinglua nodded approvingly, his satisfaction over the large ballista's capabilities reaching new heights. However, as the 60 war weapons adjusted their aim to another Guardian puppet, a mechanical roar rose from the crater at the edge of the defensive magic array. Suddenly, an 8-meter-tall figure emerged from the thick, black smoke. It was none other than 7 Light's Guardian puppet. Aside from a little dirt, the puppet's outer shell remained wholly unharmed. How is that possible? Lu Xinglua's smile froze when he saw 7 Light's Guardian puppet. He simply could not believe that 60 large ballista's attacks had been ineffective against this mechanical life form. Unfortunate, the Guardian puppet wasn't exactly unharmed as Lu Xinglua and everyone else assumed. It had taken a little damage from the 36 arrows it had received. In total, it had lost 36 durability points. Each ballista arrow had only cost the puppet a single point of durability. However, since the Guardian puppet had a total of 1000 durability, the damage it had received was insignificant. Now that you're done, it's my turn. After climbing out of the crater, 7 Light's Guardian puppet transformed into a blur as it dashed toward the defensive magic array. One of its gigantic, mechanical arms then twisted into a massive steel sword with crimson runes decorating its length. Once the runes had gathered enough of the surrounding mana, the Guardian puppet thrust its blade into the magic barrier. Tier 3 skill, Flame Jab. Boom. A flaming vortex emerged from the sword, devouring everything in its path. The roaring flames tore a massive hole in the previously indestructible magic barrier, and the array slowly began to disintegrate. It was obvious that Flame Jab's power had exceeded the defensive magic array's tolerance. Chapter 2047, Let's get serious as well. As the defensive magic array protecting Starlink's army began to disintegrate, time seemed to freeze across the entire world. The players controlling the large ballistas, who had been preparing to attack another Guardian puppet, stilled, staring at the puppet standing before their shattering magic barrier. No. This is impossible. How can a Tier 3 attack possibly exceed the magic array's limit? Could that be a Tier 4 mechanical puppet? The Starlink players that maintained the defensive magic array were confused and afraid when they saw their depleted mana. Unconsciously, they began to step away from the Guardian puppets, instinctively increasing the distance between them and their enemies as much as possible. When they had faced the defense turret's intense attacks, the magic array hadn't even cracked, but now, this one Guardian puppet had shattered the barrier with a single strike. They couldn't think of any reason that their array would shatter in one hit unless the strike had been a Tier 4 attack. When they considered the possibility that a Tier 4 mechanical life form stood before them and that the construct was under a player's control, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers spent a lot of time preparing to raid a single Tier 4 mythic monster. They even expected their teams to wipe multiple times before defeating the monster, and that was with the understanding that monsters had various forms of behavioral restrictions. If these restrictions were removed, killing a mythic monster would be several times more difficult. A Tier 4 puppet? When Seven Light and his 3 companions heard Starlink's members, they chuckled. They had never thought that Seven Light's use of strength combination would lead the enemy to believe that their guardian puppets were Tier 4 combat puppets, but they welcomed the misunderstanding. With this, they would have a much easier time defeating their foes. The mental pressure players faced when fighting a Tier 3 being versus a Tier 4 was completely different. After all, the 4 Zero-Wing players controlled their guardian puppets, striking at the large ballista's locations. As the constructs moved, they devastated the ground beneath them, sending players in their way into the air. Before the large ballistas could fire another volley of arrows, Seven Light and the others reached the weapons. They then swung their transformed arms at their targets. Boom! Although the large ballistas were over 4 meters tall, they were no different than pebbles on the roadside compared to the 8-meter-tall guardian puppets. When the guardian puppet sword arms descended, they halved the large ballistas before them. They also carved deep grooves, over a dozen meters or so long, into the ground. There was no question that these constructs' strength was at the peak of Tier 3 inches. That single exchange, Starlink had lost 4 of its large ballistas. For a moment, the surrounding players were utterly stupefied. While the large ballistas appeared to be made of only wood and metal, magic runes strengthened their structure. Even a Tier 2 player would need to attack for a long time to destroy one. These war weapons could even survive a few Tier 3 attacks, yet the guardian puppets could destroy a large ballista in one hit. While everyone was still in shock over the guardian puppet's power, the constructs destroyed 4 more large ballistas. Damn it. All large ballistas, retreat immediately. Lu Xinglua hurriedly commanded, his expression grim. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Do not let those things get close to the large ballistas. Producing each large ballista cost 3,000 gold. This battle had only begun a short moment ago, yet they had already lost 8 large ballistas. Even though Starlink was wealthy, it could not afford such a costly war. Following their orders, Starlink's summoning unit activated 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, commanding their 8 summoned Great Lords to work in pairs to pin down the enemy constructs. In the meantime, the players operating the large ballistas frantically retreated. Scram! Seven Light brandished his guardian puppet's 2 sword arms at the approaching 2 Great Lords, sending the summoned creatures flying and dealing over -1 million damage to each. Without pause, he then dashed toward the nearest large ballista remnant cloud, and the others managed to shake off the Great Lords as easily, chasing after the retreating war weapons. Seeing this situation, Lu Xinglua and his fellow upper echelon's eyes twitched with fury. Although the Great Lords could significantly reduce the puppet's mobility, Starlink still lost 1 large ballista after another. After a short moment, another 10 large ballistas had been destroyed. Amazing. So, this is the strength Zero-Wing has been hiding all this time? Crimson Hearts and Cleansed Rue's eyes bulged as they watched Zero-Wing take 1 large ballista after another from Starlink's army. The large ballistas were an absolute nightmare for the 100 Flowers Palace, but to the Zero-Wing's guardian puppets, they were little more than toys. Now, it was only a matter of time before the constructs destroyed all of Starlink's war weapons. It was at this moment that Crimson Heart finally understood why Zero-Wing was so confident of helping the 100 Flowers Palace repel Starlink. I want all of them dead. Dead! Lu Xinglua bellowed as he glared at the 4 guardian puppets. Relay my command. All troops are to attack Moon Creek Town now. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly relayed the command for all forces to attack. They were no longer capable of stopping the guardian puppets' rampage, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 of these constructs. As long as the large ballistas scattered and fled in different directions, the guardian puppets would have to waste a lot of time chasing them down. The puppets would never be able to catch up with every one of the ballistas. Meanwhile, they still had 300,000 elite and expert players, as well as the 60 other large ballistas on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Even if the guardian puppets were more powerful, they couldn't save the town under Lu Xingluo's command. The Starlink forces surrounding Moon Creek Town took action. Big Sis Crimson, the 60 large ballistas on the other side of the town are approaching. Moreover, the enemy players have started to charge towards us. By the looks of it, Starlink no longer intends to conserve its strength, Cleansed Rue commented anxiously after receiving a report from the players on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart's expression darkened. Turning to Shifeng, she asked, "Commander Yifeng, do you have any countermeasures?" She was already out of ideas. The difference between the combat power under her control and her enemies was too massive. Players alone could no longer turn the tide of this battle. Sure enough, for guardian puppets aren't enough. The situation didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although the guardian puppets were quite powerful, with so few of them, it was unrealistic to rely on them to protect Moon Creek Town. After a moment, he replied, "Since Starlink has gotten serious, let's do the same." "Get serious? Us?" Shifeng's answer rendered Crimson Heart speechless. They had been taking this war as seriously as they could and more. "Let's head over to the other side and take a look," Shifeng said, chuckling. He then led the way across town. Meanwhile, on the other side of Moon Creek Town. By the time Shifeng and the others arrived, the battle had begun. The town's defensive magic array repeatedly cracked under the large ballista's bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the magic barrier shattered. Moreover, a large number of Starlink players were already within 300 yards of the town. Even though these players didn't have the protection of a defensive magic array, they paid no heed to the defensive turrets and arrow towers' attacks. They focused fully on advancing and attacking the town. Kill them. Their defensive magic array won't last much longer. When Starlink's members realized that the magic barrier was taking longer to regenerate, they attacked with even greater ferocity. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls nervous. Guild leader, the battle on the other side of Moon Creek Town has begun. Once the magic array falls, our men will charge into the town, Dawn Webb reported to Lu Xingluo. Good. I want to see just how Zero Wing intends to help the palace protect the town now. Lu Xingluo snarled viciously as he watched the 4 guardian puppets, which were still chasing the retreating large ballistas. Suddenly, however, a gigantic magic array appeared on the other side of Moon Creek Town, dyeing the sky crimson. Even though Lu Xingluo wasn't anywhere near the array, he could clearly see the violent mana storm it caused. After a short moment, a flame dragon, looming over a dozen meters tall, emerged from the magic array. The dragon's roar echoed throughout Moon Creek Town and its surrounding area. A dragon? Chapter 2048, This Side is Scarier? Why is there a dragon? Lu Xingluo was stunned to see the flame dragon hover above Moon Creek Town. Dragons were destruction incarnate in God's domain. Even if the flame dragon before him were not a true dragon, merely an inferior dragon, it would still be extremely difficult to take down. When they saw the flame dragon appear on the battlefield, Starlink's army, which stood before Moon Creek Town's walls, was dazed. Not only was the flame dragon before them gigantic, but it was also a level 80 monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with for current players. Moreover, the creature's aura was even more frightening than its massive form. The Starlink members within 100 yards of the monster felt as if their bodies had been replaced with mercury, and their instincts screamed at them to run away. Don't panic, everyone. A single monster can't stop us. Besides, this flame dragon is only Tier 3. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. If that flame dragon gets close, suppress it with a magic array, magic unit. Starlink's experts shouted. Although they, too, were nervous, they realized the flame dragon's limitations after a moment of careful observation. If the flame dragon were a Tier 4 mythic monster, they would turn around and flee without a second thought. Numbers weren't enough to defeat such an existence. However, it was a different story for a Tier 3 flame dragon. Even if they were 20 levels lower than the flame dragon, they could still put up a fight against it with a magic array suppression. Furthermore, they'd also have the help of Tier 3 summoned creatures. They could definitely whittle the flame dragon down, although they'd have to pay a high price to do so, following which, Starlink's army summoned another 8 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Although these summoned creatures were not as high-leveled as the Flame Dragon, they were still level 78 or level 79. The level difference was practically negligible. They have 8 more Tier 3 summoned creatures. Crimson Heart could not help but tense up when she saw the 7-meter-tall summoned creatures on the battlefield. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare, and summoning scrolls were among the rarest. To pin down the 4 guardian puppets, Starlink had already used 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and now, it used another 8. Starlink's foundations were simply astonishing. Although the Flame Dragon was much stronger than the Tier 3 summoned creatures, it wouldn't be able to deal with so many of them. While the 100 Flowers Palace had 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls it could use as well, the Flame Dragon would still be at a disadvantage if it had to fight 4 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Furthermore, there were still the 60 large ballistas behind Starlink's army to contend with. The large ballistas might not be useful against the guardian puppets 7 Light and his comrades controlled, but they would have no problems dealing with monsters. Monsters couldn't exhibit as much combat power as players. The large ballista's arrows could easily find their mark. However, just as Starlink's army was about to attack Moon Creek Town, another crimson magic array appeared above the army, covering a 300-yard radius and causing another massive mana surge. The array gathered so much fire-type mana that its density was visible to the naked eye. No. Quick! Get out of there! Starlink's magical class players shouted, trying to warn their allies that stood within the array's range. Unfortunately, the magic array's formation was too fast. In as little as 2 seconds, the magic array had completed, and a moment later, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tier 3 curse, Heaven's Fall. Countless meteorites tore through the sky as they rained down on Starlink's army, causing one explosion after another as they struck the ground. Even players from over 1,000 yards away could feel the attack's shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath the array transformed into a sea of fire. After 3 waves of descending meteorites, the ground below the magic array had sunk by several meters, a raging inferno burning in the crater. Even a fool would know what end had befallen the players that had been caught in the magic array's range. The Starlink members that had escaped the attack had come to a full stop as they stared at the scene before them. Fear and joy shone in their eyes. A single attack had decimated a massive portion of the battlefield. Not only had more than 2,000 players died in that attack, but Starlink's 8 Tier 3 summoned creatures also lay within the sea of fire. Although the summoned creatures were still alive, they were heavily injured. They could no longer serve as additional combat power. Damn it! How do they have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll? Wait! I think that spell came from the Flame Dragon. Huh? Isn't the spell over? Why are there still magic arrays around that Flame Dragon? No. It's casting another spell. Starlink's members had a bad feeling as they watched the magic arrays circle the fire spirit's body. The intensity of the mana that gathered to the arrays felt horrifically familiar. Before anyone could react, another gigantic, crimson array appeared above Starlink's army, but unlike the previous attack, this was a twofold magic array. This magic array gathered even more mana to it than before, and its range was clearly larger. This is a trick. This can't be real. Seeing the colossal magic array above them, Starlink's members realized what was about to happen. Although they could try to run, the array covered a 400-yard radius. As a result, they could only curse their fate. This time, meteorites didn't fall from the sky. Instead, pillars of fire burst from the ground, devouring everything within the AoE. Even the Tier 2 MTs that activated their life-saving skills lost all of their HP the instant the flames touched them. None of them had any hope of resisting the attack. When the flames dissipated, the crowd of players that had stood before Moon Creek Town's walls was gone. Only a plot of scorched earth remained. Both Starlink's members and the players from the 100 Flowers Palace were thoroughly shocked. Several thousand players had vanished, just like that. The slain players hadn't even had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Once more, everyone was forced to recognize just how useless Zerg tactics were in the face of large-scale destruction spells. This flame dragon was far more terrifying than the 4 guardian puppets on the other side of the town. Only Shifeng remained unperturbed. Calmly, he shifted his gaze toward the distant large ballistas and ordered the fire spirit, "Go. Destroy those large ballistas." The fire spirit had been considered a godly war weapon during his previous life, not because of its physical combat prowess and high intellect, but because of its ability to use a variety of fire-type curses and large-scale destruction spells. Without these abilities, the fire spirit wouldn't have been capable of single-handedly fending off superpowers' large-scale assaults. Although his fire spirit was only a tier 3 creature right now, even the strongest player at this stage of the game was only tier 2. Starlink's members had no hope of defending themselves against the tier 3 advanced fire spirit's attacks. After receiving Shifeng's command, the fire spirit flapped its wings, transforming into a blazing fireball as it flew toward its new targets. Its movement speed was much higher than the guardian puppets, and although the 60 large ballistas tried to repel the dragon with attacks, they couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, with the fire spirit's ability to fly, it crossed the 1,000 yards to the large ballistas in only a brief moment. Before Starlink's upper echelons could order a retreat, the fire spirit cast a tier 3 spell, summoning 36 scorching flame spears around it. It then launched these spears at the nearby large ballistas. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 11 large ballistas within 60 yards of the fire spirit burned to ash. Chapter 2049, Starlink defeated. When they saw the fire spirit destroy 11 large ballistas with a single spell, the Starlink players controlling the other war weapons were stunned. They had intended to attack the fire spirit, but after witnessing its power, they couldn't make themselves move quick. Ranged players, stop that thing. Large ballistas, scatter and retreat. Starlink's upper echelons paled as they watched the fire dragon destroy their large ballistas in the blink of an eye. They had lost 11 war weapons. The fire spirit was an even more dangerous and more expensive opponent than the 4 guardian puppets. Although the guardian puppets were much faster than the large ballistas, Starlink still had tier 3 summoned creatures to slow them down. The puppets would need some time to catch up to one of the ballistas, but it was a different story for the fire spirit. Not only could the fire spirit fly, but its movement speed was also higher than the guardian puppets. Moreover, it possessed powerful ranged attacks. It could hunt down the large ballistas far more easily than the guardian puppets. The only benefit they had was the fact that players' attacks were somewhat effective against the flame dragon. Starlink's members swarmed toward the fire spirit, bombarding it with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 large ballistas began their retreat. However, by the time Starlink's members had gathered around the fire spirit, the dragon had already finished casting the tier 3 curse, Scorching Laser. Suddenly, the fire spirit stretched open its maw, and a twofold magic array manifested before it, rapidly gathering the surrounding fire-type mana. In less than a second, the array transformed into a blinding, miniature sun. As the miniature sun's scorching heat washed over them, nearby players felt a stinging pain roar. As the fire spirit voiced its anger, the miniature sun transformed once more into a white beam that swept across the land, extending up to 200 yards away from the flame dragon. The beam annihilated everything it touched, and the players who were hit didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized. When the beam disappeared, it revealed a scorched groove, 5 meters deep, in the ground before the fire spirit, separating Starlink's army into 2 halves. 2 large ballistas that had been caught in the attack had instantly been turned to ash. Seeing this, the Hundred Flowers Palace members watching from Moon Creek Town's walls could not help but gape in shock. So, this is Zero Wing? An intense shock filled Crimson Heart as she turned to Shifeng beside her. Just one of Zero Wing's monsters was enough to drive Starlink's army into chaos. This battle had certainly altered her understanding of combat in God's domain. Zerg tactics? Siege tools? In front of absolute power, neither mattered. If a guild fought a monster like the fire spirit, which wielded numerous large-scale destruction spells, and failed to cope properly, there would be no battle to speak of. There would only be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the various major powers watching from within the town fell silent as they watched the scene through their magic mirrors. What is that monster? Isn't it a little too powerful? It can use so many large-scale destruction spells. Amazing! With this, Starlink will have trouble capturing Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace has actually kept such a card hidden? That can't be right. If the 100 Flowers Palace had something like this, it would have used it to defend East Valley Town. I saw that cloaked fellow summon that monster. He should be one of Zero Wing's members. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? I thought it was merely an up-and-coming guild without any backers. How could it have such a powerful foundation? For a moment, the various major powers' curiosity regarding Zero Wing grew first. Zero Wing had revealed 4 incredibly powerful guardian puppets, slaughtering Starlink's forces. Then, the guild had proceeded to summon the Fire Spirit, a creature that was akin to a natural disaster on a large battlefield. With such strength, Zero Wing could certainly afford to clash with any superpower, yet despite its strength, they had rarely heard of Zero Wing before this battle. All they truly knew was that Zero Wing was a relatively new guild that could rival first-rate guilds. However, this information was laughably incorrect. If a guild with such frightening combat power was only considered on par with first-rate guilds, what would that make their actual first-rate guilds? At this point, the victor of the battle over Moon Creek Town was obvious. Starlink was utterly powerless to stop the Fire Spirit and Guardian puppets from destroying its large ballistas. If the superpower continued this fight, it would only suffer greater losses. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression darkened when he read his subordinate's status report. Despite how short the battle had been thus far, Starlink had already lost 43 large ballistas. Once the Fire Spirit had joined the fray, in particular, the ballistas began to fall even faster. Guild leader, are we going to continue this battle? Dawn Webb could not help but ask. Retreat. Have everyone retreat. Lu Xingluo growled, grinding his teeth as he glared at the rampaging guardian puppets. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was truly powerless to stop the guardian puppets and Fire Spirit at this time. He'd lost far more war weapons if he chose to stay. Every large ballista cost a fortune to craft. They were also Starlink's only advantage in battle. While they might capture Moon Creek Town if they continued, it would cost every large ballista in Starlink's possession. The trade simply wasn't worthwhile. Understood. I'll relay the command right away. Dawn Webb breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she heard Lu Xingluo's decision. Shen then began to contact the various units' commanders. Following Dawn Webb's instructions, Starlink's forces began to scatter and flee. Neither the Guardian puppets nor the Fire Spirit gave chase, allowing Starlink's army to leave without a fight. The enemy had far too few players now, and with how scattered Starlink's forces were, they'd hardly kill anything even if they chased them down. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink is retreating. We've held Moon Creek Town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed as she watched Starlink's players flee from the battlefields. We held it. Even Crimson Heart revealed a joyful grin. For a moment, everyone in Moon Creek Town was stunned as they watched Starlink pull away. Are you kidding me? Starlink actually lost. Zero Wing is just too strong. I doubt even Starlink expected this outcome. Zero Wing can actually fend off a superpower like Starlink. It seems the Dark Knight Empire will have 4 contenders in the future. With a single Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian puppets, Zero Wing had repelled a force of 300,000 elite and expert players and more than 100 large ballistas. This was the first time anyone had achieved such a splendorous victory in the Dark Knight Empire. The most shocking aspect of the battle was that a superpower hadn't been responsible for the feat, but Zero Wing, a guild with hardly any renown. This battle's outcome would undoubtedly shake the entire empire. Now that a power capable of contending with Starlink had arrived in the Dark Knight Empire, the empire's prior status quo was irrelevant. Chapter 2050, Empire Upheaval. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. A large number of players visited the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital every day. The city was constantly active and lively, both day and night. It was a city that never slept. Currently, however, a deathly silence reigned over the meeting room in Unyielding Soul's residence. What did you say? Starlink lost? Unyielding Heart, geared in a suit of black armor, was stunned when he heard his subordinate's report. Not even Unyielding Soul was guaranteed to defend Moon Creek Town against 300,000 elites and 100+ large ballistas, yet Starlink had suffered defeat no matter how he looked at it. The situation was ridiculous. According to the latest report from Moon Creek Town, Starlink has pulled out of the Silent Canyon. The guild lost roughly 7,000 players in the battle, in addition to 50+ large ballistas. The losses are pretty severe, the Tier 2 assassin said, nodding. We have also collected some footage of the battle. All of the details are in the video. Unyielding Soul had known for some time about Starlink's plan to capture Moon Creek Town and had, subsequently, dispatched quite a few players to the town. This gave the guild access to information on the battle over the town. Everything, from the Guardian Puppet's destruction of Starlink's defensive magic array to the Fire Spirit's massacre of the guild's forces, had been recorded. With this, Unyielding Soul's upper echelons had an in-depth view of the battle. Amazing. With such combat power, it's no wonder why Starlink retreated. Zero Wing should not be underestimated. Hart, haven't you had a few dealings with the guild before? See if you can rope Zero Wing into an alliance. We'll offer 3% of our shares in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings. A share exchange? The proposal the guild's upper echelon suggested slightly surprised Unyielding Hart. He had never thought that they would willingly offer the guild's shares to another entity that wasn't a superpower. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A share exchange was also an exchange of guild interests, but when Unyielding Heart considered the Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian Puppets Zero Wing had revealed, he agreed that the guild was worth the price. Long Soul and Hunting Blade could not help their rueful sighs. Not long ago, Zero Wing had been a guild on par with first-rate guilds, yet it had already grown into a power that even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul would willingly offer a share exchange for its cooperation. Starlink has suffered a significant loss this time. It will likely need quite some time to recover and will have trouble taking action against us in the near future. We can use this opportunity to secure the rally point in the Phantom Maze. That's right. Starlink has been fighting us for control over the Sea of Trees' Phantom Maze. If we secure the Phantom Maze's rally point, we can acquire a large number of magic crystals and combat techniques. We won't have to worry about nurturing expert players. Although the Strength Zero Wing had displayed surprised Unyielding Soul's upper echelons, they paid more attention to Starlink's defeat. To them, this was definitely a matter worth celebrating. By this time, the Dark Knight Empire's other major powers had also received news about the battle at Moon Creek Town. All of these major powers were astounded. They had never thought that the peerless Starlink would suffer defeat. Moreover, Zero Wing, a guild that they were barely familiar with, had been responsible for its defeat. Zero Wing? Investigate them. Send someone to look into Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing had suddenly become the center of attention for the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. Every power was intent on learning more about the guild. After all, a new guild that was powerful enough to defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire meant major changes to the Empire. If they didn't investigate Zero Wing now, they might end up buried under these changes. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. After the battle at Moon Creek Town, the dark atmosphere that had previously enveloped Silver Pine City had dispersed. The city had reverted to its original, peaceful state. Many players from other cities began to swarm to Silver Pine City, and if one visited the city's teleportation hall, they'd find that most of these new arrivals were guild players. Even elusive guild upper echelons wandered the city streets. It seemed as if Silver Pine City had become the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital as various major powers gathered here. Big Sis Crimson, the vice guild leaders from 3 second-rate guilds and 1 first-rate guild have come to seek an alliance, a level 58 female summoner reported as she entered the vice guild leader's office. Do you want to meet them? Again? Crimson Heart could not help her bitter smile. All right. Have them wait in the reception room. I'll head there in a moment. Since she had returned to Silver Pine City, more than 20 large guilds had sought her out. The weakest among them was a third-rate guild, while the strongest could even rival the Hundred Flowers Palace. This was the first time she had experienced anything like this. This was all due to the alliance between the palace and Zero Wing. To get closer to Zero Wing, the various large guilds had approached her. On the surface, these guilds expressed their desire to cooperate with the Hundred Flowers Palace, but in reality, they simply wanted her to recommend them to Zero Wing. They would have far more credibility with an ally's recommendation to Zero Wing than if they approached the guild on their own. Understood. The female summoner nodded before turning to leave, pride filling her heart. Before the battle at Moon Creek Town, Crimson Heart would have been forced to meet with any first-rate guild's vice-guild leader if her presence were requested. However, things had changed. Even such important figures would have to wait in line for a meeting. Crimson Heart shifted her gaze to Shifeng, who currently sat on one side of her office. Commander Yifeng, are you sure these shops are acceptable? Crimson Heart asked curiously. According to their contract with Zero Wing, since the guild had helped hold Moon Creek Town, the Hundred Flowers Palace had to agree to the previously proposed alliance. In the future, Zero Wing would protect the palace from Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. In exchange, the Hundred Flowers Palace would concede the management rights of 50% of its shops. She had thought that Shifeng would select shops in important NPC cities, but much to her surprise, that hadn't happened. He had chosen quite a few NPC cities with very small player populations. Some of the shops he had chosen were even in NPC towns. He hadn't actually touched any of the Hundred Flowers Palace's top 5 shops. His decision was confounding. These will do. Shifeng nodded, not bothering to explain his choices. NPC cities with high player populations weren't important to Zero Wing. It had already joined the secret chamber of commerce and no longer lacked sales channels in major NPC cities. As long as Zero Wing rose within secret, it would gain access to even more NPC cities. What Zero Wing currently lacked was access to NPC cities and important NPC towns with small player populations. Moreover, he had chosen the Hundred Flowers Palace's NPC towns while considering non-bag space material transportation. Such items would become far more important in the future, including materials used to craft epic items and war weapons. Fortunately, not a single power in God's domain knew about this yet. Naturally, he had to plan ahead. As Shifeng discussed the transfer of management rights with Crimson Heart, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached their ears. System announcement: a total of 100 NPC cities in God's domain have qualified for promotion. In 3 hours, various promoted cities' auction houses will activate the auction arena system. Once active, players may visit the promoted auction houses to learn more. Chapter 2051, Struggle for Hegemony. The system announcement drove God's Domain's players into an uproar. They all wanted to learn more about this auction arena system, and the various major powers promptly launched investigations into the matter. To these players, a new game function meant a new opportunity. The power behind this new function was even more important. It was no exaggeration to say that this event could overturn the current status quo in God's domain. Naturally, the various major powers would place great importance on this auction arena system. It's activating already? Shifeng could not help but frown when he saw the system announcement. He knew that the auction arena system's activation wouldn't be far off after White River City had been promoted, but he hadn't expected it this soon. Although the auction arena system wouldn't bring about as much of a change as a system update, its influence was staggering. The system was related to management rights in NPC cities, which would finally give players a substantial level of control in NPC cities and allow them to manipulate the city's economy. With control of an NPC city's economy, rival powers would have a far more difficult time spreading their influence throughout the city. Moreover, one could secure an extraordinary amount of income from the auction house after securing control of it. The higher a city's player population was, the more profits one could earn from the auction house they controlled. Hence, the auction arena's activation would shake God's domain to its very core, signaling a new era. This would also intensify the competition between the various major powers in the game. This competition between the game's powers would reach new heights. Not only would the dark forces participate in the struggle, but the various adventurer teams would join as well. A power did not need to be a guild to take control of a city's auction house, and the auction house's manager didn't need to protect anything. Even a solo player could manage the auction house and earn a massive amount of profits. With such a tempting treasure trove before them, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity? Before today, the various major powers had controlled themselves when competing to protect their foundations from harm, but the auction arena would push them to desperation. Some large guilds, which had been afraid of provoking superpowers, would jump into the competition with these giants without hesitation. The true struggle for dominance in God's domain was about to begin. After Shifeng settled the management rights transfer for the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, he teleported back to White River City using a return scroll. He did not bother to waste any more time in Silver Pine City, Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. As Shifeng stepped out of the magic array, he noticed even more players in White River City than before. Despite the teleportation hall's several new floors, the building was still crowded. The number of merchant and lifestyle players, in particular, had significantly increased. However, guild players still made up the majority of White River City's visitors. Sure enough, they've come to investigate, Shifeng thought to himself as he watched the cloaked players move about the hall. With the help of omniscient eyes, he clearly saw the guild emblems these players hid under their black cloaks. Many of these players were from guilds outside of Starmoon Kingdom. There were even some players from superpowers and dark guilds in the teleportation hall. So far, only 100 NPC cities had been promoted and activated the auction arena system. On average, not even every kingdom and empire had an NPC city with an active auction arena. Fortunately, White River City was one of the 100 NPC cities, which had attracted many major powers, all of them wanting to learn more about the auction arena. Shifeng walked to one of the advanced restaurants in the teleportation hall. Melancholic Smile and 30-plus merchant players already waited for him in one of the restaurant's VIP rooms. Guild leader, I've brought all of the 2-star merchant members you requested, Melancholic Smile quietly reported as Shifeng entered the room. Good. From now on, I want them to memorize the materials on this list. I also want you to use this Thunder Axe crystal to teleport them to Thunder Axe City. Have everyone purchase the materials from the NPC merchants there. Buy as much as you can, Shifeng said as he passed a list of materials and the Thunder Axe crystal to Melancholic Smile. The auction arena's competition tested more than players' combat standards. It also tested players' resources. Players were allowed to use their resources to increase their strength in the competition. Unlocking equipment was a basic example of this. In the auction arena, players had limited choices when it came to their equipment. Equipment past Fine Gold rank would be temporarily frozen at Fine Gold rank. To remove the seal and improve one's equipment rank, players had to pay resources. This was why one's victory hinged on the resources they possessed. A power would only be able to secure control over more NPC cities with enough resources and experts. However, the auction arena didn't accept just any resources, it only accepted epic materials, which was why the various major powers had such an advantage in the auction arena. Normally, one only had a chance of acquiring epic materials when raiding 50-man hard mode dungeons or greater, but they were guaranteed to drop in 100 and 200. Man team dungeons. Ordinary large guilds could easily raid 50-man team dungeons, but 100-man hard mode team dungeons was more of a challenge. Only their main force would likely succeed. In comparison, the various major powers had multiple teams that could raid 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Superpowers easily surpassed ordinary large guilds when collecting resources. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's combat power in the fields was extraordinary, but when it came to raiding 100-man team dungeons, it was no match for superpowers. However, Zero Wing wasn't exactly doomed. After all, there was more than one way to acquire epic materials. Trading with special NPC merchants was another method, although doing so required a lot of time. Moreover, players had to become 2-star merchants to trade with these NPCs. Fortunately, these special NPC merchants were common in a super large-scale neutral city like Thunder Axe City. It was one of the best places to collect epic materials through trade. Initially, Shifeng had planned to accumulate epic materials from Thunder Axe City's NPCs slowly through his 2-star smithy. Collecting epic materials through the smithy would be far easier than sending merchant players to trade with NPC merchants, but now that the auction arena system had activated sooner than he had expected, He had no choice but to use every available method to acquire the necessary resources. Sherfong also instructed Melancholic Smile to send some of her subordinates to collect epic materials from the various major cities. Although the various major powers would never sell these items, there was a chance that an expert player was lucky enough to come across some settling the matters regarding Thunder Axe City and the epic material collection. Sherfong contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her and the others to focus on raiding 100-man team dungeons. He then returned to his special forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm and retrieved the Ancient God's secret key. He hadn't bothered to use the Ancient God's secret key because he hadn't spent time raising his combat power past his current limit. If he used the key recklessly, he'd only waste a golden opportunity. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would get many of these chances. However, he had increased his strength as much as possible, and there wasn't a lot of time left before the secret key expired. Sherfong tapped on the key made of red luminary stone, and a silver magic array manifested under his feet. Mana surged toward the magic array, and space seemed to freeze due to the influx. After a short moment, Sherfong transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. Chapter 2052, Road After Tier 2. After Sherfong activated the Ancient God's secret key, he found himself moving through a tunnel of time and space. Various images, visions of God's domain's history, zipped past him. Some images showed the rise of a kingdom, others depicted a war between empires, and some showed heroes as they triumphed. After quite some time, a massive black hole appeared before Sherfong. Countless arcs of pitch-black electricity snaked in and out of this black hole. Even though Sherfong was still far from the black hole, he could sense how powerful the arcs of electricity were. He suspected that these black electric arcs would even turn a Tier 5 being to ash in an instant. As Sherfong fell into the black hole and encountered the black electricity, the magic barrier around his body protected him from harm. In the end, he entered the black hole in one piece. By the time Sherfong recovered from his daze, he stood inside an ancient, dilapidated palace system. You have discovered the Ancient God's Maze system. While inside the Ancient God's Maze, communication with the outside world is prohibited. Time flows within the maze as it does in the real world. You will automatically be transported out of the Ancient God's Maze in the event of your death. So, this is the trial ground? The system notification didn't particularly surprise Sherfong. After all, he currently stood in a place the ancient gods had left behind. Severed communication and the altered flow of time were normal. He was far more interested in the maze's environment. Aside from the tightly shut stone doors, there were no paths leading further into. However, this palace's mana density was incredibly high. Even zero-wing cities paled in comparison. The environment was a godsend to Sherfong. Not only could players exhibit greater strength while in a high-mana environment, but they would also recover their stamina and concentration much faster. Players could continue to fight without worrying about running out of the resources. Following which, Sherfong approached the tightly shut doors. Many divine runes had been carved into the doors, which were made entirely of black luminary stone. The closer Sherfong got to the doors, the more pressure he felt from them. He felt that the door's aura was no weaker than that of a Tier 5 NPC system. You have discovered the Ancient God's Gate. You may choose one of 4 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, and Azura. No changes will be allowed once you have made your selection. Please choose carefully. There are 4 difficulties. Sherfong was stunned when he heard the system notification. He remembered that after using the Ancient God's secret key, one should only have 3 difficulties to choose from: normal, hard, and hell. The secret key's trial had the same difficulty modes as dungeons in the outside world. As a result, many players who had challenged the Ancient God's secret key's trial had taken the difficulty selection too lightly, wasting their golden opportunity. Ordinary experts had no trouble raiding normal mode dungeons. In fact, they usually raided hard mode. However, peak experts accepted nothing less than hell mode dungeons. Most peak experts considered weaker modes an insult to their strength. In the end, however, ordinary experts proved incapable of even clearing the normal mode trial. Peak experts had even been rendered powerless when challenging the hard mode trial. This was why many players who had obtained an ancient god's secret key had wasted their opportunities in the past. One would have a high chance of earning an epic item if they could complete the normal mode trial. Completing the hard mode trial could award players several epic items, with a small chance of obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Finally, completing hell mode gave players a high chance of acquiring a fragmented legendary item. However, Shifeng had never heard of an Azura mode. Why wouldn't it surprise him? This turn of events left Shifeng unsure of which difficulty he should choose. The ancient god's secret keys trial scaled to the challenger's level. As such, it was far more important for the player to improve their combat and equipment standards, rather than increase their level. Shifeng had intended to challenge hell mode and pray for a fragmented legendary item, and he had been relatively confident in succeeding. The discovery of an Azura mode, however, put him in a bind. The difficulty of the secret keys trial increased substantially with each difficulty mode. Of course, if one succeeded, they'd be handsomely rewarded. He was almost certain of completing hell mode, but he'd likely have a hard time if he chose Azura mode. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go with Azura mode. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng chose Azura mode. Although he knew he'd have a high chance of earning a fragmented legendary item if he cleared hell mode, it wasn't a guaranteed drop. Based on the trial setting, however, he should be guaranteed a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Azura mode. Rather than gamble on hell mode, he might as well take the risk and challenge Azura mode. 2 epic items would be of little help to him or Zero Wing. Only fragmented legendary items could bring about significant changes as players reached higher levels and improved their combat standards. Epic items would become more common in God's domain. Zero Wing could still rely on its numerous epic items to contend with Superpower's peak experts, but as time passed, the low quantity and quality of Zero Wing's peak experts would begin to show. As luck would have it, nurturing a peak expert took a lot of time, even with players that had ample resources and heaven-defying talent. The only way Zero Wing could keep up with God's domain's rapidly developing world was to rely on fragmented legendary items. Moreover, epic items' help would be limited. After reaching Tier 2, Tier 3 had been a massive turning point in God's domain. In the past, countless powers had risen to prominence or fallen into the pits of hell when the Tier 3 era had begun. Fragmented legendary items and above would be players' last hope for a significant power boost after reaching Tier 3. These items could even help experts with lacking combat standards reach Tier 3 and Tier 4. This was why guilds with fragmented legendary items had had more Tier 3 and 4 experts than guilds that did not. Every additional fragmented legendary item Zero Wing gained would ensure one more Tier 3 or 4 experts to support it in the future. Since the Azura mode could guarantee a fragmented legendary item, he had no choice but to choose the difficulty. Once Shifeng made his decision, the ancient god's gate released a golden light. The doors slowly parted to reveal a dark corridor. Sure enough, this trial won't be that simple. Shifeng's expression tensed slightly as he stared down the dark corridor, his instinct screaming that danger awaited him. He could already see multiple skeletons strewn along the corridor's sides from its entrance. The skeletons all wore excellent equipment, every piece radiating with the glow unique to epic equipment. The skeleton's armor was clearly damaged beyond repair. It was easy to imagine how difficult the Azura mode trial was. Those unfamiliar with God's domain would most likely treat these skeletal corpses as mere decorations, but Shifeng, who had experienced more than a decade in God's domain, knew that wasn't the case. Rather, they were a warning. Epic items were extraordinary, and they weren't easy to damage. This held true for both players' items and NPCs. Taking a deep breath, Shifeng summoned the fire spirit and instructed